Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the Quake Pro League, where we are at week 17. But for those of you that are not so eagle-eyed, it is also week 18. So we are on the ultimate week, the final week, and the most decisive week, please.
Yes, indeed we are. Because of the remaining matches that we have left, we have combined the last 2 weeks into one final broadcast, which is taking place today. And then after this, there's only one thing ahead of us, and that is, of course, the finals in Bucharest.
Yeah, we've been waiting a long time for this. It's been a long season. So many games played, so many upsets, so many great performances, but it all comes down to not only this week, but obviously what happens on the finals at LAN Flea. And that's the really exciting for me. We're going back to LAN. We're going to actually see what is the kind of the true prowess of all the players we've seen over this course of the season. But looking towards this week, we have some really interesting games because pretty much everyone we're going to watch today can be upset and can move around the leaderboard, which could then lead into some really exciting storylines going into the finals.
Oh, absolutely. But I think before we take a look at that, we've got the recap from last week's games, because that was one hell of a week as well. Starting it off with Spart1e versus vengeurR, and the Italian representing Team Maestro bearing his fangs once again, winning in a convincing 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and vengeurR is definitely coming back to form. We had a bit of a blip in the mid-season, but the last few weeks at the very least have been putting strong performances. We've even seen in the 2v2, taking numerous titles there. So really looking forward to see him go toe-to-toe this week. He is sitting up in third. He is sitting pretty there. So, and having spoken to him, going to see some more experimental picks come out. And I don't think he'll be the only one experimenting going towards the finals. Is every little advantage helps, and the strategy side of things is still growing in Quake Champions.
Absolutely. Now, second match of last week was psygib versus Dramis, and psygib so far then hasn't had the best of seasons. Dramis got off to a really strong start, took down some of the biggest names in the business, and has managed to end this season, or at least the weekly stage, with a win.
Yeah, maybe not ending just as high as everyone thought he would at the start of the season, when he really did take some big scalps, but still put in a great performance. Now, Maxter and RAISY, that was a huge performance going there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Again, Maxter just begins and continues to grow into this league. RAISY sitting up in the top spots again. Perhaps not as high as he would have wanted to. He's currently in fourth, but even still, you can't deny how powerful he's been. And kind of resurgence of form again. He's definitely changed a lot of his own play style over the course of this season, in changing sense and everything else. So he really is looking at how he can push himself to new levels.
Absolutely. Now, final game, that was big. Kilson versus CNZ, representing Team Dragonborn Esports, and Kilson taking home a 3-0 victory, cementing himself in that #1 spot on the leaderboards. I think we're going to take a look at them shortly after this, but Kilson truly has been the man of the season so far, dropping just one series in this entire stage.
What a season he's had, and I think you can't really look at Kilson and be surprised at that, but again, it's just the level of dominance that's come out week after week after week. We always talk about how difficult it is to have that level of consistency, particularly at the levels that we're seeing from these players, but Kilson is one of those people that has just found the recipe at this point in time, and it's just been absolutely dominating, sitting at 13-1 currently. You can't really argue with that, and he's also the one obviously took one of the 2 series off of rapha as well, so unbelievable series from the German.
Absolutely, and here we've got the world ranking, so you can clearly see that some players have already cemented themselves. Kilson, for example, at the very top, followed by rapha in second place. Those cannot change. No matter what happens today, Kilson and rapha have secured themselves the #1 and 2 spots, meaning that they also get the best seedings for the final. Now, another spot that has been secured, less fortunately so, is psygib in 13th place. He will be finishing in the last position, and he will be starting the finals at the bottom seat.
But just look how tightly contested, really, like 5th through 10th, if you will, are kind of sitting at the moment. Even Spart1e and Chain can swap around, and it's just so many important matches today. Let's not underestimate how important getting that one up on the seeds will be when we get to Romania. So expecting some huge performances today, and as we'll have to come to see, we've got a lot of games to get through, which will be a bit unusual for you and I, and also for the audience, but a good thing as well.
Oh, absolutely. The more Quake, the better. And I think that the very first series that we are starting the day off with is going to be CNZ versus Avic, followed by Chain versus RAISY, Spart1e versus rapha, Chain versus Spart1e, and then the highlight matches are psygib versus nosfa, and vengeurR versus ZenAku. And now, Dan, you already noticed, we talked about this before the stream, for the very first time in the Quake Pro League, we get players playing multiple games as part of the weeklies. Both Chain and Spart1e have 2 matches ahead of them today.
Yeah, you heard it here. History being made on week 17 of the Quake Pro League as players have to test their mettle going twice in a row. But that is exciting because, as we said, both these players sitting neck and neck down near the bottom of the leaderboard. Really, if one of them manages to pull out a double series win, I don't expect that considering the opponents they're playing against, but then they're playing each other. So that's where we're looking at in terms of the decisive point of today. CNZ versus Avic, another one, as Avic has been sitting pretty good himself. I think that's more of just understanding where they're standing before going into the final. CNZ, again, has had a great season. Avic as well, a bit stop-start in terms of how often we've seen him, but sitting very strongly in the leaderboard. And then finally, obviously, got RAISY, rapha as well, just kind of consolidating their period of time in this league. Can't shift around, so it's just for them testing strategies, making sure they're sharp for the finals. And as you mentioned, those big games towards the end of the day, not as decisive, but still really exciting to watch.
Absolutely. Now, the very first one to kick things off will be Dragonborn Esports CNZ versus Avic, representing Team Endpoint. And as you just mentioned, Dan, this is an important game because they are currently tied both in total earnings as well as wins, meaning that they can still overtake one another, right? As it currently stands, Avic has slightly overtaken CNZ. He's in 5th place, CNZ is in 6th, but that can all change today.
It can. It really depends what kind of CNZ turns up. We've seen some amazing performances from him, but then looking back to last week where he got dismantled by Kilson, kind of what some expected, but also would have expected to put a little bit more of a fight. It depends what CNZ turns up. We've seen him take some huge upsets throughout this season, but at the same time, Avic, when he finds his form, we know how powerful he can be, and I've always got him as one of the top of the list when we're looking towards finals of somebody that could take the crown. Obviously hasn't done it for quite a while, but still has it in his locker. So this is a series I'm excited to see. I'm sure Avic definitely wants to get a few extra points in his locker so he has an easier run in the finals, whereas CNZ can test his mettle going up against Avic as well.
Now, looks like we've got the picks and bans ready for us. We're starting it off on Ruins of Sarnath, followed by Awoken, and then the final game, potential tiebreaker, will be Blood Covenant. And then I'll leave you the honors to walk us through the champions.
So starting on Ruins, CNZ gets his Anarchy. We know how much he loves that champion. We know how effective it is on Ruins nonetheless. Picking up the Strog, pretty decent counter, matching the speed, slightly better stack. Also, don't underestimate how important those Blood Vials are of killing your opponent, particularly against an Anarchy who can follow up. Moving on to Awoken, again, nothing too unusual here. The Doom, we don't see it as much nowadays, Flea. It's more of a preference pick, and Avic has always been one of these players that will just pick what he finds himself comfortable with. I think the real big interesting point for me is that Avic hasn't picked an Ice. And so that does show a lot of respect going up against CNZ. He normally would pick it on something like a Ruins, maybe even a Blood Covenant, but it's opted against the Ice pick, which is normally one of his staples. Just on Awoken, obviously CNZ does pick the Nyx there, so again, you have to be fairly confident to want to pull that out, and if you can deliver on that, it does actually play stronger on Awoken than the Doom, but obviously has a slightly higher executional threshold. And then we end up on Blood Covenant, a Slash. We know if you can play a Slash well, she's almost unbeatable on Blood Covenant, so have to see some creativity from Avic, I think, there, Flea. The Galena is obviously very, very strong, but she's so incredibly vulnerable due to her lack of versatility.
Very true. On a map like that, you want to have some mobility, and that is something that Avic will be sorely lacking. Now, one thing that I think is important to keep in mind, Dan, is that we can very clearly see a stack imbalance throughout this entire series, right? Avic has gone for the medium champions, the most balanced of the bunch, but CNZ has opted for a light champion every single map, meaning that he's got the mobility advantage. Sure, he's got a smaller hitbox as well, but he is at a disadvantage by default because he starts off with a lower stack.
It is very, very true, and I have to say, that's slightly on odds of what I would often have associated CNZ with. I think, at least back in the day, even earlier in the season, generally sided with the medium and heavy picks where possible, playing a slightly slower game, but we've definitely seen him change his tempo at times. It is a high-risk strategy here. When you're picking these light champions, you generally want to be taking the game to your opponent. You're not going to be playing a passive slash. You're not going to be playing a passive anarchy. So he's feeling confident. Not many players want to do that against the likes of Avek, and we know how Avek can punish you, and you have to be careful playing those lights due to that fact.
Absolutely. Now I think then that it's probably time for us to make a bit of a prediction and maybe give chat an opportunity to place their channel points where their mouth is. Now, before I do so, I just want to quickly remind everyone of the match history that these players have had. So far within the Quake Pro League, they have played 5 matches against one another, and Avek has won the last 4 out of 5, finishing with a convincing 3-0 win in the previous stage. So that clearly tends to favor the Polish Prince, no?
I think you're right, Statman Flea. And I have to say, looking at the way CNZ plays, he can struggle when people really go aggressive against him. When those big score lines rack up, it's normally a RAISY or a Killsin, obviously the usual names, but it's also because of the playstyle. They know how to pressure CNZ. If you give CNZ that breathing space, that's where I think he can settle into games, and somewhat maybe why we have seen him thrive in tournaments, because that's when people generally play slightly more reserved at the early stages of the tournaments, trying to feel their way into them. CNZ can really settle himself, get a good control, get into his rhythm. Avek doesn't let you do that, and CNZ, I do feel there's a little bit experimental in his picks here, just because I don't generally associate him with those champions. So I have to agree with your picks. I think it will be an Avek victory. Gonna say a 2-1 rather than the 3-0 though.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that Avek ultimately will be the one to take home the win, especially if he can apply that consistent pressure that you were talking about. That is something that CNZ, right? He's an extremely disciplined player, very strong on the defense, but you're not going to win games from the defense from the start. If you get the lead, if you get comfortable, and then just kind of ride out the rest of the map, sure. But if you have to start on the defensive, then that does not paint a good picture. And I think that is the main thing that CNZ has to be careful for. And he also has the tools to do it this time as well, right? He has small, nimble champions. He can outmaneuver Avek on a lot of these map picks, but will he be able to stand up to the onslaught? That's really what this comes down to.
Yeah, no, exactly. And if you can get into the rhythm with the lights, that's where you can become extremely powerful. That's the one thing he has in his locker against Avek, is that Avek doesn't have that kind of X factor in his locker with the champions he's chosen, whereas CNZ does. So if he can get that momentum behind him, he can definitely see himself snowballing. But on the flip side, a snowball can work both ways. And if he doesn't, then it can look very, very bad very, very quickly. So I feel Avek is a safer bet if you're a channel points person, in my opinion. We'll have to see which Avek turns up. We'll have to see which CNZ turns up.
Also interesting is that Avek actually started off by banning the Scale Bearer on the very first map. We know how powerful that champion can be on Ruins. We've seen what CNZ is capable of when he has the Bull Rush in his hands, and Avek was just like, I want nothing to do with that. I'm just going to take that away from your pool and relegate you to a different pick, and this time being one of the light champions, Anarchy.
Well, it's also kind of in keeping with what I expected from his CNZ. That's the type of champion he normally would have chose. On the flip side, CNZ banned out the Athena, and that's kind of in keeping with what you said. He's really strategized around having that maneuverability advantage, wanting to play around Avek, not wanting potentially to even engage him. Using that speed, using that ability to ensure he can have the better position. So Avek has to actually play smarter. He can't just bully his way in, because CNZ is going to have that maneuverability advantage to work around the deficiencies of Avek. So this is going to be a really interesting from a strategy point of view, not just from a raw Quake point of view as well.
Absolutely. Now, thinking back about these picks and bans, I think that the final map is probably the one where CNZ has the best chance of winning. Unfortunately, it's also the last one in the lineup, which makes it very tricky, right? Because that's the one where you mentioned it yourself. Slash really is an S-tier pick on this map. Alongside, I think, Athena, there's nothing that comes close in terms of maneuverability and speed that you can get on these hallways of Blood Covenant. Meanwhile, Avek has been playing, or will be playing, rather the Galena on this map. And Galena can be a very powerful champion. There's quite a few spots that you can use those totems to lay down booby traps and to set up that extra overstack, but the speed, right? Even doing something as simple as bridge to rail to get to the railgun all of a sudden becomes a very real risk if you don't have an ability to make it across, and when you don't want to sacrifice some rocket self-damage to RJ over.
No, 100%, and that's exactly why I said for a 2-1 rather than 3-0. I felt both maps 2 and 3 were very winnable. You know, having the Nyx on Awoken and having the Slash on the final map, they're very good positions to be in. But we're not there quite yet. We are starting over on Ruins, CNZ on the Anarchy, Avec over on that Struggle Pika, CNZ with no major items to start with, out of position. So he does pop his inject very early off the bat. Doesn't have a rocket either, so this is why we're playing a little bit slower around the map as well. And he also knows pretty much where his opponent is, so slower start from CNZ once again as he lets Avec pick up the heavy for free. And he's very big delay on this Mega as well.
Oh yeah. Going from rails from the top, not connecting with the That's rough. That's rough. CNZ figured that he would be safe up there, but Avec didn't have a way to get to him quickly, but then he misses 3 of those rails, and that LG damage then, it starts adding up.
It's just one of those things, as we've said, Avec, he doesn't look like he has the smoothest of aims, but his damage output is second to none, pretty much the best in the Pro League. And so if you give Avec an inch, he always takes a mark. When you're missing 3 rails in a row, you deserve to be punished, in my opinion, at this level. That's exactly what happened to CNZ. Once again, is stuck over in this corner. He's already popped the inject, and he just gets whittled down by that Pika.
That's a rare sight too in the Quake Pro League. If Pika ends up getting a kill, it's almost always with the Kamikaze. Very rarely is it actually with the Blaster. So Avec putting up a bit of a show already. 2 frags up, barely 90 seconds into this map. Sitting pretty now, top level control.
Yeah, this is the one map where the speed advantage doesn't exist, which is why, you know, as good as Anarchy is, it's still a difficult matchup. This Strong is very strong, pretty much, in my opinion anyway. The strongest pick on this map if you can play him effectively. Good trap by CNZ, though the conversion is there as he finally hits a rail. It took him 2 minutes, but it is a crucial one at that.
Yeah, Avec first got with the wrong weapon out, definitely was not expecting his opponent to be there, and ended up backfiring tremendously.
At CNZ, you can see the respect is still there. You know, gets the frag, clean frag at that, had a decent stack, but unwilling to press his advantage. Because of that, he was out of position, and he's given Avec full raid in the map as he takes away major items once again. CNZ is still sitting on the defensive side.
Mega going CNZ's way as well. Of course, he would prefer the armor since he's got that inject of his own to work with. Now both players engaging in a bit of a rail battle. It's Avec who comes out on top. Oh no, CNZ claps right back. Exactly what he was hoping for. Heavy is up first. 5 seconds between the items, give or take. And CNZ is the one locking down the area. Avec is going to have to give that up. Knows that dropping through that rain of rockets is demise. That does mean that he will be able to take away the mega.
I see.
Yeah, as you said, the heavy is definitely the item of choice for the Anarchy, and so should be contested slightly harder than it has been up until now. But at the same time, Avic's been putting a concerted effort to prevent that. Good exchange of rails here, favouring Avic massively. 3-1 so far. CNZ has to get out once again. He's already used the inject. He's just trying to do any sort of damage at this point. He knows he's going to lose out on his next major item. Good use of the Pika, and CNZ is just trying to do anything before the next round of items. He just can't.
I think CNZ didn't realize that he ran out of railgun ammo right there. He pushed the edge when the Peaker came up, and I think he wanted to switch to rail, quickly take it out, but didn't have railgun anymore. He was out of ammo. That probably led to his demise right there. As Avec running away with a 2-frag lead at this point. Looking to turn it into a third one. CNZ railable right now. Running for his life, but Avec gets the perfect read. Knows exactly what he's going for. Teleporter is gonna find him off spawn as well, but CNZ actually has just enough stack to make it work. Yeah, surprising.
It's not the end of the world for Avec though, because he knows it's a witching. But you can see why Avec is just being so aggressive here. CNC did a lot of damage once again. You know, that health off the death of his opponent, plus the item being up. Good awareness by Avec, and at the moment he is just all over CNC. Rockets is there as well. You can use it. There you go. Easy frag. Lovely. One of those, it's almost a desperation push by CNZ. It was a decent trap, but you know, when he doesn't have a stack as an Anarchy in that position, you're almost banking on hitting these miracle shots, and it just wasn't to be.
Now we're kind of getting into the danger zone for CNZ. halfway through the map, he's 5 frags down, and we know that he wants to play a more defensive playstyle, but Havoc is just not allowing him. CNZ so far really hasn't been in control of much when it comes to just generally the items and the map. He had a minute or two when he was, catching up with Havoc, but it's always been at great cost. Every fight that he takes, even when he wins, CNZ ends up taking so much damage.
Yeah, and it feels that almost every initiation, Havoc is getting the upper hand. He's the one hitting the first damage. He's the one then controlling that fight. CNZ pushing out here. Time does connect with the rail, can't hit the second. Havoc is sticking around for this battle, though he knows the stacks are fairly even, so he's more than happy to. But this time he's losing out. CNZ needs to finish this one off if he wants to have a hope in this game of coming back into it.
One rail will still do it. Oh, there we go. Now CNZ lower stack than his opponent, and there we go. A third peeker kill. What a ratio, man. 3 out of 8 have been with that active ability.
Yeah,
you don't see every day.
No, definitely not. And Havoc's efficiency has been great, but at the same time, you do feel it's a little bit sloppy from CNZ. Like the kill was there, but at the same time, Havoc knew he was weak. He was positioning defensively, and CNZ just ran straight into it. It wasn't even a trap. He just ran headfirst into Havoc. And this map is going from bad to worse. This is kind of what we talked about in the intro. Like, there is no chill. When CNZ doesn't get his way on a map, it really can snowball away from him.
CNZ definitely going in for the rush. A few times too many. Off the spawn with nothing but the machine gun. When it works, it looks great, right? And it did work once or twice, but overall, he just gets sent right back to the respawn by Havoc. He just has a superior stack, and if he doesn't have the stack, he's got the weapons to work with. And CNZ now really struggling. Yes, he has position on Heavy, but Heavy is not up for another 8 seconds. Solid play from Havoc. Not being too aggressive right there. Sure. He could have really just pushed in, but he realized that why would I, right? If I push in now and I die by a bad rocket, CNZ will take Heavy. CNZ will move for Mega right away, and I can lose out on the control that I have. So, very clever play by Havoc, showing a lot of restraint right there.
He's got a huge lead, but he also just understands the situation and can work around it. Big rocket by Havoc there. It's actually a nice push by CNZ, but when that rocket hits you in the face, not a lot you can do. Follow up in there. This should finally be a frag by CNZ, but with 2.5 minutes to go, 8 frags the difference. It feels like a consolation frag at this point.
Indeed it does. Because we have to keep in mind, you were talking about it yourself, Dan, how strong Strog is on this map. Anarchy, he's fast, he's hella fast. But Strog is mobile himself. That crouch sliding can give him such a boost in terms of acceleration. Plus, he's got that starting armor to start off with, since he is a medium champion. So if it comes down to an all-round race, and CNZ just has to blindly chase for 8 more frags, Havoc will have no issues keeping him at bay.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen the full skill set of the Strog maximized on this particular map. The crouch sliding to get into these positions earlier than CNZ had matched the speed has been a constant threat. The use of the peeker, as you've pointed out, has been absolutely superb. We don't normally see that effective and so consistently, and at the same time as well, the use of those health files has been invaluable. So it's just one of those small things to just appreciate how clever the pick was in hindsight, because as we talked about, Havoc may have picked an Ison on another day here, and he really would have struggled. But just that tweak, picking the Strog up to counter the Anarchy, paid huge dividends.
And now, a minute left to go, CNZ, racking up a few more frags, but 6 in a minute, 1 every 10 seconds, I just really don't see it happening anymore.
1 minute warning.
That would be something remarkable.
Absolutely. Yeah, when Havoc is starting to hit rails like that and just pull us backing until the clock runs down, then you know that the Polish Prince, representing Team Endpoint, will be securing map 1.
And in spite of CNZ almost using his injector cooldown, he's only used it 11 times, and he's been trying to use it a lot. It also just shows the map dominance that Havoc has had in that he hasn't been able to play the vials as much as he would have wanted to either, just because of how much he's been on the back foot. So just small things like that have made a big difference in the context of this game. And so Avec is looking really good so far. But this is the one we did suggest, Flea, that he would probably struggle with. So, you know, in some degree, it's not a huge surprise. I think the way in which he got manhandled, particularly in the mid game, even to me was a little bit of a surprise. But the result isn't so much of a surprise.
Sure isn't. Now, CNZ, we know, Dan, that he is one of the most mentally resilient players in the league, right? He is so disciplined. We've seen some absolutely horrendous, unfortunate things happen to him at key moments, and he is one of those few players, I think, who's really able to just push himself past it. And that's exactly what he's going to do now. Map 2, whole different arena, whole different ballpark. This is going to be Awoken, where Avec will be running the Doomslayer, and CNZ is countering with the Nyx. And something that you just mentioned, Dan, was about the vials, and I think that the vial play is going to be oh so important on this map, because it's very unlikely that Avec will be using that berserk, that rush consistently, right? And that leaves up a whole lot of vials for CNZ to get that ghost wall.
Yeah, it is a question, and how much he does use it we'll see, but I would definitely like to see him use it pretty much on cooldown, as you just mentioned, just to get around the map once he knows there's no opponent in his vicinity, just for that denial capability. And so that's going to be an interesting factor in this map, but it's also potentially one of the reasons why the Nyx was picked as well, as you rightly pointed out. And in terms of just a general champion matchup, obviously Doom back in the day was hugely popular. It's fallen off a lot since then, but what it does give you is simple execution. It allows you to get up to that mid ground and do the simple tricks consistently and without fail. And that is so crucial. The small jump up from Mega to T jump is just so powerful, because it just gives you that extra speed, the better positioning. Obviously Nyx can do the same, but she doesn't have the same stack. And so that execution allows Avec to make the moves he needs to. And if he does get into his rhythm, if he can get that stack up, it becomes very hard to dislodge a Doom. And so once again, I think the start is going to be huge here for the Nyx. If he doesn't give up the start, doesn't give up some items, doesn't have to use his Ghost Walker defensively early, he can settle into the game and should be okay.
Yeah, I think that's the big risk. If Avec comes out of the gate swinging, and we see the same thing happening as happened on map 1, then all of a sudden that Nyx active ability, it almost becomes a liability, right? Because you're just trying to survive from one ghost walk to the next, being pressured, being zoned out of all the items, and all you can do is play as passively as possible, make a move for those vials, just so that you have got that ready, right? That escape from jail card. You can pop it when there's pressure right in your face, but that really just slows the game down for you and puts you significantly on the back foot. So let's see what CNZ can do. We're starting this one off on Avic's point of view, running the Doomslayer.
Oh, he's given up both major items. They got greedy. They're trying to suss out his opponent, and we said how the start was going to be, and for the Nyx, absolutely perfect. Saying that huge rocket coming out. Avec doesn't know the Ghost Walk is there, but it is just used to skirt himself away. So consolation is it's on cooldown, and Avec knows that. He has to find a way to get an item.
He also needs to get his hands on the railgun, still lacking that crucial weapon CNZ should have in his hands right now. Oh, Avec missing a jump. Luckily for him, it doesn't cost him his life, but he's left clinging to a sliver of health. He's gonna scrounge the map for those small health bubbles. Getting himself pretty healthy once again, but CNZ is now trying to apply pressure while staying in control of that Mega.
Yeah, this is just where the Nyx shines. She's very nimble, she's quick, she can control the map. It's difficult to hit as well, and if she has to, she has a Ghost Walk to get out of there, and so does use it now just to get across the map. Avec is there, he's seen it, he's also seen the timing as well, which is huge, and just that little bit of damage is so creative from Avec. It all adds up.
Now the question, does Avec feel confident enough to make an actual play on this item? Oh, after hitting that rail, he just might. But still going up the bounce pad against an LG, that's suicide. And he waits until he hears CNZ make a play for those health bubbles and takes the perfect opportunity to secure himself a major item. This is so good for Avec. He's still zoned out for the heavy. Well, CNZ taking a fair bit of damage right there. Hanging on to that Ghost Walk, looking to preserve the ability, but in doing so, he actually sacrificed all his stack and his life! Nice, Avec tying it right back up.
insane. I just want to point out how all of this has been manufactured off of that consistent chip damage, particularly that machine gun push. You know, these are the type of moves that really do separate the absolute best players from just some very, very good players. It's not about, you know, all these fancy flick rails and amazing shots. It's just about constant damage from safe positions, and that's what Avek is one of the best at.
Just as you're talking about constant damage, Avek hits like, what, 5, 6 rails in a row. Absolutely does not miss this man. But CNZ hit a few of his own. But now both players are actually on comparable stacks, but it is Avek who's got the better position. He's making a move onto the Mega. Oh! Falls just short! CNZ, ballsy play, going for the rail and instantly using that Ghost Lock just in case he missed.
Clutch plays by CNZ, as you say. Like, if he doesn't hit that rail, the Ghost Walk is irrelevant at that point. He's going to die, and Avek is in the vicinity once again. And they're both hitting a lot of rails at this point in time, and they are trading, but you know they're both too weak to actually follow it up.
CNZ not really in a position to contest for the Mega. He might go for a sneaky rail. No, he's actually going to prioritize weapons. He spawned on railgun side of the map, meaning that he doesn't have rockets, doesn't have LG, and he wants to amend that situation as quickly as possible. Even choosing not to go for a sneaky shot over at the Mega, instead just prioritizing completing that arsenal of his.
It's the right choice. This is the most critical time in the game now for CNZ. Avek is perfectly stacked. He's got a rotation of the items. CNZ just has to find a way to try and steal an item or do enough damage, and that's exactly what he's done. He's done more than that. He's actually won himself out in the stacked side of things at the moment. It's really well played. A little bit overconfident, I have to say, from Avek there as well.
Oh. Avek almost getting caught off guard right there, it seemed like. Does he even know that Heavy is up? Avek so aggressive. He's pushing with 100 health, 0 armor to his name, while Heavy was right behind him.
We definitely knew he wanted to maximize the use of it, and that's exactly what he's done. He's a bit late for the Mega though this time. Maybe this time timing let him down, but he does get the kill. Comes off a pretty bad position himself, so don't be surprised to see this next push. She has the Ghost Walk as well, so she knows she can push and clutch it out if she needs to, but she has the position she wants. Oof, but doesn't have a rail, and that's what Avek is going to abuse at this point.
Good read from Avek. Knowing exactly what route CNZ was going to take, lining up that rail, and oh! That's not good for the Polish Prince. Ghostwalk used to steal away the Heavy, lands big damage just before, and now Avek is in trouble. CNZ should be able to win this one, indeed he does. Tied up 2-2.
Yeah. I mean, there are moments where it does feel that Avek is a little bit overconfident. It's almost like a bull seeing red when he sees these items, just holds the W key. CNZ has been goading him in and coming out on top with these little traps he's setting up. So Avek has to show slightly more respect to CNZ. He's not bullying him as much as we saw on map 1.
Map 1 at this point, Avek had a 5 frag lead, and now it's all tied up, so indeed, much more balanced of a game. CNZ hoping to bait out the rail before picking up the Mega. Takes a bit of damage. Oh, can't even get away with the overstack.
I don't like these awkward rail duels from CNZ's perspective. I don't think he's pulled a single one out and come out on top just yet. I want to see him be a little bit smarter with the way in which he's using that weaponry, because Avek more than happy to engage it. This is not looking good. He's going to steal away the Heavy, but he's going to die through his troubles as well.
Just to do at least some damage from the Heavy nail gun right there, but won't be enough to dissuade Avek from pushing in relentlessly. Now Avek does showing a lot of respect right there. He knew that CNZ made it onto the railgun, that he was railable. Not a risk that he wanted to take. Much better to just fall right back on those health bubbles, secure those 2 small green armors. He knows that is a luxury that CNZ does not have. And now Avek has the better stack plus positioning onto the Heavy. Nice. Forces CNZ off the item, gets away with it.
And this is the rhythm he wants to be in. He knew exactly what he wanted to get out of that. He's just wanted to force the Ghost Walk out, and that's what he's done. But the LG from CNZ Out of nowhere. Okay, it's just a do it, but I just realised as well, we haven't seen a single use of the Berserk, which is, we asked that question at the start. We haven't seen it used once. So it's also part of the reasons why CNZ has been able to force himself into this game so much, is because he has so much uptime of that Ghost Walk.
CNZ's aim, when it connects, truly can be a sight to behold. His LG, murderous right there. Not so sure about that one though. Pushing in like that was risky. And he ends up taking a lot of damage and is forced to use that ability. Now he's 35 seconds without the Ghost Walk, should be able to whittle that down a fair bit with all those vials still up, but not in a good position right now. Solid. To somewhat delay that armor pickup right there. He knew that he wouldn't get full value out of it if he jumped clean on top of it, so instead he waited, baited out the fight, and only then made a move for it.
Yeah, CNZ is definitely playing a very smart game with this Nyx. I think the execution at times, particularly with the rail, hasn't been great, but as we just saw, when he does hit, particularly with the LG, looking very, very strong. Avik has now gone into a slightly more reserve mode, and rightly so. CNZ's got the aggression on, he's got the tempo up here, lovely rail, and now he can just play the map. You can shut Avik out from these light armor, shut Avik out from these angles, keep controlling it. With 2 minutes to go, he just needs to play slow and steady and not give too much away.
Heavy about to spawn. Avik in the better position to pick it up. Let's see. Can the rockets connect? 50 damage, 80 damage is all he gets out of it. Not enough to warrant a push. And that is exactly what CNZ is probing for right now. Yes, he's playing well then, but he's still one frag down. He needs to get another frag. Doesn't have all that much time to do it. A little over a minute left on the clock. So he's got to force out an opportunity. Maybe even use the Ghost Walk aggressively.
Absolutely, and this previous minute from CNZ's POV has been extremely interesting to see, because you've realized how difficult it is to break this Avik wall when Avik plays defensive. Avik just did nearly 200 damage from a position where CNZ couldn't even really touch his opponent, and so this is the challenge right now, and as you rightly put it, has to use the Ghost Walk aggressively, but he's already used it, and so now it has to just go mano a mano, old school style. He's going to drop into some LG. I don't know if that was deliberate, but it's going to work out somehow.
Whew. CNZ. Wow. Mega is up. He could have made a move for it, but wisely chooses not to. He said Avik will walk away with it, but CNZ gets the heavy, and wow, yeah, Dan, I also don't think that drop down was entirely intentional. But hey, if it works, it works. CNZ ties it up. 4-4. Might as well be overtime already.
It might as well. Ghost Walk is up though, so he knows he can have a committal if he needs to. Avik is in position. Items are pretty much bang on the same time, and now we are approaching overtime. Sudden death. Mentally, there is a little bit of a switch here. He's actually waited too long. He's going to have to use the Ghost Walk. He does pick up the heavy, but at what cost? Avik just comes barreling in. He's just no fear. Now CNZ is in a little bit of trouble. His opponent knows how weak he is. Without his much needed ability, it is playing keep away.
If you landed that rail, that would have been so clutch. No. LG on LG, CNZ is in the worst position, but Avik, I don't think he even wants to risk it. Goes for the peak.
This is the pit of death for the past 2 minutes, Flea, as they've both been stuck here long before the item. Avik still in the vicinity. Oh no, CNZ thought he got away with it. But it is the pit of death. I've officially renamed it, as that is where the crucial frags have come from. But what a game, Flea, what a game. And you already put it, CNZ, the mentality monsters, managed to come back into this one and really nearly claw the victory from the depths of defeat. But Avik stays strong, stays aggressive as well, manages to bully his way to that victory.
There was a lot to like from CNZ so far, but also, like you said, then some painful misplays at times, right? Taking those railgun finds and missing shots that he really should be hitting. Also towards the end, very debatable, right? Putting himself in that corner over that heavy, and then just kind of, to me, it felt like a fumble of the movement, right? Yeah. He really could have picked it up earlier, but instead he waited on top in that window, perhaps expecting Avik to double back, come around again, hoping for a clean rail, but no, Avik went all the way around, and then CNZ just had to plunge onto the item, and I think that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Yeah, It was a very awkward game at times, as we put it. You know, Avik was 67% rail. That was clearly decisive. And when he particularly was, you know, using it on a defensive, we saw how difficult it was for CNZ to break through that rail. So when Avik's aim was on, he was almost unstoppable. But there were definitely times of potential overconfidence or over-aggression. So Avik was definitely still trying to find that balance of how far to commit at times. But when it was successful, you saw it was devastating. Did feel that CNZ lost his way a little bit towards the end as well, but nevertheless, you know, drawing that back, very, very close. He was down for large parts of that map, even though he had a very, very good start. So you have to respect CNZ there, but Avik does come through, even though he didn't use his ability once, which was something we wanted to look at.
And I think that also settles it in terms of the overall leaderboards, right? CNZ now no longer has the opportunity to overtake Avik, meaning that he will finish in 6th place, maybe even lower, depending on how well ZenAku plays later today. So CNZ, he had a shot to overtake Avik in the overall rankings, but won't be able to take away that seat from the Polish prince, as endpoint Avik will be solidifying, I think, his 5th place spot.
Absolutely, but we still have one map to go. And even though it's maybe not to be decisive, it's definitely more than a pride element attached to this one. And it's probably the most interesting in terms of dynamics, as we talked about in the very start of this particular series, given that we have the Slash against a Galena. They could not probably be polar opposites, you know, in a Galena that just wants to set up camp in a corner of a map somewhere and just say goodnight, and a Slash who just doesn't want to stop moving at 100 miles an hour. So very different play styles, very different strategies. But it definitely works out slightly harder from a Galena's point of view, because you just always have to be self-aware as to what the Slash is doing and where she's positioned. And so, as we talked about, if CNZ can get off to that fast start, it becomes very difficult in the life of Galena.
Well, let's see how well CNZ gets this show off the road from his point of view as he picks up the Mega as well as the LG. I think that one of the things that CNZ will have to be a bit careful of then is that he doesn't let the speed carry him, because that is something that you do occasionally see, right? Players just, the speed just starts to take on a bit of a life on its own, and before you know it, you're carelessly jumping through each and every doorway, flinging yourself halfway into the next room because you're just moving so quickly. And if you're up against a more defensive champion like Galena, that can go wrong very quickly. So he has to still be reserved, be very mindful of his opponent's position, and play a strategic game.
Absolutely, and already that's what we're seeing. He realized he has the rail advantage. He's the one that's using that to maximum effectiveness. The heavy machine gun comes out. It can be very powerful, but it's not doing a lot at this point in time. And CNZ controlling the upper ground. And from a strategy point of view, again, he'll just want to defend this rail. He doesn't want to let his opponent get it.
It's a strategy that I think you see more on this map than on any other. Just denying the railgun because it's so key. You also occasionally see it on Awoken, but Blood Covenant, due to the size, due to the long hallways and the angles that you've got, really can be rail central. So CNZ definitely making the right choice and trying to keep that weapon out of Avik's hands as long as possible, especially then when we consider that 67% rail from the previous map.
But he obviously needs to be hitting more rail than we've seen in previous series, because that's been one of the key letdowns. The other thing he needs to do is go and find some of these totems. I think Avik, if I'm right in saying, already has an overstack. So while CNZ does have the heavy, which is the item of choice for the Galena, that stack, there you go. He survived with 74 points of health. That's the overstack. That was decisive.
2 out of the 3 tokens are out of that little hallway, that little corner at the stairs over towards LG, which is a position that people very rarely tend to go on this map. So CNZ definitely has to be checking that one.
Exactly, and CNZ struggling now, you know. Haven't seen much from the speed whatsoever. Avik is the one now, ever since getting that frag, just all over the Slash. You can see how weak she is on that HUD. Doesn't have a rail either. Avik hasn't even gone to get a rail 2.5 minutes in. He's quite happy with his heavy machine gun combo. Saying that he does double back now, realizing he's missed out on that Mega and in a perfect position to control this map. But still, always has to be wary of the speed.
Havoc looking to make a point then. He's like, okay, next or the previous map I won primarily due to my rail, so now I'm gonna prove to you all that I can do it without any rail whatsoever. Now he does break that promise to himself, but oh my god, 2 good shots. Oh, he even forces out to spawn again.
Lovely, really lovely play. He spawns into a mega, so not the end of the world, but even still, Havoc is just on fire with his aim so far, and since he needs to dislodge his positioning on this high ground. Good spam coming out though, you know, actually more effective than the railing we've seen, but saying that, Havoc returns in kind, 2 rails again. He's playing really well with me.
Be healed.
Havoc just playing one of those bullet hell games for a moment right there, dodging the orbs flying towards him, while still landing those rails. And CNZ once again caught between a rock and a hard place. The LG battering down when he's caught with nowhere to go, and now Havoc already 4 frags up.
No!
Oh! 2 totems. CNZ just ate 2 overstacked totems, meaning that they do extra damage as well.
I mean, we always mention it in this particular matchup. You know, you have to watch out sliding around the map that you won't slide into the totems. We often slay it in a little bit of jest, and I think that's the first time I've genuinely seen it out of the blue. So, quite the unfortunate turn of events for CNZ. And he's still got so many on the map. He's still got so many totems on the map, even though he just got 2 knocked off.
Just like that, he's got max health, 175. Just as if he picked up a heavy, or a mega rather. Healthy as can be. So now we're gonna see that Havoc is trying to prioritize the heavy to generate his own health. Means he does manage to take out those totems though. Good amount of damage, Havoc on the back foot. Can the Estonian hunt him down? No, Havoc, those totems aren't there. You can't go looking for health.
My life sustains you.
There we go. Vials coming in clutch, and now Havoc no longer railable. Did a good job at surviving that.
Yeah, and pretty much for the first time this game now, CNZ is very much on the front foot. He's got the items in his control. Havoc on a defensive, so we're going to see how he manages this. We know how difficult it is, as we've talked about, but playing quite calm, just using those audio cues to reposition across the map, wanting to play this range game, and rightly so. This rail has worked out time and time again, all series long for Havoc, so he's actually quite happy to let this slash play the map. All it takes is a single rail, as long as Havoc has that base stack to equalize things. Huge rockets coming out. Havoc is so weak and he still pushes on through. Sanity, but he's even things up for now as well.
I think Havoc was just like, he's never going to expect me to push back through with what, 49 points of health. That's exactly what he did, and now he catches a nice LG burst from below. Heavy spawns just in time. Oh, CNZ, he had such a good opportunity, but Havoc proving the damage of his, making him into a turret pretty much. Relentlessly matching, mirroring everything that CNZ throws his way. And even with such a stack advantage, such a positional and mobility advantage, it's still Havoc who comes out on top.
I think the thing that's impressed me most from Havoc this particular game has just been his situational awareness. He's just understood when to push, how far he can push, where he should be at all times. And again, we've already mentioned it time and time again, but against the likes of the Slash who plays so quick, that is incredibly difficult. But Havoc has made it work. And this level of efficiency in his damage output, coupled with how effective his rail has been, it's just nullified everything CNZ has even attempted to throw his way.
Havoc indeed looking to close out the weeklies in style. Pining for that 3-0 victory. CNZ. 6 frags, 3 minutes to do it in. He's got Slash. That's the one thing working in his favor. He can apply so much pressure when he gets in control, and when Havoc gets caught out, there's essentially nothing that he can do to get away. So he does have that going in his favor, but first he needs to get into that position, and he needs to find Havoc, who's playing so sneakily, so defensively right now.
I enjoy your optimism, Flame. I am not sharing it at the moment, but I need CNZ to prove me wrong. And Havoc's used the audio cues once again just to skirt the lines, get away, causing havoc for CNZ as he can't get in. And when he's trying, he's the one eating damage. Avek stole himself a Mega as well as he's kept timing. The rockets are decent, but the rails from Avek are better. And that surely has to be the last nail in the coffin.
That optimism you were talking about, Dan, it's gone. It's
Oh.
evaporated. Yeah, that was just it. CNZ still adding frags to the board, but at this point, he just sacrificed so much of his stack to make that happen. And Avek is going to even pick up the Mega as well. Doesn't really have any weapons to work with, but still, time is just so heavily in his favor that I really don't see a way for CNZ to make the comeback happen.
No, I don't think so as well. You can see even with a minute and a half to go, he's trying to chase it, but he's actually the one on the run as Avek is just harassing his somewhat advantage over on CNZ and keeping him on the back foot just by being aggressive. He lives and dies by the mantra that, you know, the best form of defense is aggression. And it seems to be working, as he will be walking away in this series with a 3-0 lead. Obviously a minor scare on Awoken on map 2, but nevertheless, very clean map 1 and 3. Very impressive as well.
Absolutely. Now looking at the leaderboards again, the overall rankings then, and I think that Avek is definitely going to be tuning in for the next match because he actually has a shot at overtaking a RAISY. If RAISY does not perform well against Chain, which I think is not something the bookies would put their money on, but if Chain beats RAISY, Avek still has not just finished top 5, top 4 even.
I mean, that wouldn't also be unexpected, as we talked about. Avek is one of these players that can beat anyone. He's good enough to beat anyone. Just finding the recipe, in some ways adapting his game is been a little bit of a weakness. As much as we credit the aggression when it works, we definitely have seen it be one of the pitfalls of his play. But today, it definitely wasn't. Found that balance in the end, despite the scares of map 2, and looked formidable. I'm going to throw map 3 slightly down to experimentation from a CNZ point of view. I've kind of said it before that I haven't seen him play an awful lot of Slash. He's obviously good at the Slash, but not good enough today. And we will be seeing throughout the day some players testing strategies they may not have played consistently throughout the season because they need to know if they work before finals. And maybe this was one of them.
Yeah, it could very well have been. CNZ going for all lights. That's just not something that we've typically seen him do. And indeed, Slash, not the champion that you would associate with him, or the likes of Scalebearer, which of course Avek wisely took out of the pool for map 1. So 3-0 in the end, Avek, well-deserved victory, finishing the weekly stage of the season with a cherry on top, putting himself in an excellent position going into the finals. And as you said then, Avek really is the kind of player who can beat everyone. We've seen him perform so well in the past, and I'm excited to see what he'll do in the finals.
100%. One of the players that I think everyone should be looking at to take it all the way, saying that CNZ consistently does well in finals. Don't count him out. Today, if he had to nail it down to anything, I think the rail has just been one of the big weak links in his play. Yeah. So suggest he goes spam some insta-gig for a week or two just to get back on form, because it was a huge letdown. The amount, particularly on map 2, the amount of one-on-one rail fights he tried to take and consistently tried to take and just didn't work out. It gave Avek lifelines he shouldn't have had. So that was a big weakness, but overall I just felt Avek played, particularly map 1 and map 3, pretty much flawless throughout. So really, really well played, and excited to see what he brings in a couple of weeks, Flea, in Romania.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that as well. And just like you said, then we see it again, the match results. Awoken really was the only close series, right? CNZ kept it nail-bitingly close till the very end before he got himself caught in a bad position. So Avek will secure the 3-0, and indeed, August 18th, that's the date. That's when we kick off the finals, and Avek is looking in tip-top shape for those.
100%. And we're going to see everyone in person. That's going to be lovely. But anyway, not for now, we won't. We're going to be going to a very quick break before we come back for the next series. Welcome back to Saturday Quake Pro League, last week before the finals, and we have Chain versus RAISY for our second match of 6. Flea, two different very ends of the spectrum here. What is your take, particularly on how Chain's been performing this season?
Chain's been underwhelming so far. We have seen what he is capable of, Dan. I don't remember the exact stage that it was, but there was a stage where he was number 2 NA. He was top of the leaderboard globally among the very best in the world. And that really was at one stage where people were like, this is it. Chain has a chance of, cementing himself as being number 2 NA. But ever since then, it's kind of fallen back off. And so far, this stage has been inconsistent, right? Chain currently in 12th position, meaning that he's second from the bottom. If we look at his recent games, his last match was against Rapha, which he lost, but did manage to secure 1 map. And that's at least saying something. That shows that Chain still has those moments of brilliance. He has what it's got, or he's got what it takes to operate at the highest level of Quake. But so far, he just hasn't been able to do so consistently.
I mean, that's more than saying something. Rapha rarely drops a map.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
You have to have something very special in your locker. So I would definitely love to just get your thoughts on, is there anything in your mind as to why that's happened, right? Because you're completely right. There was a time where we were looking at Chain thinking, is he going to be that person to overthrow Dahang? And there was a consistent period of time where he did. So what is it, do you think he's missing, or what has changed?
I mean, it's difficult to say. I think there's always a lot of personal factors that go into this that are happening outside of the game in terms of how much practice you have, how much time you have to dedicate to playing the game, and you really need to be able to put in the work to continue performing at the highest level. And as far as I know, Chain just hasn't had the same opportunity to really dedicate the time to it, and I think that's definitely factors into it. But maybe you've got something to add more in gameplay terms.
I wasn't expecting to be thrown back on me. I've said it before, but I feel that the meta shifted very slightly from when he was at his best back then.
That's also true, yeah.
It seems a lot more aggressive now. Definitely people have adapted more, and it was a time where he could play a slower tempo game, particularly around the heavies, and do a really good job on maps like Vale. And so I think the meta has definitely shifted away from that, and so he struggled to adapt somewhat. But I think the personal factor and everything else into it is completely right, and definitely still finding his feet, and the fact he can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Rapha just means that he needs to find a way to increase that consistency. And we've already talked about it a lot. He is incredibly, particularly just rail-based, honestly. And so when that doesn't happen, there isn't often a plan B that we've seen. But on a slightly more positive note then, RAISY, he's sitting right up the top of the leaderboard, but again, there was a time where he was seen to be, or becoming to be, dominant. That number 1. It hasn't also quite happened. So again, what's your take on RAISY's performances this season?
I mean, RAISY's been very solid, right? No one can deny that. But if you look at the leaderboards, then you see that it's really close between vengeurR, RAISY, and Avek. And there's still a lot of shifts happening, right? Today is going to determine a lot as to who gets which placement, who will be top 3, top 4, top 5. And RAISY, obviously, he wants to get the very best. He wants to make it as high as he can. But yeah, you really would expect him to, rival Rapha and Kilson in terms of performance based on how often he's come so close to holding the belt in the Quake Pro League. But so far, he has just been playing very consistently, a very high baseline, but just hasn't been able to push himself beyond that and to just consistently take wins over the best in the business.
All right, well, enough talking. Let's get into the maps and the picks and bans to see what's coming at us. We've already talked about there may be some surprises in the mix as people are experimenting before finals. Did you see anything that stands out for you here, Flea?
Well, let's take a look. Immediately, Chain banning the clutch. No surprise there. I think that's still something that the vast majority of players will do when they're up against RAISY. So map 1 will be Awoken, where we're getting Ranger versus Athena. 2 very solid champions on this map. Athena, a lot of momentum, and of course the orb works so well with Ranger. Map 2, Deep Embrace, will be Anarchy versus Slash, 2 very fast champions. Now, Anarchy is a pick that you do see rather often, right? Because the air control can be so useful, but Slash on Deep Embrace, not something you see every day. Pretty small map, quite tricky to maneuver around, a lot of staircases, little bumps and nooks sticking out, so RAISY's gonna have to be on top with his crouch sliding. And then lastly, Vale of Pnath, we are getting the first heavy champion of the day. It will be Keel by RAISY versus the Eisen by Chain.
Yeah, it is an interesting board, and particularly on Deep Embrace, as you said. I've actually seen it coming into people's practice routines on streams at least, so interesting to see it picked up here. And again, a slightly more experimental pick, because it isn't something we notoriously see on a map like Deep Embrace. And then moving on to Vale. Again, Keel is a very, very good pick. It did fall out of favor for a while, and it's not something we see RAISY pick an awful lot. So again, maybe just pushing it a little bit. These are just slightly off-meta picks, what I would say RAISY traditionally would pick. So interesting to see how this executes. A lot more standard from a chain point of view, though. And I actually think, you know, the map pool's not too bad from a chain perspective. It is still very fast-paced maps on map 1 and 2, but we know he plays a good Awoken and he plays a good Vale. He can play the Deep, but he's going to be on a lot of pressure there. So looking at the picks and bans, the champions at play, is there anything that you'll be persuaded it might go Chain's way, or are you leaning towards quite heavily a RAISY win?
I mean, champion picks, I feel like Chain is looking very solid. I think map 1, the Ranger, right? If he can stay on top of RAISY, he is in a really good spot right there. That, to me, is probably the map that I think he's got the best chance of taking home the win. In addition to Vale of Pnath, just because he's so good on that, right? I still remember that incredible comeback against Rapha. I think previous season it was, the final stage. It was absolutely sick. So map 1 and 3, I think, are the best shots that Chain has. And then map 2, actually not that bad either, mainly because then you mentioned it yourself, right? The experimental plays, Chain on Deep Embrace, or what am I saying, Slash on Deep Embrace, that is something quite odd. So when it comes to the picks and bans, honestly, Chain is looking good. I think that he's got what it takes to edge out the win, but that's only when it comes to champions. So if we look at everything else, right, I took a deep dive into the statistics once more in the history of the Quake Pro League.
Chain's looking good, but in my opinion, we're going to be leaning
and RAISY has won 3-0 every single time. So RAISY has yet to drop a map against Chain in the Quake Pro League. However, last time that they played was 2 years ago, so a lot has changed in that time.
Now I think we've lost play. Sorry about that, but yeah, I think we're leaning towards a RAISY victory, just based on previous performances. Picks alone, you know, if you took the players out of this, I would definitely say Chain has a slightly upper hand. But yeah, performances are always what we're looking at here, and RAISY's definitely coming into this one with a much better record. I'm not also in the game, so I can't say how long we will have to wait. We do know that, you know, both these players are very particular about their setups, and it can take a little bit of time to get into the game. So we're just going to have to bear with us. Now, there's not too much at play here. I think when we're looking at RAISY perspective, would we normally see him pick something like an Athena and a Slash going into a finals? I'm not too sure. So I do feel this is really RAISY looking at this board, looking at this matchup, thinking it's not, you know, that important for him, and trying some things out. It's definitely been a season of experimentation for RAISY. I think I'm right in saying he's over doubled his sensitivity based on the fact he was losing some in like particularly close combat fights back in the day, and so has made some strong adaptations. And that's a recognition that he needs to even push himself further. We've already talked extensively about how close RAISY has come to the title, and the fact he's radically changing his setup, he's radically changing his approach to the game, really does suggest he wasn't feeling confident that what he was playing with and what was at his disposal was enough to win. So you've got to credit that commitment to the cause, to go that above and beyond to win. But let's look at the here and now. We do have that Athena on Awoken up against Chain's Ranger. I'm personally a huge fan of the Ranger on this map, but we know how powerful the Athena can be as he goes swinging in, completely catching Chain off guard with the rocket to the face there. Not the worst start, and Chain doesn't even get the heavy. Potential mistiming. Ouch. That really does hurt. He does get himself a Mega though, but he has burned the orb, and Scenic has got all of the grapples up once again. RAISY has all the weaponry. Chain does also, and that rail will nullify the tempo of RAISY just a little bit. Second good one from Chain, and that really does bode well. I mentioned it in the intro, but the rail is such a critical weapon for everyone, but particularly for Chain. If that rail clicks, he becomes scary. He builds in confidence. And a lot of his decisions are also based around the rail. So when they're not hitting, he really does lose his momentum and begin to second guess himself and leaves himself vulnerable as well. So it's good to see already that the rails are connecting, and you can see the mentality shift of RAISY as well. Because of the damage output of Chain, he's not able to play aggressive. He is stable though. They're trading items. Something Chain is more than happy to do. RAISY with this heavy, Chain pretty much on the same timing with the Mega, saying that he does delay it, and RAISY recognizing that tries to scoot on through. Not the cleanest, very aggressive up the jump pad. Got to question what was going on there. The first failed maneuver was fine, but to follow it up, going up the jump pad, not so much. Not even sure why he would have attempted that. Chain was more than in position and expecting it as well. Had a mild Mega to fall back on, so RAISY might not even be able to compete with this heavy. If I was in Chain's position, I would be pushing it. That's exactly what's going on here, but somehow RAISY turns that around, and I don't even know how. I don't even think that connection of the orb did anything. This time, he is now caught as he tries to play George of the Jungle a little bit too much, having a bit of fun with his grapples, and it's come back to haunt him. Chain in the better position. He's got the weaponry he needs as well. So RAISY will retreat. Doesn't have any armor to work with. Good use of the rocket jump. Want to see a little bit more of that to keep the pressure on the Athena. But saying that, RAISY just goes on in and bounces his opponent around with a couple of clean rockets from above. Finally, RAISY hits that third or fourth time trying. Gets himself a Mega. Still 0-0, 0-0, 3 minutes in. A little bit unusual, despite how much action we've had. You know, obviously we've had 2 frags, but still 0-0. The orb comes in this time. Connection to the face, good recognition from Chain, and he plays a good ranger. You have to think this is one of the earlier champions he really did push his specialization towards, and so really nice connection with the orb. Another play built off that rail though. So this is something RAISY has to find an adjustment for, because Chain is connecting with that rail, and so RAISY has to respect that a little bit more, I'm feeling. First time Chain POV as well. No crazy goggles on today as we saw back in the day, so maybe he is playing a little bit more serious. And his position's been really, really strong. He's not afraid of RAISY. He's happy for him to engage. And he's dealing with the pressure well, because it has been a lot of pressure from RAISY. Once again, the rocket comes out, but RAISY's going in again! Another questionable play after eating that rail. Chain is managing this. But one of the factors Chain has always struggled with, in my opinion, ever since he was playing as good as he was, is building that pressure. And can he follow these plays up? Can he keep on suffocating his opponent? Because what I feel he does struggle with is really locking down the map. He gives his opponent a lot of breathing room, so I want to see him go aggressive within reason, but he doesn't give too much of an opening to RAISY, because he has got the map in the palm of his hand. RAISY going in again, but he's missed out. Chain has just got no weaponry available. Swap into that rocket. Doesn't realize he's out of ammo. RAISY recognizing that, going in, but doesn't finish him off. And works out okay for Chain. He is weak. You have to look at RAISY's play though and ask, you know, what is the thought process here? Because he just seems to be going too aggressive. And I don't want to hark back to the famous Cooler quote, but he has to learn from 2007 strengths. Now, Chain on the back foot. He's more than happy to play defensive. Problem is that RAISY does have literally everything to work with, and he goes flying through the side of the map. He's just having way too much fun on this Athena in week 17 of the QPL. Sitting pretty in fourth, and I think he's more than content with that. Big shotgun to the face, but RAISY actually comes off worth for wear once again. I don't think he realizes he's playing a light champion. And there you go, following it up. There's still 4 minutes to go, a long time. And RAISY's in a decent position. He's got the map on lockdown, and Chain isn't showing face, which could be concerning. We've already seen how willing RAISY is to go in aggressive, and once again he's trying to do so with these hooks, showing everyone how to play Athena. He's actually beginning to pull them off, so he's catching his rhythm, and there's a lovely little rail through the grate. I know everybody is worried about Flea. We did see him, but he's been having some TeamSpeak problems, so I'm just clarifying that. Seems that he didn't crash, and I couldn't hear him. I don't know if any of you guys heard him. I don't know if he's even in the server. So as soon as he's back, I'm sure he will begin to speak. Otherwise, you guys are just stuck with this lovely ZSX ASMR for at least this map, and we will get him back in the action as soon as we can. So we are 3-3 with 3 minutes to go on this map. Map 1 of 3, obviously. Chain needs the victory, honestly, more than RAISY. We have Chain versus Spart1e as well later in the day, which is the decisive one, but that is painful. The pummel to the face, and RAISY is just looking more and more confident this map is going on. As I say that, once again, the overconfidence from RAISY comes out, and Chain manages to get a frag, but it's still 5-4. Huge rockets coming out, catching RAISY off guard, but RAISY is there once again to drop down on Chain. The execution of the rail is good from Chain. The rest of the weaponry today so far have not been the best. And now it's beginning to feel like momentum is very much gone from Chain. His soul is slipping away with 2 minutes to go. RAISY has got both major items. He hasn't let one slip for a while. We've seen Chain try and bully them. He's in position for the heavy, but why? There's well over 10 seconds to go, and at that point, you're giving up a frag. You just cannot afford to make that level of fundamental positional mistakes against the likes of RAISY. And the RAISY is carrying on, controlling the map, patrolling the map. Does feel inevitable that a victory is coming his way, but what else is inevitable is that we do have another caster in the room. But unfortunately, or fortunately, I'll let you guys decide, it's not Flea. Hello, Lethal.
Hello, Dan, mate. I thought I'd pop in and just do a tad bit of cover just to see exactly what all the fuss was all about. But yeah, I'm going to crack on anyway and see what's been going on. But RAISY still looking very good at the moment. Minute 15 left remaining. Still 2 frag deficit on Chain's side, but Chain's doing pretty damn well considering it's the first map.
I mean, he's doing okay. He's not getting steamrolled. I'm sorry to drag you away from your tea or whatever you were doing, my friend.
How dare you?
He's played well. His rail has been connecting, but RAISY has just been having way too much fun with the Athena, and Chain has struggled to really contain the aggression when it's come out and been executed well, as most players would. But again, for me, it's been another case of that situation where as soon as the rail doesn't begin to hit and as soon as Chain loses full control, what a rocket that was! He just hasn't found a way back into this map.
It certainly hasn't indeed, and time's running out, 30 seconds left, and let's be real here, RAISY is the one with a huge stack advantage, and with the Athena just to make matters worse with that get out jail free card depending on the verticality. But Chain, I think it's like you said though, hasn't been steamrolled, which is a good sign to say the least. There's plenty of times we've seen that again and again as Chain now pick up the mega with 10 seconds left remaining. He's going to try and do a little bit more if he can. He has to have a desperate act, 37 HP. He's going to try and flank around. RAISY's more than ready for it. And there we have it, that first map going to RAISY.
Yeah, it was an unusual map. It was you could definitely feel RAISY obviously respecting, but also experimenting with his play. Athena is not something he picks a lot. It's obviously a great pick on virtually any map, but the way in which RAISY was playing and the maneuvers he was pulling out, definitely trying to push the limits of what was possible, understand the angles, understand how they use the grapples most effectively. And whilst there were some epic fails, I don't know how that didn't kill RAISY. Whilst there were some epic fails, there were also some really snazzy plays as well, to bring out my boomer terminology. And yeah, RAISY's looking good. You have to feel a little bit sorry for Chain because you can see him trying damn hard. But like stuff like that, like what can you do when you're in Chain's situation? So well played, RAISY.
Yeah, it's not really a huge amount, which is perfectly understandable. But for Chain, I kind of quite happy that there wasn't a huge deficit between the scoreline. If it was, it could have been a totally different story going to maps 2 and 3. I think there's a lot of assumptions to be made here. And we have to talk about the hit percentage as well. 59% for RAISY there. And quite a fair amount of damage too. And I've noticed that quite a few players have relied more on the rockets than the LG. Again, you can see 1110 damage for RAISY with the rockets there. Also, we've seen vengeurR played more of a balanced game as well. RAISY's playing a slightly more balanced game also. It was always about aggression for most of these players, but it seems like they're trying to tackle the aggression here, Dan.
Yeah, all in all, it actually was quite a low-scoring game, but you're right. The rockets are always going to be crucial. I think, you know, when you're looking at the pure stats, the damage output from the rail from RAISY was pretty critical. It began to drop off from Chain. He was definitely connecting a lot more with the rail in the start of the game, but as the pressure began to mount from RAISY's side, you definitely saw that accuracy begin to slip. And again, 70% for the rocket. You don't often look at statistics for rocket because it's a heavy spam base, but you definitely saw in some of these close combat fights that Chain was not connecting with the rockets he should have been connecting with. So those small mechanical errors have haunted Chain in his history of the QPL. And you just saw it come to light here again today. It was a map he definitely could have won the way in which RAISY was playing. He was vulnerable on the Athena. So unfortunate for Chain there. It's not a map you would expect him to win. This isn't a series he's banking on to get him out of that lower end of the bracket. He's playing Spart1e later in the day. But it's still, you know, a map you reflect on and say, he probably could have won that.
Yeah, a little bit rough, but Deep Embrace is going to be next up with the Anarchy versus the Slash, which I still find debatable, but very interesting. RAISY played on the Slash, I believe, a couple weeks ago, and I think that he was on stream, he was using the Slash like consistently the entire time, and he wants to give it another try here, Dan. He wants to give it another try, so that'll be interesting in itself. And Vale, again, another match I look forward to with the Eisen versus Kill. Two champions I think are heavily picked on this map in particular, but normally we see a Galena against one of these two, don't we? Or maybe a Sorlag, but it seems like it's going to be a tad bit different this time here, Dan. But going to the second map now, what's your thoughts on the Slash?
I think Flea was in the midst of analysing it before he decided he had enough of me and bolted. I think the Slash is difficult to, I guess, maximize on a map like Deep, just because it's quite clunky in terms of there's so many ledges and nooks and crannies and areas to get caught. But I've seen it perfected and I've seen it really excel in practice. And so this is definitely another area that RAISY is picking this champion up. Having played it a lot, obviously, that's the way RAISY works. He's probably got a RAISY Slash account as he nightly does for virtually everything else. But it's a champion we haven't seen a lot on this map in professional play. And so it's difficult to execute. And that's why I'm excited to see if he can play it and play it well. We know how powerful the Slash is. And let's see how well he can do it in this particular one.
Yeah, he tried before. I can't remember from the top of my head if he won that matchup or not, but we'll find out soon enough anyway. And apologies for looking like a bit of a mess for you, Dan, of course, last minute, but at least we're here to continue things forward by any means necessary.
You got the glasses, everything. Where's the contacts, mate?
Mate, I was just chilling watching the stream when I had all the specs on. I was like, oh, okay, Flea's gone.
You just saw Flea go super lethal come charging to save it. Ready, wait, bang.
Mate. You know me, I try, but yeah, just lucky it was around, I suppose. It's one of those things, really.
Well, thank you, Lethal. I hope you have your credit. You're giving up your Saturday to come sit with me, have some banter, watch some Quake.
More, mate.
Yes, casually chilling, watch some Quake together. It's gonna be fun. But we have some work to do as well, which is analysing and giving everyone on the stream a good old show. And we're starting on Chain's POV, who's hopefully going to be giving us the content to talk about big rockets coming out. As I say that, two good rockets into two very poor rockets, and the speed of the Slash was just too much.
Indeed, good start from RAISY already, but Chain, got any armor to his name, still trying to collect all the weapons in his arsenal to continue this bout, but at least he's got positional advantage, even with the rockets, probably the best ever to be at, but it's going to take more than just one more rail here in order to try and take RAISY down. Heavy's up, and RAISY's going to be prioritising that straight away with the Mega coming in the next 5. He could still contest this if he likes, but it's going to go down top mid instead of underneath, which is perfectly understandable.
And we said, you know, how effective is RAISY going to be on the Slash? Just look how scary the Slash is. You know, particularly in the likes of an Anarchy, when you're a light champion with no stack, the Slash can get in your face and demolish everything you know what's going on. And this is exactly what's happening. RAISY makes the Slash look like he's been playing it on this map since it was released.
Unbelievable, Dan. Unbelievable. Already 3-0 and it's only just been a minute mark so far. Makes up in the next few seconds. RAISY's got a huge stack to work with. He can do exactly how he pleases. Circle out to pick that up. No challenge from Chain. Again, perfectly understandable. Just trying to bait Chain out a little bit before he pursues towards the heavy. Good call with the gauntlet as well. And finish up with the shot. Love a bit of flair. Love it.
Yeah. The other problem is when it's being played so flawlessly, the pressure to execute mounts on Chain. And he's already, unfortunately, been sloppy at times in terms of execution, and so this is making it even harder. We've already seen a couple of pushes from RAISY's point of view that just have gone unpunished. 4-0, 2 minutes in, and here's another frag. Undoubtedly, as I say that, RAISY deciding to make it as messy as possible. Should have actually died in that situation. Unfortunate for Chain, and it is now 5-0. Plenty of time for the heavy as well.
I've been loving how he's been playing Slash this map so far. I still think it's debatable even the second time round, but he's making good use of it so far. Baiting a lot of his audio cues out to keep Chain guessing where he could be and where he could be going in terms of creating that decision tree from top mid. But to drop down here, certainly should do, considering the stack advantage he has. He's going to clean up with the shoddy. Yes, he does. 6-0 here.
Yeah, there's two things. I think firstly, Chain had way too much respect for RAISY in that situation. Partly because he didn't have a timing, I'm assuming, but the fact he did hit a great rail to RAISY before the heavy and didn't follow it up, a good 10 seconds before the heavy spawn, was confusing. And then secondly, RAISY just has zero respect for Chain. He is just going into Chain's face with whatever weapon he has in his hand at that time and just issuing a challenge, you know. You either kill me or I kill you. There is no other way about this. And at the moment, RAISY is the one coming out on top.
It certainly is. In terms of the items department, only one item in favor of Chain. RAISY's picked up 10 so far, so he's been a bit of an animal in terms of having that map control and item control here, of course, with the segregation of the timing so early on. But it looks like Chain is slowly been able to keep up a much bigger stack here. He's able to keep up the rails as well, and this is exactly what we required in order to keep the pressure onto RAISY here. Well, it took a little bit more damage than he would like. He gets down here, that should be huge, but instead takes himself out after the gauntlet play from RAISY with the shenanigans he's showing. But Chain, though, at least he's continuing. More frag deficit, can easily come back depending on the circumstances.
Nice from Chain. He's now beginning to man up for against RAISY, potentially finding his feet in this map. Obviously, very much rattled by that start of the game, but he's slowly getting his way into it. His red is beginning to connecting, and we've seen it time and time again. When that happens, you definitely see a shift in confidence and attitude from the Canadian. And it's happening again. He's hit some great rails and stringing them together. And RAISY, will we see a little bit more respect from his side? I doubt it, but it will give Chain more leverage in these fights.
So indeed, Chain still able to keep a little bit of pressure on them, picking up the heavy and also collecting his items up. Still hasn't picked up one single mega yet, which is okay for now, but this deep into the game makes you wonder really. So now we're just at the halfway stage. RAISY was reliable, but just picked up the light up top, so he's able to keep his distance for the time being. If he's up for the next 7 seconds, looks like both players have decided to prep for it earlier, Dan, but RAISY did have a slight advantage in terms of height. He's going to drop down with the LG, but after that 85 from the previous rocket and still takes him out straight after, that's going to be a 2 frag deficit as I'll say that, and Chain looking much better in the second half.
Yes, indeed, and there is a huge split between the items now. RAISY is just so early, he has no idea when the timing is, potentially just praying Chain doesn't hit a single rail. And Chain did hit 2 rails, in fact. 5-4, RAISY is only just up, and has actually not looked like he's been threatening Chain now for a good 2 minutes after Chain has stabilized. So really well played by Chain to get back into this one. It could have just snowballed away from him. But we have seen a different side to RAISY as well.
Certainly have done. The Chain lovely aggression from him, considering he could have actually just sat by the mega, but RAISY is able to capitalize that, especially with the trail. Do you know what? I had a feeling you were going to say that. I just knew straight away. It's another rail, but it does get away.
Yeah, that's one where, you know, bullshit is vindicated. Like, no way he should get away with that, and somehow he does. And Chain has a right to feel angry, but has to compose himself because there are still 4 minutes to go, and he has been doing a good job to get back into this game. And RAISY really does seem like he's lost a little bit of his temperament and his awareness, so needs to regain that, get his timings back, just get into a smoother rhythm. Time now to make this one advance onto the heavy, and he is doing that. Chain is there, has to pray nothing connects, but this time it does.
Walking away with the LG once again. That's a place Chain did not want to be at on spawn. Dropping down from the LG. Oh, just barely missed the rail, and surely that would have been another frag to the name of RAISY. Makes up the next couple of seconds. Chain also realises, but even though he's got an angle, he's definitely not in a position to collect it either, so he has to pull all the way out. The side has actually pushed top mid towards him with the rockets. And RAISY's more than happy to take that fight all day, every day. Heavy's up for the next second, prioritising the frag instead. Just to keep him at bay, keep his distance as well. Picks up the heavy, and now he's more than ready to fight again.
Yeah, the real challenge for Chain is just these close combat fights. You know, I don't think we've seen him win a single one, and obviously it's incredibly difficult to go up against the Slash, but there's definitely been times where he had more than an advantage and still comes out second best. So that is a huge area of concern, because it's exactly what RAISY is exploiting. You know, whether it's deliberately, strategically or not, it's what he's doing. He's just pushing into Chain's face, and Chain isn't doing anywhere near enough work in those situations.
He certainly isn't, and that 77 rockets now at all. It's going to extend it to 11. 2 minutes left remaining, almost out of the realms of possibility considering the way RAISY's playing at the moment. But Chain, yeah, he's having none of that at all. He's backing off straight away as soon as physically possible. He's going to work his way round. We're going to try and use that tribot to, even if he picks up the heavy, at what cost? I think that's going to be the next question. At least around 80 damage there. Just to pick up that heavy, and he's just biding his time. He's got atomic control. He knows that Chain has to come to him. If anything, some good wheels from both players. The problem is, though, Chain still directly underneath. Mega's up in the next second. 10 HP left for RAISY. He'll be able to get away. Could be able to, but beautiful round from Chain, but just a little bit too late for my liking.
Yeah, definitely too late at this point. Yeah, Awoken's a quick map. They are 2 quick champions, but there is no chance in hell, unfortunately, that Chain is getting this comeback going. Really unusual match. Definitely not the level of aggression you often see, even though it is a fast-paced map. To get into the face of your opponent as much as RAISY was doing is definitely unusual. So it was interesting to see, and Chain, once again, he was struggling with that. When he gets into his own rhythm, play his distance game, can methodically work his way into the set, that's when he was looking strong. But RAISY introduced the chaos factor, and it just absolutely blew that strategy apart.
Chain now just diving on in. I was going to say see you later to RAISY, but instead Chain, it was nice of him, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, I was going to say, you should have just watched it in slow motion.
Yeah, just
watch him
bathing
drown
in its goodness. Yeah, exactly. Was kind of open for that, but oh well. You know, it's good enough. Just try a little bit more flair again. 15 seconds left. 5 frag deficit. The only thing we can say, you know, a couple of mistakes from Chain here and there to his aggression on spawn, but apart from that, no, at least he kept the scores reasonably respectable compared to, or at least as competitive as possible. Kind of like the first map as well. So it's going to be 12-6 in favour of RAISY and currently 2-0 in the series here, Dan.
Yeah. Not a lot of respect from RAISY's side. Definitely not a usual play style there. So, but RAISY feeling confident, let's put it that way. Feeling good about himself, at least. He's now secured himself a 2-0. It's a fairly meaningless result in the leaderboard side of things, but obviously not meaningless in terms of prize money and not meaningless in terms of mentality. And we have to also reflect on the fact that Chain has to play later for something that is important. He's going up against Spart1e to determine who goes up slightly higher in the rankings, and that will be decisive when we come to the finals, because it's the difference between playing a top-ranked seed and a mid-ranked seed. So, irrespective of what happens in this final map, what Chain needs to do is just keep his head held high, because he cannot afford to lose that one. The big thing for me, as I've mentioned it time and time again, is just Chain unable to cope in close combat situations. His rail was definitely much better, and you can see again statistically 1800 damage with the rail, so really nicely played there. but there was some really poor execution with the rocket. Thinking back to that first frag, you know, lovely air rocket up the jump pad, and then 2 completely whiffed shots cost him his own death. They're the small margin for errors you just can't afford to have.
Yeah, sucks a little bit for Chain. We know that he's got the potential to, you know, make some magic happen. We saw it last year. Of course, he's a little bit of a downturn this year. He's kind of stabilised in the placement he's in at the moment, but we'll see what happens going into the third map. Like you said, every point matters, every map matters at this stage to determine to get top 8 seed, top 16 seed, etc. So the higher the better in terms of like who will play against at QuakeCon. But your thoughts here, Dan, going to this last mate? We will be on Vale. Normally when we see a kill, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, with the kill pick as well and the Eisen. Normally when you see an Eisen or kill, you normally see like a Galena versus the Eisen, or if you see a kill, normally face up against a Sorlag, for example. It's quite interesting that we're going to see both Eisen and kill in the same matchup here.
Yeah, but they're both very, very strong in their own right on this particular map. They're both absolutely stable picks. Definitely Kiel has fallen off slightly. It's crept back in again over the course of the season, particularly in the last 3 weeks, as people are shifting things around. No, not at all, but who cares about 40? And the Ison, we just know it's a staple pick pretty much week in, week out on Vale if you want to pick it. Comfortable pick. The vanilla movement turret is always useful. But going up against one another, it's a bit awkward for the Kiel, in all honesty. As a bigger champion, that turret can get in your way. It can block the pineapples if you use it smartly. So the Ison is definitely useful against the Kiel. And we know the Kiel is just a tank that throws grenades at you. So you know what you're going to get out of that. Interesting to see how RAISY plays it. So far this series, he's played aggressive and in your face. And Kiel, he doesn't mind doing that. So I'm expecting more of the same from RAISY's point of view.
Yeah, Kiel is a big boy here, Dan, an absolute machine. And with the Eisen pick though as well, especially holding up top control, or sorry, top mega, or the tribal area, especially with the turret, it's going to make things a little bit easier for him, because without having to face against a Galena, he doesn't need to be on his toes too much in that rail area. So we'll have to see exactly how things are going to change in terms of movement and positioning as we're going to kick things off from RAISY's POV.
Yeah, hasn't really got any weaponry to play with apart from the rail, which is obviously very useful, but has to avoid any sort of confrontation with Chain, which he's done very well so far. Next round of items are up, and Chain is pushing in, knowing he's only got a rail at hand. Smart play by Chain, but he himself without the rail just cannot finish that good work. So a little bit back to the drawing board now.
RAISY now just continuing to keep his distance, waiting for Chain to make the first move. Both items not segregated that much at all. So we're going to see if his items will be in terms of a gentleman's agreement or not. But RAISY just playing the sound cues for now, just trying to bait a lot of these angles, a lot of his sounds here and there, just to kind of throw Chain off a little bit, or just make Chain play defensively over to the Mega so he can pick up the heavy quite comfortably. Nice little play there. Bit over minutes have passed. Let's not give like the last map down where RAISY picked up 3 or 4 frags in that first minute. Completely different style here.
Yes, definitely a lot more respect here. Coming out from RAISY's side. He also knows how good Chain is on this map. Chain knows the angles perfectly, plays around the rail really, really well. So RAISY's biding his time. I'm sure once we get an opening, things will change, but that's not the case. In Chain perhaps could have followed that up. He had the Mega to fall back on. Let's RAISY get out of there with virtually no health.
Nice from RAISY as well, just leaving that light there in case he has to fall back, which he does need to, but that last rail may help him in terms of being able to get away, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Chain is on the warpath here, looking to try and close his first frag out. Not going to happen though after all that. That one rail to delay things just a tad in terms of speed is the one thing that actually knows to keep RAISY alive, but again, 6 HP, almost got done in by the particular toxic there, but still Chain not able to close his first frag. It's just been very, very tough for him. RAISY just making sure to be a fawn on the side.
Yeah, definitely. It is unfortunate he can't finish him off, but at the same time, Chain is managing the map very, very well.
Yeah.
He's falling back onto the Mega smartly. He's pressuring the heavy, which he's now won himself. He's kept RAISY very much on the back foot. It should be a conversion here. How RAISY has been alive for so long, I do not know. Chain, perhaps himself, needs to show a little bit less respect. Keeler's always going to be a threat. just because you have those pineapples, generally a big stack. But when he is so weak, please finish him off. Please finish him off. Oh my lord.
Time will come, Dan. Time will come. Patience. Well, we say patience is a virtue, but we're getting a little bit impatient at the moment. As Chain now, look at the stack difference. One bit of aggression or one way to try and pin RAISY down. That's going to be the curtain call there for RAISY. But we'll see how this is going to go. Good first rail using the pineapples again for that defensive mechanism. It's been railed 7 HP. Mega's up in the next 7 seconds. Of course, decides to get the health bubbles first. Light isn't there, so. He's available, but oh, Chain even predicted that. Great read.
I know. I had this premonition that all the space Chain was giving RAISY would come back to haunt him, and it nearly did. But what a read from Chain. Fully stacked now, can keep the pressure up on the keel. As I say that, huge rockets from RAISY coming out. Decent return from Chain himself, but RAISY's still got a decent stack. He just can't get onto the map. Chain's got these items on lockdown. Decent split between the two, so he can rotate them. As I say, that does feel that he's got his timing a little bit off as he's just waiting around on this Mega. RAISY's not going to make a move, but it's cost him position on this heavy because he hasn't had the time to go out and pressure RAISY away from it.
Did like the turret placement as well to force RAISY to push up a little bit further in order to try and take it down, but of course took a bit of damage in the process, which was the purpose for Chain doing that. 7 seconds until Mega. He will be able to contest heavy at the same time. Just depends what RAISY's going to do. He's going to wait for him to make the first move. Does have the turret there in place if he does go through the TP. RAISY realises this. It draws on for the LG anyway. I don't think he expected it too much. That's going to be too frantic for Chain and nearly at the halfway stage.
Yeah, we know how good Chain is on Vale, so this is huge. In terms of the victory, the lead so far, but it is 5 minutes gone and Chain has been looking very, very comfortable. You can see the difference here. He understands how to play the map, the geometry, the safe positions, when to extend. I would have liked to have seen him clear up the map a little bit sooner, get some more frags, keep pressure higher, but at the same time he has to have respect for RAISY, and that's what's coming out. Good turret positioning as well. RAISY stuck between rock at a hard place, and he's very much headbutting the rock. No, Chain himself trying to bubble RAISY. Oh, that would have been absolutely glorious. Coming off the spawn as well, and RAISY just trying to do anything at this point, fighting with the lightning gun. There's so much time before this Mega though. Chain can basically choose when he pushes in, but that's not the right time.
Oh, dear me. It's like Mario headbutting a Goomba, wasn't it? It was just, you could see that coming from a mile off then, and I think that's when Chain realised, like, oh dear, okay. But now, Heavy's back up again. RAISY's just securing the Heavy. Extra insurance with that rocket jump just in case. A few pineapples again just to continue. So they're having an aim. Oh, he goes for the turret, but 41 HP. Chain can smell blood in the water once again. Looks to jump down a little bit later than necessary. RAISY does get away, but for how long? It's going to be the next question. As Chain does pick up the Mega. Heavy's coming up in the next few seconds, which means that Chain should have a pretty decent stack here to work with, but as RAISY went through, Chain was well happy for that, but good direct, a little bit damage afterwards, but Chain does survive. Picks up the Heavy, and oh, the LG and the drop down, but RAISY still manages to win that battle.
Oh, yeah, a really nice push by Chain again, understanding he had some resources to fall back on. We just know the stack of the keel off the spawn is just insurmountable. Chain nearly got the better of him, but the pressure was there from RAISY, and time is slipping away, Lethal. There is a 2-frag lead, and the tempo we've seen this game played out, the way in which Chain has ensured RAISY's not been able to get any semblance of a clean frag. The game is 100% in his hands at this point.
Certainly isn't. Heavy's been up for a good few seconds now. RAISY, of course, is going to leave it. So it takes him down of all things in the end. But Chain, his lead is getting more comfortable as the time dwindles here, and he's got a quite good start to continue his progression on these items. But good first rail. Mega is up, but decides to dive straight on in instead. It may cost him since he had to force him to give the Mega. RAISY takes it down straight after. It's 1 HP, Dan. Lovely stuff there. Very risky though, and that risk, sadly for Chain, wasn't worth taking.
Yeah, some of these fights are pretty bonkers. RAISY lives to fight another day, but he is weak once again. Chain's done a good job so far of managing his stack, capitalizing upon that. He's going to run headfirst into a turret. There you go. Please just type the old Chain. Oh, he's too respectful. He needed to use that chance to solidify mental dominance over his opponent, but he didn't do it with the chat function. But I want him to get a pummel, that's for sure. 3 frags to go lethal, 2 minutes to play. Chain is looking really, really strong. Big item from RAISY, and he's been bounced. Can't hit the rails, so he is pretty strong. Lovely return from RAISY. And now he's in position with 15 seconds to go. Chain can just get out of here. Play the long game, and he's actually got it aggressively. A pineapple to the face is going to be his demise, and that was a huge mistake. He did not need to take that fight.
No, he didn't. He could have just backed straight off, in all fairness, considering the scenario he was in. Minute 15 left. Again, still possible. Nice to see Timmy get a couple of frags as well to his name. He's raising now just teetering back and forth here just to see if he can force out the position of Chain, but it's got the footsteps he required in order to decide how and when to push for that heavy. But RAISY doesn't really have much time to kind of be this patient. He can for the next 10-20 seconds, but at some stage he's going to have to try and pin him on spawn straight afterwards, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we know conversions are pretty, not going to say easy, but more than manageable on a map like Vale. So RAISY realizes he has a good amount of time, but as I say that, he goes barreling through a teleporter into a couple of huge rockets and gets floated into a GG. Well played by Chain. Said it before, this is his map of choice more often than not, and he's come out on top here today. Saw a completely different side to RAISY on the kill than we saw on map 1 and 2. A lot more passive, a lot more respectful, but at the same time, that was almost imposed from a Chain perspective, the way in which he played the map. Really, really well played.
Yeah, it's just perfect balance, wasn't it? It wasn't overly aggressive. Well, actually, we say that there was a couple of times where he could have just backed off. But apart from that, though, the first 5 or 6 minutes was just clean. And if he played like that the entire time, just continued to frustrate RAISY in many ways. But RAISY, you know, he may have won the series 2-1. It was a shame that he had to lose on the final map of his season. But one thing he can take away is the fact that at least lost that map now, so he can work on it, the weaknesses it needs to rectify going into, obviously, the Quake World Championships. But yeah, it's just one of those things, but at least he took the series anyway. You can see 24 items for Chain and 12 for RAISY.
Yeah, and one of the biggest challenges Chain is facing consistently in these matchups is not actually strategy, it's more mechanical. There's definitely strategy he can improve upon, as I mentioned. Putting the pressure on is something he often struggles with. The fact that RAISY was able to live with virtually no health for near on 2 minutes could have come back to bite him. Unfortunately for Chain perspective, it didn't, but another day it would have. So that's definitely something to reflect on. But we have to think lethal. We're going back to LAN. Will that be the boon he needs? Will that be the elements to kind of lay the level playing field where Chain's more clinical nature can come out? We'll have to see, but the combat side of things is something does worry me when I watch Chain, because it just gives his opponents that edge. But today in map 3, really, really well played. Map 1 and 2 was more or less the RAISY show in terms of just pressure and style points. But Chain should feel pretty good about himself.
I'm not going to lie, Dan, I'm just looking forward to go to Romania just to annoy the hell out of you, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that, aren't you?
Well, if you turn up to broadcast one day with a black eye, this is why, people. You heard it here first. His goal in life is just to annoy, so... And he does it well. He does it well, yes. Anyway, I can only handle 30 minutes of lethal, so on that note, I think we need to go for a break so I can mentally reset and prepare myself for the next series. We'll see you then.
Doing my best.
This broadcast will work, I promise you. I was saying, welcome back, everyone. And thank you, Lethal, for making yourself look a little bit more presentable. I am now unmuted, but we are moving into series for the day. We're going to be watching Spart1e versus rapha. Now, obviously, they're sitting at very different ends of the leaderboard, and we have Spart1e playing a little bit later today. But I guess, what are you hoping to see from this, Lethal?
Well, I'm glad everyone doesn't have to see a hot mess, so not as messy as I was previously. But in terms of this matchup, I'm not really too sure. I think it's just rapha continuing to show his dominance once again, and Spart1e to see exactly what he can do. Just to maybe not even just keep the scores respectable, but even take a map off. Like we know we talked about it in previous seasons and previous stages as well, that if you took one map off, that was just like a, oh my God kind of moment, and like, what on earth's going on kind of thing. But, you know, it's shown a lot more kinks in the armor, shown a lot more weaknesses, hasn't he? So we're not saying it's a running trend. Of course, he's been defeated twice. He's lost a couple maps here and there to the odd players. And there's no reasons why Spart1e can't do the same. Of course, servers will play a bit of a part. But I think the picks and bans, when we dissect it in a little bit, will give us a little bit more of a flavour or an indicator of what we can possibly predict. But as we say that, though, we are going to have a look at the maps here. Dan, Blood Covenant starting things off. Spart1e going for the Athena straight away without any shadow of a doubt. Then you can see the scale in the favour of rapha on Ruins. And then for the last map here, Dan, Vale is going to be the Death Knight versus the Galena. Interesting one, but be interesting also to see how it pans out.
Yeah, a little bit more standard picks coming back into this series opposed to last. As you rightly pointed out, the Blood Covenant battled the Lights, both incredibly good champions. Spart1e stealing away the Athena. I think rapha would have picked that up nonetheless, but he counters himself with an Anarchy. Moving on to the Ruins, we have a Scale Bearer. I'm actually a little bit worried for Spart1e. If he pulls out some amazing round and can use the range, particularly the Orb, to try use the verticality to his advantage, should I say, then he's in for a good shout. But we also know once a Scale Bearer gets ahead of steam, it can be very, very powerful. So Spart1e has to watch his back on that particular map. And then you rightly pointed out, moving on to Vale, Galena very standard there, so we know what to expect from a Spart1e point of view. The Death Knight a little bit less so, but the power can be incredibly strong just because you have so many corridors and niche places to really maximize the ability that the Death Knight brings to the table. And the Flame Striker, rapha, is one of the best at that. So just from picks and bans alone, I think rapha's in principle is slightly easier to execute. And you rightly pointed out, now we've seen highs and lows from Spart1e, and he gets, you know, somewhat unnecessary stick. But
Yeah.
if he plays as good as he can, I absolutely 100% agree. He can take a map from rapha. We've seen Chain set the bar on what to expect today, going 2-1 against RAISY. If Spart1e can match that, we're in for an amazing series because we have Spart1e versus Chain next. This one, I still am expecting a rapha 3-0. I do think he'll come at this a lot more disciplined than we saw from RAISY and just wanted to push himself a little bit more. And it looks just generally more standard. I still feel the Scale Bearer is a little bit experimental, maybe even the Death Knight. So he's still trying things out. But I think this should be a comfortable 3-0. But I just want to see what Spart1e brings because he needs to show more and he can show more. And I want to see that.
It certainly does, and he certainly can as well. It's just a matter if he can do it this time or not. Even just taking a map off rapha here or just keeping the scores respectable, that'll give him a little bit of a morale push, you could say, in order to when he faces up against Chain, because every point matters. I think just having a quick look at the leaderboard so far, I don't think it matters even if rapha wins or loses this, just due to the fact that he's pretty much guarantees his second seed. Kilson closed his first seed out last week, and as you can see, like for vengeurR, he's probably the next closest person. He was going 11-3. rapha's currently 12-2 at the moment, so it's not really like it could be a huge detriment here. Long as rapha wins at least by 2-1, or even if he just takes one map, it should be perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, so rapha's guaranteed second, as we talked about. That 11th and 12th spot down there, that can flip around. They could even potentially overtake nosfa. So, there is a lot on the line when it comes to that there. And it really does mean the difference between an absolute top level seed and a mid-level seed. And that could actually extend your tournament life, because if you're not going up against the rapha or the Kilson bang off the bat, you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief. And so it is a big, big opportunity for either Spart1e or Chain when they come against each other to make that switch baroo. But looking at this one, I just want to see, as you pointed out, Spart1e take it to rapha, take it to the limit. I think too often, if things don't go Spart1e's way, he can get a little bit frustrated and map spiral out of control, and they look a lot worse than they would have been. And so at the very least, I would love Spart1e to make it a huge contest and really stress rapha out, because when Spart1e plays, he has an unorthodox style, he has a creative way of thinking about the map, and he's just incredibly gifted mechanically. So definitely want to see that.
Yeah, and Spart1e is currently 10th at this stage. I think if I remember rightly, the players who are the top 8 seed, they advance to round 2 straight away on the winner's side. If you're in the bottom 5, you have to play against all the other seeds who come out from the qualifiers as well. So a lot to play for in terms of seeding. It can be very, very important, but we'll see now how Spart1e is going to do. We're actually going to stick with his POV to start off with. See what mischief he is going to get up to. Gets the heavy machine gun straight away as well. The rockets, he's now going to try and at least put as much damage onto rapha as possible. In the back way, picks up the rail also, and could at least deny some of his weapons there. But this has been a fantastic start for Spart1e. Exactly what we needed going into the start of this matchup.
Yeah, really nice. And that's what we want to see from Spart1e's point of view. Clean rails off the spot. Nice trap as well. Protects in that LG, understanding rapha's movements around the map. Fortunately, that one doesn't connect, but he knows he's got himself some items to fall back on. So lovely composed play from Spart1e off the bat. rapha, he's got himself everything he needs as well to fight.
Yeah, he certainly does. Spart1e just listening out for those cues. Got what he's needed. That was such a good rail. Considering how he had to react from such a close angle. But problem is, he's the weaker suspect here, just hiding around on the low ground. Mega is up, so is the heavy. Just leaving it for now. Just trying to decide what to go for as of yet. But heavy will be picked up by rapha. Spart1e realizes it's going to go straight for the mega, but good rocket there from rapha to do a little bit of damage in order to try and keep Spart1e at bay at the top. But the problem is, rapha hasn't got that height advantage. Does have the TP, but doesn't want to be too predictable. With Spart1e now just teeter around the light, does get that first rail, which is an important one just to keep rapha at bay.
Yeah, and at the minute they're both content to trade their relative items. Spart1e slowly working his round to the heavy. He doesn't know the exact timing, so he's just peeking for a rail, but decides against it, as I think he may have just seen rapha drop. He's delaying it as well, which rapha in the area will now hear. He's even going to see it. So this could come back to bite Spart1e. I like the proactiveness in order to try and do this, but rapha knowing the timing means he can now make a plan for the next advance, because he's on the heavy side of the map, and Spart1e still waiting around, going mano-a-mano with rapha. But rapha's got an inject, and he's got resources. Spart1e's got to be very careful now for this next mega.
It certainly does. Slow, methodical play for both his players, but saying that, no, rapha just comes on in. And still, that would have been an important rail, even if he was cleaned up after then, just to do a little bit of damage to keep rapha away. Spawn, but now rapha with such a huge stack is just going to continue on with his aggression. 2-0 already in such a short space of time. Now going up towards the heavy, and we'll be up in the next couple of seconds.
That was my exact fear. I think it was a little bit sloppy from Spart1e to be in the vicinity. rapha, as I said, knew the timing. He had the mega stack. It just came barreling on in, and once again, Spart1e, almost in hope, is just standing on the mega. They need to see a change of tack, because already we've gone from a 0-0 to 4-0 in effectively 35 seconds. And that doesn't bode well for Spart1e, because he's not doing anywhere near enough damage. So just need to see more creativity. He's got his back turn, doesn't get hit, but he hasn't got anything to work with beyond the machine gun. So rapha, he can just do whatever he wants on the map at this point in the game.
Yeah, after that third frag, you can see rapha just established his dominance and control. Rapha does back away, picks up the mega, and can continue if he likes. He's going to see if he can do it from a different angle. I was hoping the light was there, but it's not. It's the hourglasses instead. But again, just continue to be as proactive as possible. Heavy's up in the next few seconds. Should be able to get there first. Should take down this LG5. That was a little bit closer to my liking. As Spart1e, I do feel like I had the better accuracy, but in the end, it will be rapha coming out on top due to his stack. Mega's up in the next second. Catches him off guard once again. Should be able to clean this up, and that's going to be a free mega now for rapha.
Yeah, this is going from bad for worse for Spart1e. He's now trying to make things happen, and obviously he's hitting some good shots, good aim, but without the stack to back it up, it's hard. And to top it off, his opponent has an inject as well, so what do you do, Spart1e, at this point? This is a map, and you're locked out. It's extremely difficult to get back into it. Has he got himself all rally? He's just trying to slow it down. There's just such a big split between the items. It gives rapha plenty of time to work his way around, assess the map. And it does look like Spart1e would get this, but the question is at what cost? What a rail that was, and a second as well, Lethal. Another matter of time for rapha to get this frag. Nearly the third. Spart1e is really to the end with nothing. Another couple of big shotgun blasts, and it is cat and mouse.
Oh, it really is. Oh, 2 more ticks. It would have been done and dusted there for the 9th time in this matchup. 8-0, halfway stage. Maybe he's up in the next 5, and rapha just keeping his distance as well as checking all angles and just using that rocket defensively to see if he can catch Spart1e as he's progressing. As the inject also and picks up the lights, as Spart1e's just going to have to really dig in deep if he wants to try and come back in this matchup. But the problem is I'm not too sure if he can at this stage. The way rapha's playing, bringing out his trademark shotgun again and again, extends it to 9. It's been a bit of a problem for Spart1e. He's trying to bring this back. He's trying to do whatever he can, but slowly but surely he's been running out of ideas as he's progressing. He's going to pick up this heavy for his 10th frag and see if he can catch him just below the light, but does not. But the damage has already been done.
Yeah, and rapha obviously had the counter to earn Athena. He plays Athena regularly, so knows exactly what hurts going up against him. The use of the shotgun has been masterful, really, really effective, and we wanted to see a close game from a Spart1e POV, if not a victory. And obviously, this is not the best start to the set, and so Spart1e has to put this try and put this behind him. We know how hard you can snowball the wrong way playing a light champion. But rapha is again showing us how to play this map perfectly when in control. Spart1e is desperately now trying to make things happen. He did steal himself a mega, but rapha's just going to retreat and get a better position.
Yeah, he's playing it safe now. Perfectly understand them. Both got the same stack, and he takes a couple of rockets or LG in a bit of rail in order to close that out. But Spart1e must be on 1 HP, surely. Yes, he was 1 HP in a dream, but the dream's gonna fizzle out quite quick. He decides to back away. Perfectly understandable at that stage. So he's up in the next 15. Items are heavily segregated, which means rapha can contest both as he sees fit with the stack he has currently. 87 from that last rocket. Spart1e does manage to get away, but commits suicide, which, you know, understandable. Wasn't going to be able to do much. He was going to get caught. Might as well end it sooner than expected. And yeah, this is basically the rapha show right now. 2.5 minutes left. Just a matter of time before this ends up being a 1-0 series.
You got to think this all came down to what, in context, was a mistake. You know, Spart1e trying to delay the items, trying to make the initiative, and as soon as rapha saw that, he shouldn't have showed up as heavily as he did for the next mega. He could have even used that information as a trap, but instead he showed up early for the mega, was caught by rapha, who understood exactly what was going to happen, and the snowball began. Now he's got himself a frag, he's got himself a little bit of control. It's not going to lead to a victory, but can it lead to at least some consolation?
Spart1e, he is railable. He's going to pick up the mega anyway and take that risk because he realises rapha has rotated all the way around to pick up the light and try and block his entrance. 1 minute 40 left. Good first rail. Spart1e misses the second. There's a bit of damage, a bit of a tickle there with the 11 on the last rocket, but the objective was to pick up that heavy or at least deny it in some way. Too little too late here. It's a bit of a shame. Now it's just trying to get away. It's got to that point now, but Spart1e, last one should do it, but it's too late now. The mega has been picked up, trying to get away. Rapha finds him. That is going to be a nice little drive-by rail there from underneath. 10-0. Minute 5 left remaining, Dan.
Yeah, feels like one of those maps where Spart1e's praying for the clock to be up. It's a real tough situation, you know, when you're going up against someone like rapha who could just put an absolute stranglehold on the map. You do feel helpless at times, and that's reflected in the pickups. rapha's had 15 heavies to Spart1e's 2, and 9 megas to 8. Pretty much bang on in terms of lights as well. So when you take all of that in context, you know, they've done pretty much even damage, but that's the way rapha offers, he takes the map away from you, he uses those resources as what they are, their resources, burns them, kills you, restacks, comes back at you. You know, on paper it's a very, very simple recipe, but to execute it as well as rapha does and as consistently as he does is really difficult. And in Spart1e's shoes, I'm sure for large periods of this map he felt helpless, and it's not a nice place to be as a professional.
So 5 seconds left, and let's be real here. rapha couldn't ask for a better start even if he tried. Maybe if he kept Spart1e at -1, but that's literally about it. Just good item control. But for me, I feel like Spart1e for the first 2.5 minutes, the balance game he was playing just to try and keep control on some of his items, but also at the same time trying to keep his distance and wait for the right moment to try and close out some of those frags was good. It was perfectly fine, but the score's not going to replicate that, of course. And another thing you were saying about rapha as well, just playing how he normally plays. I think that's the dangerous thing about rapha as well, because people need to understand that how he plays online in this setting in the Pro League is going to play exactly the same on LAN. I think some players may tend to be a little bit more cautious about some of the risks they take or some of the mistakes they make on LAN, but for rapha, what you see online is what you're going to get also on LAN, and that's what makes him a very dangerous player coming into Romania next month.
Well, that's the way you have to be a champion. Yeah, you shouldn't really be changing the way you approach things. It needs to be what you're comfortable with, what you're good with, and what your strategy is. Now, in the context of this game, what I felt I saw from the start was almost too much respect, or even some degree of fear from Spart1e's point of view. He had a great start. He hit a couple of strong rails, he got all the weaponry, he got the item, but then he barely ventured away from the Mega. He then tried to delay the Mega, that was caught out, and he still played the same strategy as if rapha didn't know. It was all too obvious from that point, and he overexposed himself. He gave full reign of the map to rapha. rapha could pick the angles, rapha could pick the attack points, rapha could retreat, he could aggress, whereas Spart1e just tried to consolidate himself on that Mega, and it just didn't work. And then from there was no plan B. It was, okay, I'm going to get the rail and I'm going to try and out-damage rapha. It's not a good game talent to have when rapha has all of the items and an inject. You're going up against not only a brick wall, but a reinforced brick wall with a truck behind it coming at you. So he had to do almost triple the amount of damage to kill rapha every single time, and it's just not going to happen. So it was really tough from Spart1e's point of view. He's an Athena with no stack off the spawn and no items to work with, and he's getting hit just as hard as he's giving it out. Yeah, it's almost an impossible situation at that point.
Certainly was, yeah. It's all about adaptation. rapha did that in, 2.5 minute, 2.75 minute mark, and that was literally about it. And Spart1e was just pretty much doing the same thing. Like you said, just holding around that Mega, hoping to catch him in that choke point with the rockets or around quad to hopefully just out-rail him or use a heavy machine gun. But eventually, he's going to get you. And eventually, he's going to make the same rotation where he's going to come after you like anything and then just keep on spawning every single time without fail due to the starting stack. And that's literally what we saw, wasn't it? What is it you said? Like 35 seconds, we saw 4 frags. It was kind of delaying inevitable, really, Dan, wasn't it? Just teasing us a tad.
And rapha made it a priority to pressure those spawns, because obviously that's when the Athena is just absolutely vulnerable. So he went out of his way to pressure those spawns, and it worked time and time again. And Spart1e could not break that cycle.
No, he certainly couldn't, which was a little bit of a shame, but we'll see if there's anything different going into the second and third map. We are going to go straight into Ruins. rapha rocking at the scale with Spart1e with the Ranger. To be fair, it's a good counter pick considering, his passive ability and, of course, trying to get away from the scale in more ways than one, especially with the rockets and the orb. So we'll have to see what he can do here. But we're going to stick with rapha's POV to see exactly what he's going to bring us to the table at the get-go. So far, just biding his time at the moment. Both players just trying to add all the weapons into their arsenal before engaging in any way, but also just keeping their distance, just trying to see exactly what they're going to be up to.
Yeah, the key for Spart1e on this map is obviously going to be the rail and the lightning gun. It's also going to be the creative use of the rocket jump and the orb to get away from the bull rush, to get through it, whatever you need to do. The one thing you don't want to do is run at the scale bearer when he's fully stacked though, so Spart1e quickly retreats, having run headfirst into the jaws of the beast. You obviously have to try and abuse the size of the scale bearer. And unfortunately for Spart1e, he's on the ropes already. Scale bearer coming in, he's got all of the items and all of the aim and everything he needs to keep the pressure on. Spart1e's in the vicinity. He will take it away. Almost gets a frag, but there we go again. Heavy's up. Scalebearer gets out.
Yeah, rapha could have easily just backed off and left him have heavy or burn it in any way, but good use of that bull rush as well. Could take him down and he makes it free. And yeah, this is not looking good at all. And vengeurR, don't want is definitely a decent pick, especially on this map, but against scale especially. The problem is it's a question of how he's going to use his orb, or his passive abilities to work in his favour, but on rapha's side of things, also got to be a little bit cautious of how and when to use that bull rush. Like, use it for the heavy or anything like that. It was a great play, great move. He knows that he needs to be a little bit more cautious how he's going to use that bull rush, considering there's a couple of ways for Spart1e to try and get himself out of a bad situation. But rapha looking really strong so far. 4-0, and it's only been 2 minutes.
Already seeing the shotgun come out again. Common theme with rapha this series so far, not just the lights. Even willing to use it up against the Ranger. But it's so reminiscent of map 1. Already at 4-0 so early on. Full rotation from rapha. Spart1e living on scrum. How is he going to get himself back into this one is the question. Would love to see him just be a bit more offensive. Get in the face, get in choke points, try and defend the items.
Ooh. Well, do you know what? It's a good time to use that bull rush. At least he managed to get away and almost at full recovery until that rail occurred. Oh, he's been caught with his trousers down there. Down as Spart1e does get his first frag. Hopefully, that'll give him a little bit of momentum going forward. Heavy.
Yep.
He's pretty much staring at him in the face, and now he can continue that aggression to see if he can try and catch rapha once again before that bull rush reappears.
I mean, it's a key point. As soon as the bull rush is down, you know that he's going to be a lot more vulnerable with huge rockets coming out from rapha. Spart1e in disbelief, but it was a choke point. Difficult to push in there. rapha made him pay. He's also called him off the spawn again. Is that the time to use the orb? Oh, I don't think so, and unfortunately it means it's not up for when he now maybe needs it. rapha has all the time in the world to go on through, chasing down his opponent 3 rails in a row, but 2 of them against the bull rush, they only tickle.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Definitely feels like it's just a tickle when using that bull rush. As almost 4 minutes have passed. 7-1 in favour of rapha, just not letting up at all. He wants to pretty much show perfection leading up into the Quake World Championships next month. Good direct, good 42 straight afterwards. And again, Spart1e has to back off, but is rapha going to continue? He is in a way, and just plays it safe here, Dan. Understand, we'll use that heavy machine gun. The back way to pick up that mega, like how we passed on the frag rather than go for the mega straight afterwards. And there you go, another one to the tally here, Dan.
Yeah, questionable. It really does feel that Spart1e struggles with the tempo rapha plays at. The amount of times you've seen here that rapha just pushing in and Spart1e almost looks surprised to see that rapha is there is really quite worrying because, you know, whilst he's playing quick, once again he's been caught here with the rail out, like the positioning. Yeah, there's just so many questionable plays, unfortunately, for Spart1e, and the scoreline is at a point where against a heavy like a scale bearer, you know how do you come back from this? There we go. There's a start.
Oh, okay. rapha's looking to be a little bit leery with the gauntlet, but never mind. Heavy's up. 10 seconds until the mega appears. But 9 frags. Yeah, it's against a scale with a starting stack, the bull rush. Yeah, this could be GG already here. It's Spart1e now. Not able to do much with the nail gun there. It's the railroad, but yeah, it's gonna be Cones once again. 3 HP. At least he's valuing his life at this point, but at what cost? Look at it. rapha's read him. There we go. See you later.
And this is the problem once again. It's just a lack of items, a lack of anything really. rapha's got more megas than Spart1e has major items, and so, you know, 9 heavies, 7 megas, 9 lights to Spart1e's 2 heavies, 6 lights, 4 megas. He's just had nothing to work with. Again, as we talked about in the first map, damage-wise, it's pretty much on point. They're pretty much even. That really doesn't matter. What matters is, are you converting? And the answer is no for Spart1e.
No, it certainly isn't, and let's be real here. We know that some of these maps are, or some of these matchup can be very rail heavy, depending on the two styles which face up against each other. Spart1e, nice little frag from him, but Spart1e's fired 31 shots. rapha's only fired 13, but it could be the way you have to play scale. Of course, with the bull rush making a big impact, it's going to be close range, quite a lot relying with the rockets in the LG, and that's pretty much what he has done so far. 1165 damage with the rockets compared to the 102 from Spart1e. So yeah, a little bit of an indicator there, but we'll see how things pan out as rapha just continuing on to increase his lead.
Another desperation push from Spart1e as he gets clipped with the shoulder and flattened once again, but the rotation still on point, even though he's 16 from full run. rapha's just there, okay, yeah. Somehow Spart1e ninjas away that mega. I was about to say almost perfect rotation, not quite. At least he's got 5 frags lethal. Stuck on the silver lining, here we go.
Yeah, it's not even keeping the score respectable at this point, but what can you do against this? You know, it's been a very tough road. So now Spart1e just gonna orb one up in those megas in the next couple of seconds. Didn't have the rockets in order to rocket jump up, which was typical. Now Spart1e gonna see if he can try and catch rapha down, but use that ball rush, push him all the way back. Expected that to happen, and at least it takes him down once again. But damage has already been done here, Dan. 10 frags, 2 minutes. At least try and keep the score respectable, as I've already said, going into the third and final map. But it won't be the final map for Spart1e, as he will be playing against Chain, who is joining us in the matchup following this one.
Which is critical, because Spart1e has to keep his head. Chain lost 2-1, worked himself a constellation map. He's also had a chance to debrief, breathe, even watch this if he wanted to. So he had a bit of relaxation time, where Spart1e is going straight into the next series. After another map, which, if everything continues the way it has, could be another brutal one.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Chain actually didn't play too bad, considering what we saw against RAISY earlier on. I'll be honest, I didn't see the first 3 quarters of the first map in the series, because that's when I literally just jumped in, but from what I saw, playing pretty damn well, considering how efficient RAISY is as a player. But how he does against Spart1e, you know, it's completely different. If Spart1e plays with that strategic aggression we all know and love and seen in the past, then yeah, we'll have to see.
Spart1e trying to play a bit of clan arena. I need to give him tips, but gets himself a frag. But to your point, what Chain does do well is that even if he's not having his best day, even if he's missing everything, he has a fairly good understanding of how to play defensive. You know, what positions to take, how to slow the game down, and how to manage the map. And so we don't often see huge scorelines against Chain. It's often, even when he loses, it's quite a close affair. Whereas obviously with Spart1e, we can't say that.
Nice.
It's another map we're looking at a massive scoreline. Credit to Spart1e to still going at it and having some fun. But it's a common theme that if Spart1e loses, he really loses. And I get that, you know, he can take his foot off the gas sometimes, but there's also a time and a place where you need to lose in style and learn how to keep the map close. Because the closer you keep the map and you train yourself how to do that, the more opportunities you have to turn things around where they really matter. So I definitely would love Spart1e, not every time, but to see Spart1e fight as hard as he can to keep a map close, because that will allow you the best chance of success in a comeback.
Yeah, he probably suspected that he was going to lose this matchup anyway. The issue was, as I said before the series started, to keep it competitive and keep the scores respectable. So far, we haven't seen that as of yet. The only time we have is the very beginning of Blood Covenant, where he was showing a good balance of offense and defense, of how and when he should be pushing out. But it's like I said, though, it can be read quite quickly. If you're doing the same thing every single time at this level, it's not difficult for them to suspect what you're going to do next and what your next plan of action is going to be. So I have to see if Spart1e can change up just a tad. We are going to our third and final map in this series, and straight after this it will be Spart1e playing against Chain straight afterwards. So Spart1e needs all your energy in chat to try and help him dig himself a big hole. Could be a bottomless pit at this point here, Dan, not going to lie to you.
He's lost to the Abyss, and
Yeah.
as are most people playing as rapha. Let's put it into context. Again, the damage output is there. Like I said, it's fairly even. I think towards the end of the match, it actually began to diverge a little bit more. Lack of control was more than obvious. Didn't really seem that Spart1e had a strategy for when rapha got control. It was just, I'm going to keep throwing my head at the wall until the wall breaks, and unfortunately, Spart1e's head broke first. So he has to console himself and move into map 3. Like I said, I think the biggest thing I would love to see is that even if he's going to lose, use it as a learning opportunity, learn to keep it close, because there's too often we just see him, whether it's tilt, whether it's he recognizes he lost, whatever it is, but it descends into madness, and sometimes there are times when he can use these opportunities a bit wiser. But anyway, Vale of Pnath to go up against the Death Knight, so there's more pain to come. But he has a Galena, so if he can build that overstack, if he can slow it down, you know, we've seen the masters of Galena in the back of the day really slow the pace down on him. We've seen even Chain do it. Build that overstack, keep the game nice and slow. And you know, if the Death Knight uses his ability, uses the Flame Strike, it doesn't connect, then great, you've got a free window, 30-40 seconds, where he's pretty much useless as a champion. That's when you start making those moves. So definitely want to see Spart1e try and contain it a little bit more.
Yeah, the only issue is rapha's going to make some reads on where Spart1e's going to be with that Galena. It's going to be very hourglass heavy, so we'll be, you know, looking down the alleys, looking down the rail room. There's going to be a few bits and pieces here and there. He's going to try and deny as much as possible, because we know what he's like. He's a greedy boy, rapha, isn't he? A bit of a greedy boy, especially with the items and the hourglasses going forward. So I have to see exactly what rapha can do to continue the trend. He's already won both maps by 13 frags. We can see if we can do that or more. But I would like Spart1e, yeah, again, to keep the score as respectable as possible going up against Chain in the next matchup, because it's big for him, or not anything. This is huge, considering every map counts, and you need the best seeding possible. The top 8 seeds will get a skip, or a bye, sorry, into winners round 2. And if you're 9th and below, then you will start in winners round 1 against some of the other seeds and the players who qualified it as well. So the higher the better, but we'll see what Spart1e can do here. He hasn't really had too bad the season. Rapha just picked up the Moga. We're going to start off with
Nice.
POV, hit the first 2 rails, which is huge. Looking for the third, but the flame shot comes out as well, and Rapha's going to take that all day long with 1 HP.
1 HP. Wow, that's really unfortunate for Spart1e. He did everything he could have done at that point. He's always in for a bit of a risk going into a choke point against Death Knight, particularly with a super shotgun. That's just unfortunate for Spart1e.
I swear this is what, the 3rd time we've seen 1 HP in the same series? I kind of feel that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just having an issue. I don't know, but maybe my memory's gone. We'll have to. I'll try and remember
both of
later
those
on.
statements can be true, Lethal.
Actually, they could be all be true. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably all true at this point. Minutes past though, Rapha's still up by 1. He's gonna take a risk, little move. Nice little flame strike as well to add to the tally here. Nice bit of damage as Spart1e's dropping on down to try and do a bit of damage. Surprised he hasn't, considering the choke point rapha was in. It's had unfortunate. Rapha saw it. Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. Heavy's come out straight afterwards, so we can deny both as he sees fit. But looking very good from Rapha so far, considering how he's recovered from the fight earlier on 1 HP.
Yeah, and he's already showing that aggressiveness, use of the ability to isolate the room, to get Spart1e away. And fortunately for us, Spart1e is taking that advice. He is playing it slower. Rapha's done a good job of proceeding into that room to clear it out, any potential totems and long-term overstack. And now he's got Spart1e a little bit trapped here into the rocket room. Spart1e has to retreat once again. He hasn't got a lot to work with. The flame strikes there. It doesn't connect. This time it's Spart1e turns it around.
Okay, all right, this is looking good. Stack's looking good as well. Good time with the Mega. Heavy, he's just going to go straight forward here, Dan. And even taking that rail, it doesn't matter. Still got that slight stack advantage, which, of course, won't be able to abuse, but at least he can continue aggression if he wants to. He can try to get any damage, and neither did he have a rocket either. So Rapha, Rapha just 180s rails him anyway. 34 HP. Look at this. Spart1e just really going for the kill and go for the trade at least, but that 78 is not going to do him any favours at all.
No. He knows how weak Rapha is, but he's also taking a huge risk just standing there with a starting machine gun, trying to do anything against a player with resources and weaponry. Spart1e extending too far this time. Big plays from Rapha once again going aggressive. Spart1e's caught himself in a corner. And Rapha cleans it up easily. And Same thing. Decent start by Spart1e that then descends into a very quick lead for rapha, which leads to Spart1e going ultra aggressive in panic mode to try and stabilize, which leads to a further lead from rapha. So this is the point where Spart1e needs to try and stabilize and not just keep running at the wall.
Throwing these flame strikes from absolutely ridiculous, and it's so good at the same time. Still underneath. The sprinkle of damage. That rail's going to definitely pack a punch. And now rapha just holding the high ground as he should as well. Heavy mech's not going to be up for a while, but it looks like they're just trying to make early preparation here.
Yep, Spart1e has managed to now slow it down. He's stabilized a little bit. Desperately needs to get himself some armor. He's also done a decent enough job of managing the control. rapha has got a better pickup rate, but not by a lot. That's a good start. Oh no, he's run into the flame strike. He's going to be ticking himself down. He knows he's got a totem and a mega to fall back on, so that's good by Spart1e. He's also delaying it, so this could work out really well, as rapha is nowhere near to gather this information. rapha himself is just waiting around. He obviously won't overcommit without the right information. Beating Spart1e one-on-one here with the LG. The flame strike comes out, and Spart1e does trade. Best of a bad situation, they thought.
Yeah, Spart1e does get a good spawn though. At least he picks up both the rockets and the LG with the heavy coming up next. That's probably the best spawn he could have asked for to bring this back. Remember, only at the halfway stage, so he could, well, I was going to say he could bring this back, but rapha is just absolutely all over him at this point, like a rash. There we have it. Finishes off with the MG. Gets the mega as well, and every 36 of a minute that passes, it just feels like the chances for Spart1e to bring this back is just dwindling more and more, sadly. Speaking of halfway stage, we are at that part now, and rapha just keeping hold of the high ground here.
Definitely been a shift in rapha's play as well, and that's because he's adapting to Spart1e. Spart1e's playing smarter, he's playing slower, and because of that, rapha's playing a lot more calculated himself. Yes, he's taking some aggressive maneuvers and risks going in fast for the item, but that's when he's got utility in the stack and his ability up. Apart from that, he's been quite conservative himself, and so that's really limited actually Spart1e's strategy, because Spart1e's not been able to do much of any damage. rapha's nearly done twice as much damage as Spart1e on this map so far.
It's pretty ridiculous when you think about it. And now it's all spiraled out of control once again, 9-1. Spart1e again just struggling to figure out a way to readjust what he's doing.
Okay.
Does get a second frag though, does get a mega, but the problem is it just needs to be continuous aggression and have to keep the frags as clean as possible. And for that to happen, it's going to take a huge challenge, a tall order, but yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, 92 is a big advantage. Best Spart1e could hope for is one frag at a time. If he gets to that point where it can come back, then great, but he has to only think about the next frag at all these points.
Spart1e, oh, good rocket, but it's going to be way too late. As he does back away. rapha does have a rail, but as a shoddy, as per usual.
rapha's efficiency is killing him. He's always got the right weapon out. A heavy machine gun, super shotgun, LG, at all points when Spart1e's obviously forced to try and hit miracle shots with his rail for a large port. And that's, again, showing in the damage output. 4.2k for rapha, 2.7 for Spart1e. Like, this has been... Despite the scoreline being much closer, this has been the most clinical of all the maps we've seen from rapha.
Yeah, nice rocket jump to rail combo earlier from rapha. Even though it looks weird because Spart1e was just standing there, just waiting for him to push on through the TP. Did that and just that fragging style. But yeah, still Spart1e continuing to be 9, make that 10 frags behind. With rapha, with a big stack advantage. This is done here. Even if he picks up the mega, this is definitely done.
Yeah, but at least Spart1e is doing what we talked about in the last set, which is he's playing to keep it close, he's playing to build a comeback, he's not just running at rapha. And it shows from much just better game from Spart1e, and it's as I said, it's forced rapha to play much better in himself as well. But rapha, being rapha, has responded in kind. They've pulled out the best map of the set. So he's looking in championship form. Of everyone we've watched so far today, rapha's looking in championship form.
Yeah, rapha looking to stay alive, but a trade's going to come out. We've got a couple of minutes left, and Spart1e just looking to try and keep the score respectable. And there's a final map. If you're just joining us, he will be playing against Chain straight after this matchup. We'll see how he fares against Chain straight after rapha. 16-5 still. Rapha just holding control of the Mega. Heavy's up as well, which he's looking to go and bag. Realises fate is directly underneath. Decides to prioritise the kill and get a blitz. I love, even though it does burn the Heavy. A little bit of a chance, but yeah, rapha's going to take full advantage of that 17-5.
Oh man, this has been a brutal series. Really brutal.
Yeah.
You know, poor Spart1e. Last series of the season, and he gets rapha, who's building towards the Quake Pro finals. Like, oh, that's painful. And now Spart1e's got to try and recoup and go up against Chain to see where he sits in the leaderboard.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? Even just one map would have done him some favours. Done absolutely no favours so far in this matchup. Oh, dearie me. Take it on. A few good rounds here. Both are biding their time. Spart1e does finally clean him up. Nice little celebration, isn't it? Better than mine.
Okay, that's Spart1e done, folks. At least we get some emotions with Spart1e. I'm glad we have cameras and cameras back. But as we said, you know, this will be the real test for Spart1e. If he can get back into this and play his absolute best against Chain, everything is forgiven.
Yeah, this is it, isn't it? But again, another 13 frag deficit. Lost all 3 maps by 13 frags. So at least he made some kind of trend there. And there we have it. rapha's going to be winning his final series of the Quake Pro League with a nice little 3-0 victory. So just full of confidence. That's what he's looking to do. Just make players perfect as possible. Just show barely weaknesses and to make sure that he's be a massive tool of destruction going into the Quake World Championships next month.
Yeah, I'm sure Kilson, vengeurR, and RAISY are all in Twitch chat right now. I'm sure they can give us a wave if they wanted to. Just looking at this thinking, all right, that's what I'm up against, because it's going to be a hella exciting finals from what we've seen so far. We're not going to see Kilson today. We've already seen RAISY, who he himself looked an animal, if not just having some fun for the final week. And we've also got vengeurR later today, who is sitting pretty in third and doesn't need to play for anything. So expecting some fireworks there too.
Yeah, I am indeed. It's like I mentioned before with the whole LAN environment situation. There's very, very few players who will transition from online to LAN and play exactly or at least mimic or identical compared to what they do at home. And for some of these players, it's been quite a damn long time, Dan, since we've last seen each other or seen everyone play in the LAN environment all the way back. I think it was in Katowice. Was it like season 2, stage 3 or something like that? Something crazy. Or season 1 rather. Season 1, yeah. See, that's how long it's been. That's
season
mad, isn't
1,
it?
stage 2. No, was it? Either way, it was definitely stage 2, and it was a long time ago. It was the February event, wasn't it? It was a long time ago. It's going to be interesting. I think, like, we obviously saw them not in the QPL, but for Iron Fist. Well, not everyone, but quite a lot of the players over in London. So there was a good test there. But it's a completely different event when you put in a season's worth of work, and it's the prestige and status that the QPL finals holds, and it's QuakeCon. You know, all of these factors go into play to increase the stakes just that little bit more. And as you've rightly put it, you know, rapha, he's the best of all time for a reason. He's the master at translating his abilities into that realm, keeping composed, and defining the strategy of Quake. He's not the reigning champ, so for once, not all eyes are on him. But I'm pretty sure most people are looking at him thinking he's going into this as the favourite, irrespective of only sitting in second. I think you have to look at him as a favourite, with Kilson probably as a very, very close second, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely the most stacked we've ever had. It's going to be definitely the closest as well. We've had some new blood from challenges, which I'm also looking forward to see. We've seen quite a few come up in the ranks in those final qualifiers over the last 2 months. So yeah, not too shabby. It'll be interesting to see exactly how they translate as well going into it.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really good point. Lots of good challenges, huge amount of talent there. Oh, I can't wait. But I'm going to have to wait for a few more weeks at least. And we're going to run to a break. And hopefully we see Spart1e back at the table a little bit calmer after going out to have a breather. So we'll see you in a few minutes. We are back with another flawless broadcast, as I am not muted, and we are back in the arena with Spart1e and Chain. You know, we just saw Spart1e have the best warm-up of his life going up against Rapha, so one can only assume that he's more than ready for this.
Yeah,
Not so
maybe.
confident.
I hope so for his sake. Rapha and Chain completely different kettle of fish. We'll see, but I still think Chain played better earlier on against RAISY. Obviously not the best he's ever played, but I think he put up a damn good fight considering from what we saw there. And actually took him down on the third map, didn't he? So get the score respectable on the first map against RAISY.
Yeah.
Second map was by about 6 frags, wasn't that? It was 12-6 from the top of my head. And then the third one, he had a very strong showing against RAISY on Vale. So I'm hoping for Spart1e's sake that he's banned Vale, or like it's one of the first bans he's made, but because I've got my Quake Bible in front of me, so I don't know how well Chain's done statistically across the season in terms of his map pool and what his strongest maps have been. Yeah. But, you know, from what we saw on Vale, he had the perfect offense and defensive balance. So it was just the odd couple of times where he just overextended, didn't he? And there was the odd occasion on spawn where he should have pushed, which, well, he shouldn't have pushed somewhere when he shouldn't have done. But hopefully you'll see less of that. I think we do need to see a bit more strategic aggression from Spart1e, because that's what we know him for and know and love anyway. We didn't see much of that against Rapha, maybe because Rapha forced him not to be able to play like that, just make him feel a little bit awkward, which can happen to some players.
Yeah, but in context, it should be relatively easier, right? It's like,
yeah.
You know, when you go to the gym, you use really heavy weight and you swap to a lightweight and it feels really easy. I don't know if that's an analogy you understand, but everyone else will get it. But let's jump into the picks and bans so we can actually see what we're working with and see what chance Spart1e has. Because I completely agree with your assessment. From what we see today, Chain looks the more rounded player, the player in form relative to Spart1e. But you have to take into consideration that Spart1e went up against a very, very good Rapha. And let's say RAISY wasn't as playing as, you know, proficiently. But either way, starting over on Ruins of Sarnath, we have the Anarchy against the Visor. Now, I really like the Visor pick if you can use that ability really, really well, right? If you waste the piercing sight, you're in a bit of trouble. And you also have to be smart with your positioning, play safe. We didn't see that from Spart1e earlier. Chain really does love the Anarchy. He could use it well to open up the angles. He could use the rail very well, and we've seen his rail today already beginning to connect. But we also see him struggle with that infight. So I want to kind of digest whether Spart1e will try and use that to his advantage if he knows that as a weakness. Awoken, we have the Doom against the Ranger, pretty much as standard as you can get there. I really like the Ranger pick. If you get ahead of steam, you could use the rocket jump, you could use the orb, you can create a lot of chaos. That's the pick Chain had earlier. So he's been forced onto the Doom. Now we saw Avec play the Doom. He played it really well. Didn't use the ability though. So will be something that changes. And then ending up on Vale. You wanted to see this banned, my friend. It's not banned. It is the last though, so this is a change from Chain. He used to pick this first. He's picked the Ison. We talked about the Ison earlier. Pretty standard pick. Spart1e, I think he felt the Death Knight was too powerful, so he's picked it himself.
Don't blame him. There's some of the angles which Rapha was throwing those flame strikes and just got a huge amount of tick damage just overall was just nutty in itself. And what I like from the champion picks as well, I like how Spart1e's banned Athena straight away, knowing that Blood Covenant and Awoken were both available. Yeah. And there's a possibility, of course, Chain selecting Athena. Not been known to select Athena a lot in the past in the Pro League, but it looks like he has gone for Doomslayer anyway. It's probably the safest pick, isn't it, in all fairness, on Awoken, but then again, so is the Ranger. So they've both gone for very, very safe picks. But yeah, I do agree with you. I do like Death Knight coming out for the final map on Vale. Wants to see if it can do exactly the same as what Rapha did to him, as you already mentioned. And the Eisen, again, very, very standard. It's normally like Death Knight, Eisen, Kill, or Galena, or the Sorlag on Vale. There's normally the five, you know, champions which they do establish themselves on Vale a lot over the course of time. And nice to see Visor come up in Ruins again. So those two will be fighting heavily for those hourglasses, especially around that heavy jump pad and courtyard. It's just a matter of who's going to get there first and who's going to adapt against each other on it.
Yeah. Any predictions based on what you've seen, whether it's for performances or just the picks and bans alone?
I don't have a clue. I don't know why you're asking me. Probably the worst person to
ask.
I'm
glad you of all the others turned up today. So glad. I'm going to say 2 on Chain. I think just the way you analysed it before was pretty spot on there. We just saw more stability from Chain. And you know, if Spart1e doesn't manage his temperament, Chain actually thrives on people that can throw themselves into him. I know he struggled against RAISY, but Spart1e doesn't have that same clinicalness as RAISY does. So the fact he was able to constrain RAISY's aggression for large periods shows that Chain is really playing quite well at the moment. And on the picks and bans, I think it's fairly even. I would give Vale just on map alone to Chain, leaving the other two as a toss-up. So I think it's going to be 2-1 Chain.
Yeah, because not gonna lie, Chain looks really solid on Vale against RAISY earlier on. And if he could do it against RAISY, people are going to think, well, there's absolutely no reason why I can't do it to Spart1e. But Spart1e, you know, you got to remember, it's different champion picks end of the day, and it's a different version in terms of player, because RAISY's probably one of the key players to show that perfect balance and to be super aggressive when is required. But yeah, I'm going to say the same. I'm going to say 2-1 Chain. I do think it's going to be a little bit debatable depending on whose servers could be what, if it's going to be EU, NA, EU, or the other way around. It depends on the circumstances. But yeah, I think Chain's probably the safest bet here.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a close series, nonetheless, and they should be giving it to us. They're bang on even on the leaderboard, pretty much spot on in terms of wins and losses. Performance-wise, we've seen erratic performances from both these players, as I said earlier. Chain often gives us closer games than Spart1e, but when Spart1e plays to his potential, he's shown us more. And so it really comes down to who's just going to play the better game here. There isn't a lot to toss this one up, neither in picks nor bans, so it is going to come down to execution.
Checking to see who in chat thinks is going to go in terms of prediction. It seems like people are favouring Chain 64-36, so not heavily one-sided at all. Chain now just biding his time here, just keeping his distance, but at the same time just listening out for those cues in case he does drop down heavy or anything like that, but just delaying the heavy for now. Here's the Mega's been picked up, but he wants to delay it enough so that he can try and contest both later on.
Confident play by Chain. We know the Anarchy wants to win the heavy, irrespective, but he's confident in himself to now play the next Mega. I think he heard the use of the piercing sight as that has been popped. He himself pops the inject, so he makes a move up towards this Mega. On the wrong side of the door though and has to sacrifice it. Doesn't do any damage himself, so they do exchange. And Spart1e actually leaves it up to go in aggressive. Really nice play from the Swede, but hits, should I say, a massive rocket. And the stalemate will continue.
Yeah, certainly will indeed. It just shows how important this matchup for both these players. Very methodical approach. She was talking about how the heavy jump pad and courtyard area for those hourglass is going to be mental here. And has been doing it every single time. Good base for the audio cues as well. Just trying to fish him out here down, but the direct is going to help massively. And so does the inject as well. No. Good LG. No, it's entirely not. But Chain will come out on top straight away. Good little start from him.
Yeah, he's actually going to catch Spart1e down here, but not in time to pick up the heavy. Doesn't even able to do any damage. So he lets Spart1e to get out for absolutely for free. Delays the Mega though, wants to go aggressive. Spart1e caught up the jump pads. Chain hits a rail, and that's enough for him for now. And this is typical Chain. You know, he could have stuck around for a second rail, but wants to position safely, not receive any damage. Nice play, injecting again, so he knows he can contest for this Mega. Spart1e's left the vicinity. Actually comes in a little bit late, thinking Chain did escape, but it's not to be, and he's got in without the right weaponry and given up a free frag, and that's painful before the next round of items.
Yeah, shame, just stuck on that staircase. Wanted to get in close proximity, but just wasn't enough, as you already mentioned. Chain needs to be a little bit cautious on his ammo management. Hasn't really got much LG to work with here. I'm sure he realises that himself. Just focus on the hourglasses, which is the right priority to have in mind. Inject once again. Picks up the heavy. No mucking around T. Knows that items are delayed enough to continue to contest both. Try and make it even more difficult for Spart1e here. Good rockets as well. She went to clean this up. That rocket just barely misses him. And now he's stuck.
Yeah, he's
Wrong
stuck.
place, wrong time.
Exactly. Fortunate for Spart1e. Tried to make a move, but it just wasn't executed well whatsoever. In a bit of trouble now, goes in with the gauntlet, but Chain's got the inject. Spart1e does a little bit of damage, but nothing really to work with. And he's not putting himself in positions where he's able to win these items. The use of the piercing sight hasn't been effective so far either, so that needs to be something he tries to at least reflect on as well.
Chain as well. You can see the confidence oozing from him as well, from his movement. Trying to put some Spart1e off as much as possible, but we have seen Spart1e in the past make some ridiculous comebacks. Actually, it was this map in particular a few weeks ago. He actually made like an 8 or 7 frag comeback and almost managed to take the map afterwards. But we'll see if we can see that again. But the way Chain's playing is extremely solid, not overly aggressive, and just holding every advantage he has in terms of angles and map position.
Exactly. He's playing it really calculated. You can see he's not pushing in unless he knows it's safe. He could have gone up the jump pad. He could have done many things, but he's done his damage. He wants to get the frag cleanly, preserving his stack. And this is why it's really difficult to play against Chain, even if he's not playing particularly well, because he is a safe and conservative player. When he has control, he's actually quite difficult to dislodge. He's got a good rotation. He's got that split on which he manufactured, remember. He's the one that put the split between the items. And since he's had it, he's kept it on lockdown. His rail's been pretty much on point until now as well. Spart1e once again is just doesn't really have a strategy for how to come back into this. What I would have loved to have seen him do is get a little bit of a stack, get a bit of momentum, and then just try and control this heavy. You know, this is at least where you can cause some chaos with the rocket and the LG, but we just haven't been able to see that yet.
I think at this point now, Spart1e can't afford to drop any more frags, sorry, any more deaths, full stop at this stage. Considering the starting stack he has and having to try and stabilize, it's very, very tough indeed to come back from. Main thing is he's got the mobility and the speed, but Spart1e does have the vision. So we'll see how that's going to turn out for him.
But as you said, Spart1e is known to pull off a comeback. He's kept himself in the game. The scoreline is fairly substantial because considering he's playing an Anarchy. Like we've seen, much less of a scoreline's been run out by Anarchy's just playing keep away. And Chain is one of these players that will be able to do that. So while Spart1e's got both of these items, he still has to approach these fights, approach the chase with an element of caution. Because if he goes in blind to one of these choke points, gets caught out by a trap, the map could be over there and then. So he has to still do his due diligence when he's making these pushes. Chain is ready, he knows what's going on, but Spart1e gets the pick up. Did he? I thought he did. Either way, Chain gets away with a frag.
Yeah, sorry to leave you on the lurch because I wasn't actually 100% either because it's just complete chaos there. More focus on that aim skill rather than the item pickup, but in the end, no, still doesn't change the fact that there's a 6 frag deficit for Spart1e to claw his way back from. It does have that piece in sight, so just needs to deny his hourglass. He's using the best visibility for himself. Just be a bit careful with the fights he takes because it needs to be as clean as possible, but we haven't seen any signs of it as of yet.
No, and in context, the piercing sight has been fairly redundant. Like he's used it for sure, but I don't think I've seen a single effective use where out of the back of it he got a frag or hit a shot he wouldn't have hit. It's been just mainly used for informational purposes. And the way Chain has been playing it, it hasn't really had that much use. Because if Chain's had control, he's managed control. If he's been on the defense, he's not been showing himself. So the information just hasn't had much use. Spart1e going in aggressively, but you know, we're at that point again. 11-2, game's gone for him. Unfortunately, game's gone. Even if he begins to get a comeback, Anarchy will just play that keep away.
Yeah, it certainly will indeed. 18 HP. But he's also available, and that was a great way just to extend that lead. And in all fairness, it doesn't need to be extended anymore. 10 frags in 2 minutes 10. Yeah, it's not going to happen, sadly, but for Spart1e, he can now just try and think about how he's going to come back in that second map. As it's going to be, I think in terms of a prediction, it's looking pretty solid. We did say it'll probably be a 2-1 for Chain, and with Vale being the last map, considering how well Chain played against RAISY in that last map, it's not looking good here.
No. We did mention the intro there, yes. Chain thrives off people that are a little bit careless in their approach, maybe throw themselves into him whilst he can struggle with the aim department. His positioning's normally on point, and that's exactly what he's done to Spart1e. He's kept the rotation strong, he's had better positioning for the most part. He's been fairly clinical when he needed to be, so really just solid and basic performance from Chain.
Spart1e is quite open-ended in terms of what he brings to the table in some of these matchups. You don't know what to expect here. Gauntlet comes out from Chain. Just to pass on the message there, Dan. Love to see it, but we'll see if Spart1e will react to that. He knows he can tilt from time to time, but we'll see how effective he is next map. We'll see if he's pissed him off that much. But next map, yeah, Spart1e will just go absolutely ham.
Yeah, but this is the same problem that we saw for Spart1e against Rapha. Not enough control, careless frags, needless frags given up. Not enough damage this time either. Shane, huge amount more damage than Spart1e. You know, this just, let's just put it as basic errors you can't make at this level. I can't think of another player that as consistently gives up the easy frags as Spart1e does. So he always leaves himself a little bit more of a mountain he has to climb than other players. That would be one of the first things he should be reflecting on, is just making himself harder to kill, his life worth. 19-2 against Shane. He's a much better player than the scoreline reflects. And, you know, he's got one more map now to pull it back, because if he loses this, he loses the series, and he gets a much harder run in the finals.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. You can see there's 1 of 12 items for Spart1e, 25 for Chain, and normally when you're the player who's on the deficit of all that in terms of not having map control, always have to keep your distance, have to do 1 or 2 rail chips before you can even enter the fray by any means. You expect them to have equal, if not more damage. Sometimes they have more damage, because if you're not with full map control and the stack, you have to sometimes force out the situation, but then again, you may have to take a bit of damage along the way each and every single time, no matter how good your opponent's aim skill is or the angles they're holding. But in terms of damage, it was still quite bleak. I feel like Spart1e, I think, lost by at least 1,500 damage in that department as well.
No, he did. That was a big problem. And as I mentioned, I would love to have seen him just consolidate, bunker down in the heavy, try and defend that, try and use that as his one major item, but it really did not feel like, on the map strategical level, Spart1e had one. It was, I'm going to try and out-aim you. And that just didn't work. I mean, he did a total of, what, like 700 damage with LG and Rail combined? Compared to, like, what? How? Like, they should be some critical weapons. Obviously, the rocket was huge for him in some situations, but, you know, the fact he's not hitting those initiation rails shows you he was always on the back foot. He was always the one getting caught, having to defend. It was really tough for Spart1e, so he has to definitely change the stakes going into Awoken.
Certainly does. You can see Chain's done almost the same rocket damage as the rocket, LG and rail from Spart1e combined, and you would expect a lot more rail damage coming from Spart1e. You know, with the piercing sight, he can have those angles to hold when he's going or prepping for the items, or prepping for when he's coming towards him, which was a little bit bizarre. Yeah, a little bit strange. But we'll see what happens. Go to the second map. We know the third map is going to be on Vale later on, so that's where we make that assumption it could be 2-1. But we'll see what Spart1e can bring him.
Yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for him. You know, this is 4 maps in a row where he's been manhandled now, going from Rapha into this first map here, and it did start much better. Like, it was definitely a better start, but the same issue. As soon as he gave up a frag, which in context was a fairly easy frag to give up, there was a snowball effect. He gave up a number of easy frags off the spawn, lets his life go too quickly, and then doesn't have a clear enough strategy for how to get back into the game. There was many times you saw him just standing around, creeping around, trying to think what to do, and that slowing of the game is fine, but it was almost a slowing of the game because he didn't know what he should be doing, and that's the worrying part for me. I'm all for slowing the game down, but you need a purpose to it. You can't just slow it down trying to think what to do. You have to have that longer term plan, and so it is a little bit worrying at times when you see that.
Yeah, if you don't have a plan B or plan whatever up to Z, then yeah, that's going to cause some real issues. But that's just a story of adaptation, isn't it? The reason why I say there's open players or open-ended players like Spart1e, where you don't know what they're really going to bring. We know they're not going to be heavy hitters in terms of defeating some of the top 8 players, but they can be heavy hitters or can be a real crutch to some of the players below that. And Tox is also one of those players nowadays where he's got great aim skill, but very open-ended. It depends what you're going to get on the day, really. But we're going to continue on here, a very standard meta matchup. It's going to be the Ranger versus the Doom on the Woken. We are going to be kicking off on Spart1e's POV to see exactly if we can try and bring this map back. It's currently 4 losses in a row. Hopefully it will change this. We'll have to see, but we'll find out during this next couple of minutes and see what indicators we can find.
Yeah, you know, Awoken is a map that favours a bit more chaos, more combat, where Spart1e can assert himself. Chain does like this map as well, but if Spart1e can use the Ranger, increase the pace, if he does start hitting some shots that we haven't seen so far, he definitely knows how to win these games.
Certainly does indeed.
But
It's just going to jump in there and save it. In terms of predictions, Chain was 64-36 on map 1. Spart1e hasn't got as, you know, with the viewers haven't got as much faith in Spart1e this time, 94-6, considering the battering last time, which isn't too much of a surprise.
No, I mean, that's the context right there. So, gonna have some very profitable people if Spart1e decides to pick it up and show us what he's really made of. Chain leaving up the Mega in it and hope to go out aggressively on the heavy, and he's done so, hitting 2 rails back to back. Should be able to pick up a frag here, and he's rocket jumped up. Lovely retaliation from Spart1e, keeping himself in the game, and he might even get a frag here. A couple of rails back to back. Chain is now in a lot of work. Oh, there we go. That's the Spart1e we know.
It certainly is indeed. This is the kind of start he requires in order to give himself a bit of a boost in terms of his confidence, because that first map was a smashing, and he knew that as well, and just threw away frags because he knew pretty much lost already. He keeps this up, it's a little bit different here. Love the orb as well, just try and continue the aggression and testing the Mega. Doesn't get it, but it's done a fair amount of work here, Dan, just to keep Chain on his toes, gets Tommy control back. Spart1e with an unorthodox rocket jump going on up and does even more damage. But this is looking, like you said, much better from Spart1e here. Let's hope he can continue with his consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. Much more stable opening. Both trading items this time, so Spart1e's pretty much on point with Chain. He's pushing aggressively here, so he's winning on both items. He's hitting his shots, making some good decisions, and when he has that control, he does play a good game. The turning point comes is when he loses it, and then things really turn bad quickly. So the key to Spart1e's game is not losing control, and so far he's doing a good job.
That's been a key issue though, just letting things spiral out of control. But it can't spiral out of control if he's the one with the map advantage, the lead. Not control, rather.
But you can also see the difference here, in that Chain hasn't got control, and he's playing keep away perfectly, picking up these rail angles. Even if they're not hitting, it keeps his opponent on his toes. And this is what we need to see from Spart1e when he loses control, rather than just going toe-to-toe. Play the distance game, play smart, play slow. It can also frustrate your opponent into making rash moves. So Spart1e has to be wary, not to overcommit for Chain. Lovely double back, just the wrong weapon. There's aggressive push up with the orb, catches Chain off guard.
Nice.
Back-to-back rockets. That's the Spart1e we know.
See a huge amount of patience with that last one as well, but he's going to get the Mega first. And luckily he did, only left on 55
That
HP.
was like Harry Potter versus Voldemort. And, you know, the beams connecting. Who's going to win?
I wouldn't know, I didn't watch it.
Who are you? What is wrong with you?
Someone who doesn't watch. Someone don't watch Harry Potter.
God.
I know.
The
I'm an
amazing
awful human
reference. Didn't even get properly.
I know.
Get him off the show. Get him off the show.
I watch better things, but anyways, going into it now, 4 minutes in. Mega's been picked up, but Spart1e is going to win that outright. 4-0.
Nice.
Looking really good.
Yeah, he is. Chain forced into a slightly rash maneuver on the Mega. He did get it though, so that's the key. He now knows Spart1e's a little bit weaker, so he can make a play over on this next heavy. And because of that maneuver, although he lost the frag, you can see Spart1e slightly more reserved, much more cautious. Opens up the map for Chain now.
If this keeps up, we have some rich individuals in terms of the channel points later. Okay, Spart1e's just going to fake that to make Chain believe he's gone, but Chain just double checking his angle, so it clearly worked. You have to double check everywhere. Look how far he's gone just to make sure, but in the end, he's going to orb on up.
Oh, that was a bit rash.
Yeah, with rails in the rockets. Oh, it hits him, 11 HP, but they're both rainable. The question is who's got the balls to drop down or maybe to make a jump up to try and finish off. Not going to happen. Spart1e's got the Mega, isn't he? No issues.
No, but that's the type of rash move you just can't afford to make because he's given Chain massive into this map. Fortunately, Chain isn't connected with any shots just that. Oh, so Caster's Curse is going aggressive here. Spart1e bounces him up, but he can't get the conversion. And Chain is back into this map.
4.5 minutes left, but still looking at the Spart1e. He needs to be careful. Oh, nice to do as well. That was perfect from
What?
Chain. Ridiculous.
That corpse animation is just creepy as hell.
That fell off a bit, man.
Oh, huge rocket for Spart1e! Oh, he lands on the Mega and Spart1e will give up his life, but huge plays. Scoreline, though, is whittling away as Spart1e's defensive choice is to throw himself at Chain. If he gets a frag here, it's potentially worth it, but he's given up 3 frags for it.
Deary me. Looks like Chain is climbing back. Spart1e hasn't got an answer. What I liked from Spart1e previously was just heavily using that tri-bolt. Even if he wasn't using the rail, at least he was getting some damage and some info each and every time, guaranteed. I've seen that enough so far. Chain's actually been doing the pretty much the same as what Spart1e was doing, but again, Spart1e to keep his distance, try and contest all these items to the best of his ability, try and get these weird angles in place and try and hit some of his rails if he can, or be a nuisance with the tri-bolt. It's still 3 minutes 15. Spart1e still has the lead, even if it's a small lead at that. But the main thing is he's not letting things spiral out of control. But he is giving his items up for free without any damage repercussions.
That was what I was about to point out. He's not making any... If you're not going to pressure the items, you have to use that time to achieve another objective. Whether it's get some lights, get a better position on the map, set up for the next item, whatever it is, you have to use that time. And that's what's worrying me, is that Spart1e's not using the space that he's being given. He's just trying to slow the pace, maybe set up a risky trap. The thing is, these traps can massively backfire because it doesn't even look like a trap, it's just an exit point. So Spart1e needs to get into a better position, and this is exactly a better position. Protecting that T-junction.
It's actually really good. Chain had the wrong weapon out as he was going forward. Didn't take full advantage of it, just tickled him a tad as he went for the TP.
No, he's stuck with the wrong weapon out. Chain's got all the stack in the world, and this is the thing, if Chain catches him, and he's got more than enough time to do so. He's got so much stack to work with. Spart1e's just not there again. Chain's able to bind his stack, pressure Spart1e, rinse and repeat. So really want to see a little bit more from Spart1e in terms of defensive aggression, if you will. Oh no, this is what I mean! This is what I mean! Like he's not using the space to position safely, he's just trying to hide. He gets caught. It's so frustrating when it doesn't work like that.
Shane making it up in the next couple of seconds as well. He's back to a huge stack once again, and a 63 from the tri-bolt. Just going to make Spart1e even more defensive going forward. I feel like he's been living in his LG area, just pitching a tent there for quite a while, but it's more Chain just not giving him the opportunity to even get out at this stage. He just needs to take a risk and just get himself out of this situation. But the orb will help though. He's picked up the heavy. That's going to give him huge wonders here.
That's
now
good.
Spart1e can turn this around.
That's the play he needs to make. Really nice. He hasn't got the rail though. This is why he's in a bit of trouble. And now he's been caught. What a rail, Chain! It was the right play, but Spart1e probably should have tried to get out the railway. And now he's on the back foot with a minute to go. Lost the lead after such a long period of time. Great rail through the hole of death there. Can he catch Chain? Chain's on the heavy. He must know that he's on the heavy. There we go, he's tied it up.
This is perfect. 30 seconds left. Don't be surprised if this does go to sudden death. Spart1e now just one frag in order to try and secure this victory and stop this loss streak, which he has currently over the course of today. Heavy's up in the next 7 seconds. Both players are looking to approach it. Chain with the positional advantage. Finds him, but just barely misses out on that rocket. Picks up the heavy almost for free. But we are going to head into sudden death here. Spart1e knows exactly where he is. Oh, that rocket was so good. Dan is going to try and clear with the LG. Trying to use the orb as well. Doesn't find him. It's going to be on the hunt here, trying to chase him down. He should be able to get this with ease.
Oh my word. What is going on?
Okay, that was a bit shaky. I'm not I'm not going to lie, but the gauntlet was the perfect antidote there for when he went into that berserk mode. My God, could you imagine? Spart1e would have even gone into the third map if something happened.
I cannot actually think of a more fitting way for Spart1e to get his first victory of the day. Absolute freaking chaos. He nearly backed up as well. I don't know how. Oh man, watching Spart1e makes me grayer by the minute. I'm not even gonna lie. I love I love the guy, but holy crap, he makes me grayer by the second because it's just stressful. I don't even know how he plays like this. It took him 4 or 5 minutes of making the wrong decision to finally make the right decision. And then when he makes the right decision, he looks really good and he wins the map. It just blows my mind. But we have to take a breath now, Lethal, because I don't know what happened. But he has got himself on the board for the first time today, and it gives him a chance now to consolidate a higher position on the leaderboard.
I mean, saying that as well, it's like, you know, you're going grey, my hairline's going, so it's just all thanks to Spart1e's gameplay in the decisions he makes. But yeah, the good thing is, yeah, he didn't let things spiral out of control in terms of the number of frags, but yeah, he's still making a lot of the wrong decisions, as you mentioned before, like, you know, hiding certain angles where he should be just work on keeping his distance and changing his positioning, etc. But luckily, that fluky, I wouldn't even say fluky, he meant to do that in terms of going up on a mega jump pad and firing that rocket, but the chance of hitting it at that angle and with the view he had, very, very difficult, and the timing of it also. But yeah, that mid-air rocket direct definitely made the leeway there for him to then push on forward, and he had done and took advantage of it. Just a little bit dicey to get the end, but this is going to be very difficult, though. Eisen versus Death Knight. I'd love to know your thoughts because we're seeing a little bit more Death Knight now on Vale. But the way Chain played earlier was just nothing short of spectacular against RAISY when he beat him on Vale.
Yeah, I mean, we know the Death Knight is incredibly powerful. It's probably why Spart1e picked it after losing to rapha. But if they didn't pick it in earlier in the week, but it's incredibly powerful. We also know the Eisen is just as strong, has a lot more general utility. I don't think the champions are going to make or break this matchup. It's going to come down to execution. We said it from the start. And Chain is, or has been in the past, a Vale specialist. And you mentioned it. He played against RAISY here. Really perfect map. And beating RAISY is difficult no matter what. So I think just on that alone, you have to give it ever so slightly to Chain. I'm glad Spart1e managed to get us to this point where this map actually now matters. You know, that was stressful and hard fought, but he deserves that map win. So can he win this map? Yes. Do I favor him? I'm still going to side with Chain.
Yeah, I think it's understandable. And we've got, you know, two completely different types of abilities. We've got Timmy the Turret with the good preparation for the items and that top control, especially around Mega. And Chain, the flame shot for the aggressive purposes here. We'll have to see exactly who's going to do what, how, and when at the very beginning. Chain, straight off the bat, is going to be laying that Mecha just a tad here, even though Spart1e, I'm sure, heard that from where he was standing. And the items are a little bit segregated, so whoever picks up the heavy will have the opportunity to get an angle on the Mega, even if they don't pick it up. But again, the series so important for both these players. Chain just playing how he played previously, in terms of that good offense and defensive balance earlier on. Let's see how this is going to work against Spart1e though.
Yeah, that's what Chain is so good at. It's just playing that safe game, playing the angles well, keeping himself safe is the priority. And on a map like Vale, stack is very precious because it's such an intensive map. If you do get that control, you could snowball very heavily, as we saw earlier with rapha on this map. Chain to a certain extent actually against the Keel as well. When he had that control, he maintained it almost perfectly. Spart1e coming up the jump pad, using almost like a warning, if anything, the flame strike to ward away his opponent. But they're both quite happy now to continue trading their items. Spart1e did hit that pickup as well. He now has perfect timing, as does Chain.
Chain just still continuing to stand his ground. Basically daring Spart1e to push, but he's not going to fall for that at all. Good stuff on Spart1e, taking out the turret straight away. I was going to say for Chain it's good, due to the fact that he's now got info, but he was able to hit the audio cues anyway, so it didn't really change anything too much. Both items almost in sync, only by half a second. And yeah, so far, so good for Spart1e. Just trying to change all these different angles, but that direct is going to definitely kill his momentum a little bit.
It will, but with both items on the same timing, Spart1e should be okay. Chain might be able to work his way around and try pressure Spart1e up the heavy, but Spart1e's done good. He's positioned himself between both major items. Wherever Chain goes, Spart1e does the opposite. Oh no, he misses! Oh no! Big mistake for Spart1e, completely right decision. Absolutely messed up the execution, and now he's given Chain the full map as well. As I say that, Chain's actually still waiting around, trying to hear up for Spart1e. Spart1e's capitalized upon that. A couple of rockets into a rail as well. Turned out to be a disaster. It's actually been a blessing in disguise for Spart1e as he's chasing down his opponent. Tyson is squealing, but still alive for now. The rocket nearly connects, and the heavy just waits alone for somebody to pick it up.
Oh, I can't believe that. And straight after the defensive rockets from Chain, just good timing and good prediction as well. Well read. As knew Spart1e was going to be on the hunt. It's just a matter of the timings of those rockets. If he missed them all, could have been a completely different story. Both of them, do you know what? Both of them have been on almost the same stack for the entirety of this matchup so far. Still know it's early days, but it's crazy to watch so far. Chain does pick up the light. Now Heavy's coming up in the next seconds. Does pick it up, but he's missed a lot of these rockets here. That last rocket will do dividends there. The Spart1e would have been heavily aggressive if that last rocket didn't hit. He's pulled all the way back. May have to give up the mega here too. At least he hits the rail. Spart1e didn't just stay alive, and that rocket at the end. My God.
How did that connect? Chain with perfection there through the grates as he does get the first frag of the game. As you rightly put, it was incredibly back and forth. Each person pummeling each other. Chain now has both major items and a split between the two. Huge stack. So his main objective right now is to play this positional game, play the angles, try and chip away at Spart1e and prevent him from making a move as he keeps control. Oh no, Spart1e with his back turned, absolutely no idea where his opponent is. Even desperation with his flame strike, and it's not to be. And he also gets to spawn over by the rail, so he can't even really do anything. Can't get the heavy, he's too afraid. Oh, has he mistimed?
Question, isn't it? I'm not too sure if he has or not. But falling off in this past, and Chain just mentally very, very stable, just not changing any way in terms of his style. But this is good. It takes a player to have really, really strong adaptation to try and get around this. It's like I said before, Spart1e is a very open-ended player, so he needs to more rely on Chain to try and make a mistake for Spart1e to capitalise here. But Spart1e have done some good damage so far. It's not like he's not keeping it. He has done more damage by Chain, just a little bit here. So at least he's keeping his distance and chipping away here and there.
Yeah, but
he continues to do that though.
The big issue though is just lack of control. Chain once again has the map in lockdown. Spart1e, as you said, he's doing a good job with the damage. There you go, two amazing rails from below, but Chain has the mega and a light to pick up. Can even get across to try and do some damage on the heavy, but a good zoning flame strike will give Spart1e a much needed breather, a much needed space with the major item. Question is now, how can he get onto the high ground? Chain's very good at managing that space, and so Spart1e has to spend an awful lot of time patrolling the map to try and work out how he can pressure his opponent.
Chain now still standing his ground. Nice little rail there to equal the stacks of both players. Spart1e's still definitely in it. Just baiting out that heavy whilst taking all that tick damage from the flame strike. Look at this, so this is where things could get from bad to worse, but at least Spart1e's continuing to try and chip away, but that was such an important rail he needed to hit there.
No, exactly. It's that type of angle where you don't get too many against your opponent in the lead, and Spart1e unfortunately whips that one. Big rocket from Chain, but at least Spart1e's still alive and in the vicinity to pick up the major item. He's going to try and pressure this. It's going to be difficult as Chain is set up from below with the tri-bolt. Spart1e's going to drop down, actually go aggressive, but there's a turret there as well. Not the space you want to be, 2-on-1. Spart1e still on the retreat. Still trying to connect. Flame strike comes out. Chain doesn't even care.
bothered, is he? And just gets the third frag just like that. Realises he's spawned on near the heavy. TP and is back to white again. Picked up the mega and has the turret on the back foot and the stack as well. Yeah, this is not looking good, but see, 3 minutes left. Chain, big stack. Just about Spart1e trying to pick back. This is a perfect way to do it, though. At least he got the full striking and managed to get the LG. Problem is, he did take that last rail, and Jen just letting it tick away.
You can definitely see different levels of comfort on the map. Oh, what a rail! I was about to say is, for the most part, Chain has been camped up on this high ground with better positions, and Spart1e working his way around, trying to figure out how to get up there, but he's finally broken that stronghold. He needs to maintain control, has to get a rotation, has to keep it perfectly, and then has to play the high ground. You know, there is an order of priority here, and he has to do it all perfectly for the next 2 minutes.
Take that off well, but the aggression coming in. This is looking really good for Spart1e. Decided to now double back from the TP, but the rails are so good from Chain.
Greedy.
Chain's looking for one more, but yeah, he's just getting away. He knows the damage has already been done. Spart1e's picked up the mega and the light though. Heavy's up the next 10 seconds. As long as he keeps rotating these items and then pursuing onto where Chain could be.
But you've seen,
be okay.
you've also seen the challenge and the positions Chain's taking. He's staying in these little corners with perfect exits, hitting the chip rails, and if Spart1e wants to push, dropping the turret, spamming it out. It's a difficult ask for Spart1e, but he only really needs to get one, and then the conversion is possible. So one step at a time, maintaining control is paramount at this point. He can't afford to let Chain get in on it. At the same time, if he knows Chain's not in the vicinity, then he can extend out a little bit further, try and absorb some damage, do some damage himself, and fall back. But time now is very much not of the essence. He's caught it, but he's not connecting. Chain has to drop the turret once again. He's going to go through the TP. I think Chain's too smart for that, but there's a lovely rocket jump off his body. He knows his opponent's there. He has to let the item go. And how did he not kill him?
Well, he could probably convert it straight after, but Spart1e does take him down, but needs to find 2 kills in the next 50 seconds. But the problem is, he hasn't really got much into his stack, but at least he picks up the mega and the light straight afterwards. Heavy's up in the next 7. That'll probably be the last item he'll pick up unless he picks up the mega at the very end. He's got a read. It's going straight on him, but the rail's so important. Misses a second, but I think he's done more than enough. Chain secures the 5th frag, and most probably secured the series win as well.
Well deserved by Chain, definitely played the more stable and overall better games. It's just one of these where you look back and you say, why couldn't this be every game from a Spart1e POV, right?
Yeah.
Map 1 was horrific in context of how well he performed in Map 2 and Map 3. Clearly some nerves there, clearly some rust there, and Spart1e's just generally not on form. Does feel that Chain's picking up a little bit. He's got better and better week on week. But he needs to do a lot more if he wants to get far in these finals. Spart1e, he has to go away and build on this, you know. He's got the skill to do better than he's done so far. It's not been a good season for him. So hopefully he can come into the finals and show everyone why he's a fan favourite.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience in a LAN environment anyway, so we do expect a little bit more from him. I was looking at the items as well. I think it was 22 to 13. I just missed a glance on that. But yeah, I think the first map, I'm glad it wasn't a telltale sign of what is to occur, because that was a huge, that was just an absolute smashing, wasn't it? It was like 19 to 2 or something like that. And then Spart1e having to claw his way in that second map after having that 4-0 lead, coming back 6-5 or 7-6 at the end. And then, yeah, again, this is another map Spart1e could have took, but Chain just played it really solidly. You got to remember that Chain actually defeated RAISY on this map earlier and managed to defeat Spart1e on this map as well. The scores definitely don't reflect what occurred. The only thing we need Spart1e to do now is just a bit more reflection in terms of what he needs to do after each death and just decide on what plan he needs to make.
Yeah, there's so many simple things Spart1e can improve upon. Like, let's not forget that Spart1e was a Quake finalist. Yeah, sure it was 2009 for everyone, and that was not a Quake fan back then, but he's been one of the best players in the world, and he still can be for a reason. But there are some really fundamental issues in some of his games, and eradicating that alone will begin picking up more and more maps and more points. And you know, mechanically we've seen he can compete with the best. He now needs to just refine everything else with the game that he knows how to do. Just mentally, he needs to then do it. So, hoping to see a different league from Spart1e coming in these finals.
Yeah, you're right. That's just that was a
definitely a long time, 2009. That was definitely a flashback. I forgot, but yeah, Spart1e's had over the years in Quake, and even in the early 10s, he has multiple top 4s, top 6s, hasn't he? And sometimes people forget that because he's, it's quite far in the past, but this is why he's still able to continue to compete at a high level in the Pro League. And we know what he's capable of, and that's why he's known as one of those open-ended players, because we don't know what to expect on the day. But those results there, as that second map was definitely the closest out of them all. We expected it a little bit close on Vale, which it was. It was just at the end we had to see a little bit more risk taken for Spart1e, and sadly just could not take advantage of that.
No, but well played by Chain. He's obviously secured himself a slightly higher seed after a poor season from his perspective. I'm sure he'll be the first to admit that. So got to look at today's results to think he's did a job well done. 2 series in one day. It's still tough, and particularly playing against RAISY and then a tight one against Spart1e. So really well played by Chain. Sure be happy and looking forward to seeing him in the finals as well.
Yeah, it's all done and dusted in. I'll send you're going to be casting wheat for the next 2 series.
Oh, God, yeah. So I'm going to be with another partner to finish the day off. 3 people in one day. Lucky me. But no, thanks for filling in. Condolences to Flea. For everyone asking, he is fine. He's just got internet issues. So, it is what it is. But I'll be joined by Wheat after the break. Finally, someone good to cast with. Anyway, we're going to go to the break. We'll catch you when we get back. Well, I'm back with another friend. I've been chewing up casters and spitting them out all day. So let's see if we can stand the test of time today, man. How you doing?
I was gonna say, I was like, you've been casting around today, ZSX, and but I'm glad that it's you and me at the end here. So
making me blush. Not many people can do that. Yeah.
What's up, man? Reasonable day of Quake. Like wild to think that after 17, almost 18 weeks, that here we are in the final stages as we march towards the championship in just a few weeks. So it's all very exciting. I'm happy to be here, and I cannot wait for the finals.
Man, we were talking about it earlier. Like, no one can wait for LAN, and today's been really interesting because we're at that that final point, the pivotal week, where for some people this means an awful lot. It could mean the difference between playing, a Kilson or a rapha in the first stage to meaning someone slightly less scary. For other people like vengeurR and RAISY, this doesn't mean anything. So it's a chance to show off, have some fun, but also experiment with tactics and champions and everything else they haven't done before. And I don't know if you managed to catch the RAISY game, but he was playing bananas and just really throwing things to see what sticks, and fortunately for him quite a lot did. So if he takes that kind of form into the finals, he's going to have a lot of fun.
I completely agree, and it's exciting to see players be able to do that, right? I mean, as you mentioned, for every single player, it's kind of they're at a little bit different spot, and I think it should also be said that the challengers that are coming in for the finals too are not pushovers by any means. So even whether you're at the top or maybe you're a little bit lower, some of those guys in the lower end they're going to have some heavy hit matches like right away. So that aspect of it is going to be very intriguing as we head into the championship as well. There's no safe position, ZSX, which is a great place for fans and casters for things to be, because every matchup I think is going to be remarkable.
Yeah, my spidey sense does feel that we've got some upsets coming towards us in the finals just for some of those players that are coming through challenges. Like, it's amazing to see we've got more spots and some new names, new talent. Obviously, we've got some older names in there that have some potentially new tricks up their sleeve, but there's so much great talent coming up. And, a couple of seasons we had the same rotation of players going through, but this time it is almost a new start, and that's really, really exciting to see. And then to put it in context, we're also on LAN again. It's been 2-3 years. We're in this position where we can get everyone together and at least have some fun, if not some great games. So it's going to be a blast. But we're not there yet. We're on week 17, final week. We still have 2 series to go. To start us off, we have nosfa versus psygib. And, this is a matchup which, in the context of the leaderboard, it's fairly lower down. But for nosfa, it means a lot. Unfortunately for psygib, he's had a pretty miserable season. It's a chance to get a bit more encouragement going into the finals, because nosfa is someone he could definitely take that away from.
Yeah, and these two are right at 13 for psygib and spot 12 for nosfa. So there's not going to be a whole lot of moving and shaking the results of this match, but it's still important for your final placements as you're heading into the championship. I mean, both these players have had their ups and downs throughout the season. I think they've shared some of the same level of successes and defeats as well. But now it's a chance for them to really kind of knock it out one last time in order to find out who will have that little bit better seed going into the championship. So taking a look at what we've got here, Awoken, Corrupted Keep, and Insomnia, of course, are going to be our maps. And I mean, pretty typical selections here for champs. You got the Nyx versus the Anarchy, the vengeurR versus the BJ, and I think the really interesting one at the end there, Scale and Ison. I mean, we've seen moderate success from both of those champions on Insomnia, but frankly, we went through like an Insomnia drought for a little bit during QPL too, where it was like played early, then changes were made to the map, didn't see it as much, and then the last few weeks we've definitely been seeing it a little bit more. As we head into the championship finals, I hope players are ready and well practiced on Insomnia, because given the nature of the the way that the best of 3s, best of 5s will play out, Insomnia is going to be a map that we'll probably see a lot more of during the championships.
Couldn't agree more. I was about to say the same thing. I think there's a lot of players out there that are practicing it a hell of a lot in secret to make it a little bit of a wild card, because, as you rightly put, it has been a drought. No one's really wanted to commit to it. It's a little bit of an unknown, and so people are going in hoping that it gets picked against them because they're actually secretly now pretty good.
Yeah.
It still has a somewhat funky flow. I don't think anyone's really perfected it. You can get steamrolled and locked out, which is why people get scared of it. Scale bearer on there. That's one counter to that. If and we know psygib loves a counter, but really through the rest, as you pointed out, we've got some pretty standard picks across the board. Excited to see her next again. We don't see a lot of her still because she can be high risk. And then we've got a BJ back. That kind of fell out of meta a little bit as Rapha stopped picking it as much. So psygib, nosfa's bringing it back as well.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the BJ on corrupted keep. I think it I mean it you know, that double LG can really come in handy. It does then make you prioritize your positioning and map control. If you can even map control on corrupted keep, it can be difficult, but I'll be curious to see exactly what nosfa is going to try to do with it here. Additionally, I was kind of taking a look back at some of the Insomnia games, and I think some of the most notable ones over the past few weeks is week 14. We had the one between CNZ and vengeurR where it was CNZ on the scale and vengeurR on the anarchy, and we were all like, I don't know about this one, and it was like a really close 5-4 game. And then I believe that we also had Kilson playing DK on Insomnia and kind of wiped the floor with CNZ, who was playing Strog at the time. That was like 7-1. So we'll have to see how this one will play out. Going to play all 3 games, of course, but I think the big question is how do you call this one? I even saw some folks in chat saying, hey, I don't even know where to put my bets. But right now, pretty even, a little bit in favor of nosfa, but psygib right up there, both with some 400,000 points up for grabs.
Well, the chances, I think, just on form alone, you have to say nosfa. He's got more to play for. He's definitely had a slightly better season, if not, again, a standout season for him. But it's hard when you're in that middle bracket. It's so messy in there. Everyone is so evenly matched that, he might be sitting in 12th, but his scoreline's pretty much bang on the person sitting in 7th. The differences are so minor at this point. It's hard to say he's had a bad season. It's been an adequate season. So I think just edging it to nosfa, looking at the picks and bans, again, it's not a huge amount between the two. I honestly don't know how good psygib is on Insomnia. I've seen nosfa play it a fair amount, so that could be a turning point. Psygib picking the corrupted keep is pretty interesting as well. nosfa loves the rail, but we've spoken to him in the past and he still likes that map. So it is a toss-up. But just on form, I'm going to give it to nosfa on a 3-0.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, if maybe one deviation be maybe like a 2-1, we'll have to see. I think the question marks are there for psygib on Insomnia too. Also I've seen Insomnia scale kind of go both ways, and this isn't a commentary on scale by any means. It's just we've seen it played really well, and then also have kind of seen it like, oh no, not like this. So we'll have to see how it's going to play out on this one. But I think everything else is pretty much just going to be one of those instances of who is bringing their game today, right? Who is bringing their game in our final week headed to the championship.
100%. 100%. Definitely want to see psygib pull something out, because again, it's been a really hard season for him performance-wise. There was a time a couple of stages ago where he was really positioning himself as kind of 2nd/3rd in NA. Really, really good performances. Just another one of those players that struggled with the switch to this global league, struggled with the switch in kind of meta a little bit, changing the map pool, maybe not having as much time, whatever it is, but he's definitely struggled this season. So some confidence will do him good going into the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a storyline that we've seen over the past few seasons, right? There's been that we talked about CNZ the other week, where when he came in, everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, like who is CNZ? Is he going to be able to make a big impact?" And he did at a finals event, but then kind of come into the season, it took him a little while to find that footing. And there's a lot of players that sort of share a similar story. Now, of course, we're going to LAN, so a lot equalized here, and that's where I think things will get really exciting, because I know there have been some players who have struggled with kind of the play field that's been out there. So that will not be an issue going into the finals, and that should be exciting for everyone. But we're loading into our first map here. It's going to be Awoken between psygib and nosfa. It is psygib on the number 13 spot, nosfa in the number 12th spot. We'll find out if any adjustments get made here, but we are about to go live.
We are indeed live on Awoken. psygib over on that Nyx. So we have nosfa, Dimetro nosfa. That is the new team. Over on the Anarchy. Now, we didn't talk too much in the intro about this, but Anarchy is a slightly more unusual pick relative to the Nyx here. It still gets picked up very much, but I do like it up against the Nyx just again because the speed and the inject is a pretty decent counter to that versatility the Nyx offers. When she pops that Ghost Walk, you have that flexibility to chase her down and keep that pressure on. So, see how nosfa decides to play this one.
Yep, so far, relatively not much going on. Some good rails coming out from psygib right away. And completely agree what you're saying between these two, right? Both of them kind of have a get-out-of-jail-free card, but it can lead to potential openings for both players, right? Depending on how it's used and when it's used, etc. I would say that nosfa in a little bit better spot. psygib obviously can use that Ghost Walk offensively, defensively, in the same way nosfa can kind of use it as a, like, oh, I messed up, or I took a little bit more damage than I expected. And here we've got a lot of exchange here with LG between the two, but still 0-0. psygib has his Ghost Walk up, and this would be a good opportunity to potentially attack and or find a way to move in before that inject is back up. But psygib's just going to play this patiently, which I'm also okay with.
Yeah, but he's also slightly too late, so he's just burned a stack and his Ghost Walk for absolutely no return. He's in position for the heavy, but he can't really afford to contest this without giving up his frags. So that hesitancy in his approach really did cost him. I would have felt, if you're going to go for it, go with the aggressive Ghost Walk. Don't just try and meander in, and now very much on the back foot. And the silver lining is no frag given just yet, but the way he's been posturing in the opening few minutes shows me he's not feeling confident to contest nosfa. Because even when he's had the opening damage, he hasn't really left this rail room. Now it just feels like a matter of time before the Anarchy somehow they trade. Yeah, the eyes of nosfa show a ton of stories.
Yeah, that's actually a little surprising to me. I thought that nosfa was going to be able to clean that one up, no problem. But the trade did happen, and interestingly enough, we're back to 1-1. And nosfa was definitely in the better position. He had a much better stack. He had an inject that was ready, and here we go. He's going to inject. We do have the Ghost Walk. Wow, coming out, and he's just going to double back a little bit. But nosfa is going to read that one quite well. LG out and barely gets the frag, but barely's good enough, as he is now taking the lead 2-1, grabs himself that mega, finds a good rail position, and misses the shot, unfortunately, hits the second one. Oh, but hit with one of his own, and now nosfa in the danger zone.
Lovely rails to psygib. We know this is his power. psygib's aim has always been solid and consistent as well. It's rare you see him have a really bad day. And, you know, when you can pull out shots like that, he's always in for a chance. Big rocket into Ghost Walk as he just carries on his trajectory towards that mega.
Yeah, I like that. Ooh, unfortunately, misreading where he thinks his opponent's at. Ate a little bit of LG damage, but set up for the rail once again. Can't really find the shot. And psygib's actually had some pretty impressive kind of rocket shots, just like those perfect angles that do a little bit of splash damage, but enough to start working away at those stacks. Tied 2-2, more rails coming out, and both these players trying to find their rails. Definitely psygib with a little bit better accuracy. But psygib lands another one, and with a much better stack. Now another one, he could go in for this one, and he does land in yet another rail, tries to look for the cleanup, doesn't happen, gets hit with one of his own. Ghost Walk does have to come out, and unfortunately psygib not able to capitalize on all of those excellent shots, did not clean it up, and we're still at 2-2.
No, and that's the key point at the moment, is he's not able to capitalize. Yeah, he's hitting a good shot, but he's not then sustaining that pressure going in. So what he's allowing nosfa to do is just play the map, you know, run the map, heal, pick up an item, pick another item, get hit again. He's just burning items. So, you know, it's very much a stalemate at this point. And in fact, nosfa's probably coming out on top, because whilst psygib's doing all this great damage, he himself isn't getting the stack he needs to feel confident. So, been a really interesting 2 minutes.
And we're about to hit the halfway point too. And cleanup is super important. There we see the Ghost Walk come out. Somewhat offensive as he tries to line up a shot coming out of it, but it doesn't really work. LG on his opponent going up the jump pad, and he will back off psygib with the lesser stack now. Neither player with armor. And I do feel like nosfa setting up here for potentially taking that next frag. He's going to put his LG out yet again, but gets hit with a rail. And that has been the big equalizer here for nosfa. And oh my God, he hits the rocket a little low. Splash damage, takes himself out. And now it is 1-2. nosfa unintentionally gains the lead.
No, but I'm going to have to say it again. psygib needs to use this momentum, this damage, to convert it into an objective. Dueling is objective based, and he has to use his momentum to make something happen, because otherwise nosfa's the one playing the map. He's the one taking the items away from psygib. There you go, he's pressuring in again for another pretty simple kill. He's taking so much damage in the process, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whatsoever, because he's denying his opponent those items as well.
He's got an opportunity to fully grab control here, and this will be really telling from this point. Dan, because if he can keep that control up and deny psygib a stack, we could see this lead change dramatically. Has his opponent stuck in the corner there, fires the rail, nice wall jump out of there by psygib. But nosfa's set up. He's ready to grab this mega again. He's going to be keeping his opponent on those lights. He's going to try to then fight for the heavy, and he should. He's definitely got a decent stack. Fighting from below can be a little rough, but some great LG damage. He could absolutely clean this back up, but on his hop out, he gets nailed with a rail, and it kind of makes that full control go away just a little bit. psygib doesn't have a phenomenal stack, but he's still ticking away at it.
Yeah, nosfa's using the speed to continually press his advantage, and that's what we talked about in the opening week. You know, when that Ghost Walker's up, nosfa's just full throttle in aggression. He's not been connecting with an awful lot, but everything he does connect with is just so efficient because his opponent's constantly weak. psygib again, trying to go man on man, and this time he makes it count, but at what cost? He hasn't got a Ghost Walker, he's incredibly weak. So
yeah,
I'm sure we'll see nosfa.
It's unfortunate, you know, for nosfa that happened, but nice shot by psygib. And that has been really the thing, is despite the fact that nosfa has been, you know, picking up a lot of the major items and having a healthy stack, psygib has just been hacking away at that. And there's another great attack there on the heavy with the LG. He's going in though, as nosfa smells blood and does manage to get the frag. I'm sure he's going to be feeling pretty good, having at least a 2 frag lead here as we head into the final 2 minutes. psygib going for that sneaky little shotgun blast that's not going to work out, and he willfully gives up that frag, unfortunately, in nosfa.
Yeah, but psygib nearly has 1,000 damage done more than nosfa. That's the problem with this game. He just hasn't been able to keep that pressure going, and nosfa has played the better duel. So 2 minutes to go. It is definitely possible on a map like Awoken, but the number one objective at the moment for nosfa is keep that control line. He hasn't had enough items. 4 heavies and 6 megas. It's not a lot.
He's not. The rail exchange happened again. I think nosfa is getting a little bit more willing to kind of go toe and toe here, knowing that he's got this 3 frag lead. He's still got to be very, very careful. Oh my gosh, I was going to say good positioning there with the LG, but psygib with that jumping rail. So this game's not over yet, buddy. 1 minute left to go, and psygib really has to turn it up here. Did have his opponent very close to rail range. And now psygib can he bring back 2 frags in just a couple minutes? Well, there's one. He's wanting to answer yes on this. He's going to get himself a heavy for that. Grabs more rail, rearms, and is going to try to go in this last minute and try to find a frag to tie it up.
Yeah, he knows where his opponent is. He's got time now to hold out for this next item. He doesn't even need to. If you can push the advantage here, nosfa stealing away the light. Hasn't got the injectors. He's had to pop that. 30 seconds to go. nosfa trying to set a trap here. He realizes roughly where his opponent is. There's a big rocket from nosfa setting him up. psygib on the chase with the ghost walk down if he needs it, but nosfa, oh no.
Going hard. They're going to have a fight here. We do have Ghost Walk popped as a lot of that damage was coming out. Going to come out of the teleporter. He just needs a couple more shots, and he does manage to get it with 2 seconds left on the clock. We're going to overtime, 5-5. Neither player going into this sudden death with much of a stack. So these next set of items are going to be crucially important. nosfa did pick up that mega, but the heavy is going to be up soon. And there we have nosfa laying it on with the LG. Unfortunately for psygib, he just doesn't have the right weapon out. He takes a lot of damage right there, and GG nosfa barely winning that one, but does manage to pull it out there. It was a nice comeback by psygib. Unfortunately, wasn't able to close the chapter on that one.
Yeah, he did everything he could have done, and like mechanically, he had a better game throughout. At the end, he had to throw everything he had to get that frag utility-wise. All of his stack and ability went into that, and it was just too much with the pressure off the spawn. But you just have to reflect, you know, all of these great shots, as we talked about time and time again, he wasn't able to use that to convert it into map control, to convert it into item control. It was great shots from risky positions and then forced to chase up after his opponent picked up the items. And so it just shows you, you know, having the better aim isn't everything. You have to then have the full package if you're going to win a map. So really well played by nosfa to keep that composure, you know, and stay in this set. Super close towards the end, and that awareness to chase up when he knew limitations of what Nyx had in overtime, that was pretty key as well.
Yeah, that was a nice frag there in the final seconds to take us into overtime. But the overtime was pretty short-lived, ZSX, because nosfa pulls it back. I wonder how different that would have been had either of them had a stack going into that sudden death. But given how close the frag was to the clock hitting the timer, that just wasn't going to happen. But you mentioned the damage early on, and that was really it. You know, psygib was playing, I think, a much better long-range, mid-range game, but nosfa was capitalizing a little bit more on the opportunities that presented themselves. So, you know, had psygib been able to clean up a few of those, right? He had that early exchange where he landed the 3 rails, but nosfa slipped away. That could have been just another frag that could have been added to the scoreboard. But that's how Quake happens. So you just got to roll with the punches.
You could also see the clear strategy playing out in the scoreboard from nosfa's point of view. Almost all of his damage, 2/3 of it, 3/4 of it, was from the LG. He just wanted to pick that Anarchy. He wanted to run at his opponent when the Ghost Walk wasn't up and just continually bully and chip away at that health pool. Whereas, you know, psygib was playing a fairly balanced game, but mainly a rail-based game. So nosfa's strategy played out. Take the items, run at my opponent, use my stack, use my speed, use my inject, rinse and repeat. Work like a charm.
Corrupted Keep is up next. As we mentioned, nosfa is going to be returning back to BJ in the meta here to see how the dual wield will fare against the Dire Orb. And we've seen some pretty cool stuff with Ranger and the Dire Orb in this particular matchup. You know, you get the right spawn and you can kind of squeeze out both major items at the beginning. Sometimes just a burst of damage right there off of the bat. We'll see how this will work, but I'm wondering if you know, nosfa might be able to close it out here just by using the power of that dual wield. LG's obviously been prioritized by both players, a little bit more so over in psygib's camp, but here we go. I'm sure another fast-paced game in front of us.
Yeah, psygib needs to just concentrate on the items more, get that timing up, particularly on a map like CK where you can get locked out for large periods of the game, and it's a miserable existence without an item on this map.
That rocket launcher noise is like,
it's
like there's a rocket coming your way. You ready for it? Both players kind of chilling here a little bit. psygib thinks he knows exactly where his opponent is, does land a rocket, but nosfa with a good recovery rocket of his own. It actually puts psygib in a pretty terrible spot. nosfa grabs that light armor, will get the mega yet again. And so far, pretty chill for a map start here on Corrupted Deep. nosfa looking for an opportunity, sets up a trap. Dire Orb, I don't even know what happened to that Dire Orb there, but the wall, man, it got messed up bad.
Oh, there is some
perfect.
Melted, yeah. Not the best start for psygib. We've seen some funky orbs today, and that was just another one to add to the list. And it definitely feels bad when you use it and nothing happens, because you're like, what the hell do I do now? That was what the situation psygib was in, but he had to recoup, got himself a heavy off the spawn. There's another orb that just went through the legs of nosfa, I believe, so he got nutmegged and lives to fight another day.
I like that. That's good. Yeah, and we saw that dual-wield LG come out and do its job. So I think that's kind of exactly what we were expecting nosfa to do, as he sneaks in and steals away that Mega. Nicely done, as he does take a lot of damage, but cleans up with the machine gun. And now the dual-wield LG yet again into the heavy machine gun. nosfa very, very low, but he still manages to pick up another frag, and he is not giving psygib any room to maneuver at all in this map.
No, and similar to the advice we were giving in the intro, I think psygib needs to try and concentrate his fights, his combat on the major item pickups, because at the minute it just seems a little bit chaotic in no man's land. Gets himself a frag on the board now, so can slowly build back into this, but yeah, definitely try and contain the chaos to the items at the very least.
Yeah, getting that heavy after the frag, pretty important. We'll see if he can control Mega here as he steals another light. Now his opponent's waiting down below for him. nosfa, he just went a little bit too late. 1 second earlier, and maybe he would have been able to steal that away, but unfortunately nosfa knew exactly what his opponent was up to. He positioned himself nicely, puts another frag on the board. 1-5 now, as we're just 3 minutes into this matchup. And psygib is going to try to come back hard on this one with a stack, but what will he be able to do? LG out, does a lot of damage there. nosfa, no armor stack at all. He's going to keep on, but as we've seen many, many times before, heavy machine gun can be very effective on this map, but a nice rocket from psygib. He manages to close that gap just a little bit. Going to put some pressure on here. Coming out of there, the heavy is up. Dire Orb up to the top ridge, doesn't hit, but allows him to continue the chase. The shotgun blast, though. Oh my gosh, it was that moment where you just, you know, you need to hit that one rocket, but every single one of them whiffs, and nosfa somehow picks that one up.
I don't know how nosfa got that frag with a straight face. That was daylight robbery.
There it is, though.
There it is, finally.
Yeah.
Only took him 2 frags, but he got it. And it is only 3-6, so this is not a big scoreline on this map. Neither one of these players wants to relent on the combat front. More than happy to just keep banging their head against the opponent's wall. This time psygib's coming out on top. Very clean frag. nosfa now spawning with nothing. Except a machine gun in hand. Oh no, not again, not again!
I'm like actually surprised how many close range fights we have had there at the Mega. There's just been a lot of carnage that has taken place there. Now, the scoreline hasn't really gone much past 3 frags, and I think that's good for psygib in order to try to keep himself back up in this. There's not even halfway through this one, so there's a lot of time left to go. Want to take a quick look. 7 heavies and 2 megas for psygib. 2 heavies, 7 megas, so they're just kind of reversed there between the two. Another Dire Orb coming out. You gotta love the Dire Orb not being used as like a traversal or movement skill at all. It is straight up a mage spell in this matchup here.
Yeah, I don't know how effective that spell has been just yet. And you mentioned the parity in items. We'll just point out that, you know, nosfa's stolen at least 3 of them from under the nose of psygib, so somehow keeping himself in this game. If psygib just cleans that up, cleans up the timing, he will be winning this game. But, you know, for now, it is nosfa that has that lead and has built a lead with 5 minutes to go.
That one's gonna probably be it. Oh my gosh, and somehow, like, nosfa's been playing a defensive game as well, right? He has not made it easy for psygib, and just about every single moment that psygib has earned himself a frag, He's done with a lot of damage. So nosfa just comes around the corner on that one. Dire Orb did come out, but I think that was kind of a panic Dire Orb a little bit there. Rockets nicely placed, but the LG of nosfa cleaning things up. He's going to go in. 5 points of health is all he's got, but cannot clean it up. And these players are scrapping.
They are indeed. Whilst nosfa hasn't got a huge amount more items than psygib, generally he's done a better job of managing the victim. So he takes a fight, then picks it up and goes back at it. Whereas a lot of psygibs have been really quite messy. There's another case in point. Didn't even get it, in fact, as he just uses that spell once again. This time for the movement, but not the best orb.
Wasn't a magic missile that time. Nope, it wasn't. Yeah, not the best. But I mean, the funny thing is again how many like close encounters they have had around major items. Still a lot of time left, but nosfa's like gradually increased this lead just a little bit. I really think that also some of his defensive shots where he's been in a bad position, but he's landed kind of that perfect rocket or been able to get some additional damage, and it's allowed him to kind of sneak through and hold on to that lead. So he preemptively fires off his dual wield here. It's not going to yield much of anything, but he just wanted to be ready for that. psygib has less than 3 minutes to try to bring this back, and as we saw in map number 1, he's capable of it, but it can be a tough map, especially you know, if you're not really using that Dire Orb as effectively as I think he wants to be using it.
No, definitely not. There's still only 4 frags in it. Could be another frag, but how does he keep dodging these orbs? He does get the frag, but again, it just works out being far more painful than it needed to be. These orbs are just not connecting. He needs to get some timing here, which he will do, and has plenty of time to set up for this next mega.
I like this. nosfa falls down a little bit earlier to
nice.
Take the fight as psygib's just outside. He's got to think twice about that. Missed that mega, but we'll grab it. No problem. Now psygib's got to be thinking about, all right, 2 minutes. Unfortunately, blasts himself in the face with a rocket. That column wasn't supposed to be there. Dire Orb went out, but it won't matter. nosfa sees the mistake, capitalizes on it, and that will make it still a 4-frag lead. nosfa looking to kind of solidify potential victory here before that time is up. Less than 2 minutes left to go. psygib needs to turn it up right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the other big factors has just been nosfa managing, managing the mid-range fights much better. Huge use of the heavy machine gun, which makes sure that psygib is generally in a much weaker position when they're taking these close-range fights. As messy as they are, one of the reasons nosfa often gets out on top in this chaos is because his opponent's weaker because of all that efficiency. So that's been nice from a nosfa point of view, and also one of the reasons why you pick a BJ as well, because if you do see your opponent exposed, you can just get double the damage.
Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly how nosfa's played this one. You know, in most cases, we typically talk about, oh, the utility of Ranger, it's great, right? He's got a lot of utility with that Dire Orb, but unfortunately, it just really hasn't come out here for psygib. Whether it's a nosfa's dodging or it's just psygib's inability to kind of hit that. Oh, there we go. It's like, shut your mouth, Wheat, right now. Let me show you what a real Dire Orb looks like. And there we go. So a small victory in what will ultimately be a loss here for psygib.
There's not many times where I watch a match. Yeah, he's pissed. There's not many times where I watch a match and I genuinely feel a little bit of sympathy for somebody where you're like, all right, I get you. This was pretty shit. I'm sorry for that, because there was so many times where he was doing the right things. It was just not working, you know? Everything was right except either the execution or nosfa doing something funky, like jumping underneath his feet on an item or something wacky.
Yeah.
So I do feel a little bit of sorry for psygib there, but I think nosfa, in terms of strategy, he definitely just played it cleaner as well.
He did. He did. You know, started off early with that dual wield LG kill. There it is right there. He had him trapped up at the top of the statue. Wasn't much he could do there. But then the number of fights that took place around the mega that, you know, I don't know that anyone could have predicted some of those, how some of those would play out. But each player kind of throwing some traps out, like hiding in the back hallway, dropping on top of it at the last moment. Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't, but it still made for a somewhat entertaining game. Of course, nosfa will win the series 2-0, but we're going to go on to see how this third map will play out. We're going to go to Insomnia, and now psygib just needs to be Mr. Bully here with this Scale Bearer and see if he can, not let Ison basically zone out. And I don't know, that'll be a big issue, but we'll have to see how this will play out. Interesting matchup, to say the least.
Yeah, it is, and I think as you pointed out in the intro, we have seen everything from that's pretty cool from Scale Bearer on this map to, oh god, what is happening? Because it's a pretty funky champion and it's a pretty funky map, and it plays out in some weird dynamics. But there are definitely good utilities. You can use the bull rush very effectively, pretty much on both major items to get in and out fairly safely. There's some strong choke points that you can just bully your way in through, and it's still a very fast champion when played well. And so, despite the geometry of the map, you can traverse it and manage those choke points and play a fast game. So there is definitely logic there. But it's still a Scale Bearer, and it's still pretty awkward to play and watch.
I mean, it will really come down to how and when that bull rush is activated. We've seen some pretty hilarious, like cue the Benny Hill theme music as Scale Bearer just like runs right past, and there could be those really weird hallways where it's like there's not much you're able to do at that point. I think ultimately it's going to come down to how nosfa is going to use that turret. Like, what is the plan for that? Is there a specific area of Insomnia that he's hoping to capitalize on? Early on, before they made some of the changes, people found out, hey, I can literally just camp here. My opponent can't get a railgun, and it makes it really hard for them to try to get some control back. Once the map changes were made, kind of eliminated that. But what we have seen a lot of times is, get a champion, have a strategy in which you hope to get those first few victories in the fights that you have, and then just kind of control from that middle area still. A lot easier said than done, obviously. We could sit here and say, oh yeah, it's so simple, just do that. Yeah. But in execution, we'll see how that'll play out.
Yeah, definitely. And I can't remember who picked first on this map, but obviously the Ison has some good utility against the Scale Bearer alone. And I can imagine situations where the Scale Bearer is running into a corridor to try and pressure something, runs into a turret and is just kind of stuck. That could be fun. There you go, exactly what I mean! Exactly what I mean! How do you take that kill with a straight face, nosfa? Come on.
All right, well, stop predicting the future here, because exactly. I mean, what do you do when you have a scaler and not just throw the turret down right in front of yourself, and then perfect. But psygib bringing it back, nicely done. I think nosfa had the right idea. I'm going to go ahead and try to control this area here, but psygib was there. And look at this, psygib bringing 2 back after a kind of, again, failed bull rush and kind of, I don't know, just playing around by nosfa. But psygib bringing it back. Let's see if he can hold on to this control.
Yeah, and there's also some fairly comical areas you could just camp out, hide out and just bull rush stealthily from behind. It turns into an absolute clown fiesta sometimes, but that's why I love this champion. This time, though, nosfa does get out. The planned sneak attack from psygib did not work. Not enough points to sneak just yet, and is on the ropes with regards to stack.
Yeah, and this is, I think, where you could really start to see some of the potential weakness that could come by going with a scale. If you try to prioritize that long-range, mid-range game and your rail is on, oh my god, nice shot from nosfa there. He tags psygib on the way out, but psygib's hurt bad. He does pick up that mega, but the rail beautifully done by nosfa. And that's really how I feel like you've got to attack this champion matchup here on this map.
No.
Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, and a rail to the face is what that Scale Bearer got as nosfa picks up his 3rd frag and holds on to the lead.
He got olayed twice in one bull rush. That is quite impressive. And there you go, that's a great use of the turret. Even though even though the bull rush is numb, it would stop the bull rush and keeps him trapped. It means if he wants to pressure in, he's trapped himself, but somehow the Tri-Bolt continues to rain down pain. I thought that was a perfect play from nosfa. The psygib comes out on top somehow.
I really think, though, when you are, in psygib's situation, this is like one of those moments where sometimes we would say, hey, you got to watch that, you got to temper that aggression. But when you're playing scale, I think you need to prioritize that aggression a little bit. Off the spawn like that, being able to dish out a lot of damage. Bull rush was up, exactly what we saw. We tied the game back up. And now, even more importantly, is look at where psygib's at with his stack. Of course, as I say that, it literally gets melted away, and nosfa finishes it up with the rail. But there was full control there by psygib. So let's see if he keeps up that aggression. Great positioning there by nosfa. He expects his opponent coming around the corner, lands a defensive rail, a second one, and then just kind of runs away as he hears the bull rush come out. 3 minutes, 20 seconds in, and nosfa is up by 1. But psygib playing this one right, and there it is. The aggression's up. Be the bully as the scale tied up 4-4.
Yeah, but you're completely right. It's as he just demolishes Timmy. It's the reason why you're quick. It's the reason why you have a bull rush, because you want to get in their face and close the gap and use your overbearing weight to create that chaos. You don't want to be taking these rail duels or mid-range LG fights. Yeah, you can have a stack, but you're going to lose dramatically in those situations. So yeah, if you get that stack, it's about getting in your opponent's face as safely and as quickly as possible. So far, there's been moments where he's been able to do that, and you've seen the outcome.
Ooh, nice rocket. Switches to the rail.
Nice.
Ends up landing up, and psygib takes the lead on that one. Now again, control. He's not going to be able to achieve it here as Heavy's picked up by nosfa, but he's going to probably set up here for Mega potentially. He's there. He grabs it. And that's where I think he'll pick up that aggression a little bit. Has his opponent back in the corner, but is definitely respecting that rail.
Yes.
It's been the thing that has kind of equalized things for nosfa, so I'm not surprised. There he sees Timmy. Takes it out, no problem. Going to be up in a few more seconds. Oh,
what?
My God. I can't even believe that happened. Oh, snap. We're tied up
How
again.
did he do no damage as well? That's the crazy part to me. You're completely right. Like, I was about to say, psygib's done a really good job of slowing the tempo down and using it in bursts because of the way nosfa's been playing, but right there was just the polar opposite of what not to do.
Yeah, sometimes you're just not ready for this type of things. And oh my gosh,
Mid-air
get
bull
LG'd
rush.
in the air. What do? Just try to bull rush your way out of it. Unfortunately, I feel like bull rush actually hurt him there as he took himself out of position. And
But he definitely did, because he popped it whilst he was being levitated.
Right,
He was just
exactly.
spinning his wheels. He had no traction. And then the Timmy popped, so yeah. What do you do? nosfa taking the lead with 5 minutes to go. This is how I want to watch Insomnia every week.
yeah, I'm down with that. And I really do think nosfa's playing this one right with the with the long distance rail shots. And again, he's in a situation where psygib's got a pretty sick stack here. He's got to be careful. Once again, puts himself back in this corner. It always concerns me a little bit. How does he weasel his way out of that one? I don't know. He drops back down and bull rush. Even is getting electrocuted, and psygib tying it back up yet again. He's very hurt though. He's got to dispatch Timmy and then try to restack here as he is pretty low. Has to be careful.
I don't know how this map is 6-6. Somehow it is that back and forth though. He's in position for the Mega, but the machine gun is good. He's been knocked down from that spam though. He's in a bit of a corner, a bit of a pickle here. He can't get out eating that. But he's hit one rail, which is enough to scare off the scale bearer. Psygib is healthy enough to push back in. It's weak enough, but this is a push too far. No, it's not.
Oh, well, I mean, I could talk about that exchange there a little bit. I thought maybe that was a bit aggressive from psygib, but, nosfa lands the rail off the spawn. It works out quite well for him. And he's definitely controlling this little mega bridge up here. Turret out. There's a lot of different areas that you can attack or you can focus on as your opponent comes in. nosfa does manage to pick up another frag, but psygib, again, be that bully, be aggressive, as it's now 8-8 yet again, and we are having probably the most back and forth Insomnia I've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, no, definitely nobody's got a foothold in this map whatsoever. Even the item pickups are not too far apart. psygib ever so slightly edging that, but damage-wise, nosfa is all over psygib. 4,200 to 2,800. Huge point of difference there.
Yeah, that damage from nosfa is pretty wicked. It's 3,200, or excuse me, 1,300 more than
that's
his
just
opponent.
well, that's just the power of this follow-up of a scale, you know. Because you're spawning with that huge stack. That's what we've seen. Is that refrag? You don't even have to do any damage. Your opponent's basically dead at that point.
9-8, psygib in the lead. Out of the corner, or out of the teleporter. Nice. Bull Rush comes out, cleans it up, doesn't even need the power of that rush to get the frag, and psygib now takes the first time I think we've seen him with a 2-frag lead here, make that a 3-frag lead. So he wants to clean this up and make it a 2-1 series.
Yeah, this is really hard as a comeback now, as you've rightly pointed out. We haven't seen this extension to the lead because of how chaotic it's been, because of the way in which psygib's playing that scale bearer. And so nosfa has to do something pretty magical. It's difficult on the Insomnia because you can force these close combat fights. On other maps where you can play the distance game, you can potentially force that comeback. But this is very much like Vale, where you trade time and time again.
I feel like both players are a little off on that timing of the heavy, which just turned into a comedy show a little. Oh, man. Oh, no!
Oh, we didn't do that.
Well, you know what? A gauntlet bag right there is what we got. psygib with a solid 4-frag lead in the final minute. He is going to be able to take this one out. I think nosfa had the right idea in his strategy. psygib, though, using the power of this champion to kind of be a little bit more present in those fights and bully your way in. And we're going to probably be finishing up here. 20 seconds. Probably unlikely here for nosfa, as he's just trying to hit his rails, and that's going to be it. Doing the dance on the jump pad.
What? He climbed the wall? That is like some alien shit.
So I'm not sure how this interaction, but if scale hits Timmy, does it, like, his momentum stops?
That's like the worst nightmare scenario. Like, I'm definitely safe here, and it just scales up the wall and chases you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Well, there you go. 13-10. psygib with some choice words at the end there says, I win on land, and guess what? We might find out if that's true in a few weeks. So
is that what he said? Oh.
He did. The internet remembers. So
I'm screenshot it. There you go. I've got it, boys.
We'll see how that will play out. But yeah, take those take that energy, take that into the finals with you, gentlemen. We're going to be excited to see how both of you perform there. Good games to both, but it is going to be nosfa who takes that series 2-1 for our first featured match. nosfa will hang on to his number 12 spot. Don't think that really moves him up in the grand scheme of things, but he gets to maintain that position headed into the championships. Yeah,
and in spite of the teabagging, it was still a nosfa victory in 2-1, so he can feel good about that. You know, have to respect the scale bearer and Insomnia. It's definitely an awkward pick. It makes you change the way you want to play. You can't just camp on those choke points because he will blow right through. So the ice had tried. We saw moments of magic from Timmy, but ultimately, the stack and the speed. psygib loves scale bearer anyway, so all of that combined meant he was able to bring the chaos. But otherwise, really well played by nosfa. It was pretty close overall, so I'm sure both players will feel comfortable in their position.
Yeah, agree. And that'll be it for both those players heading into the final matchup. So, you know, they can breathe a sigh of relief. They can just start focusing on playing in the championship, which is just a few weeks away. And we're going to be moving to our next featured matchup here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to speak to some of the admins and hope these two meet to see if that prophecy from psygib comes true. But as you say, we are going to be moving on to our last match, which is going to be ZenAku versus vengeurR in the Battle of the Maestro Boys, and it will be a good one. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Well, it's good to be back to nice long days with lots of Quake, but as per usual, I think they've saved potentially the best till last in vengeurR versus ZenAku. What's your take here, Wheat?
I mean, my take is that I hope that this is the bloodbath that I think that it could be. You definitely have two brawlers going at it here. And by the way, before we talk anymore, I did mention before our break that I didn't think the win was going to adjust nosfa too much, but he did indeed go up to a number 8 spot. So that ended up being a kind of crucial win for him overall, as it puts him a little bit higher up on that bracket. Not that it's going to be any easier of a road, but it's certainly he got a reward for that victory. So yeah, I mean, vengeurR and ZenAku, two players who I always enjoy watching. I think, you know, vengeurR, we've seen him kind of go through his up and downs. ZenAku's kind of been having one of these star-studded seasons, I feel like, and vengeurR definitely finding a little bit of zone. Now they're teammates. I'm sure that they've gotten a lot of time with one another. That's going to add an element of interest, I think, to this matchup overall. And once we take a look at the picks and bans, I think that the story will really start coming out. But what I hope we get is two players playing their style, and ultimately that means we get a pretty fast pace and game with some intense displays of Quake.
Yeah, I mean, I did speak to vengeurR earlier in the day. He said, I'm third, nothing matters. So this match is no Fs given. It's going to be about having fun and seeing what works. And so he told me to expect fun and experiments. I don't know what that means, so I'm sure we'll find out over the next 30 minutes. But let's have a look at the picks and bans, and that might actually bring to light what he meant in his cryptic messages to me on Discord. So we have Deep Embrace, no experiments here. Strog and Pika up against the Ranger. I still can't get over ZenAku's picture. It makes me laugh every time. And then we have Insomnia from ZenAku, where he picked a DK. I think you mentioned you saw a DK on this map a little bit earlier as well, but we don't see it an awful lot.
Yeah, it was Kilson who played it, I think.
Yeah, so maybe he enjoyed what he saw from there, and he's picked that himself. And then Blood Covenant, he's decided, the madman, to play the visor into a slash. You know, if ZenAku opens with a slash, he goes, it's fine. It's fine, guys, I got the answer. It's visor. I don't know about that one.
I mean, yeah, Visors have been another one of those champions that it's an interesting pick, right? I think if you're going to prioritize a long mid-range rail game, Visor works out well, and that wouldn't surprise me too much. But against a slash, like that's a tall order for sure. So how that one is going to play out, I don't know. Definitely interested in game 2, the Insomnia, the DK versus the Nyx. I don't know that I've seen much Nyx on Insomnia, but definitely we watched Kilson play with the DK, using you know, the Flame Strike to zone a little bit, to just do some like burst damage, etc. So that one should be an interesting one. And then I think Deep Embrace, I like what we've got here. We've seen Strog do really well. We know Ranger does well on that map. Strog, it's going to depend a lot on how Peeker is used. We've seen some like not so great Peeker plays on this one. You've got to be definitely careful. Can't leave yourself too exposed. But you know, I don't know. What do you see? Do you think, based off of what vengeurR mentioned to you, that you see something that is like, oh my gosh, there it is?
I think it's, yeah, not really. Like I said, I don't see huge experiments. The DK on Insomnia, we've seen it, as you said, from Kilson. I don't know. I don't think maybe vengeurR's played it a lot, so they were going to see something else. The Bias is definitely different. I think he wants to see how he can manage the speed of a slash. I've seen Visor get slashed before, and it all comes down to using that rail well, and obviously using the piercing sight well, playing spot on positionally, but it's definitely hard to execute. The Strog and Pika, I think he basically effectively pioneered that on Deep Embrace. I remember him picking that, you know, QuakeCon last year and dominating with it. He's played it for a long, long time. So I think that's what he just wants to put on a show and play fast and aggressive. And, you know, when we're talking about experimenting, it's not even just about the picks. It's about how he plays in the game.
Right.
As we saw from RAISY earlier, you know, the way in which they approach the map, trying these tricks, trying new strategies, that's where we're going to really see what he means. So on paper, not massively out there, you know, not seeing clutches thrown in on Insomnias or something, but he's got a little bit of a twist.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, to your point, we will probably see it more in what he is deciding to do in game, whether that's weapon choices, whether that's setting up traps, whether
Right.
that is being ultra aggressive, which we know both these players do like to do. But we're gonna find out very, very soon as we are loading up our first map, Deep Embrace, one of my favorite maps that we've got here in the circuit. But I like this map pick for this particular matchup. All three of these maps, I think, will lead to entertainment. So that's what we're here for, right?
100%. And we haven't really talked about ZenAku that much, who he himself has had a very good season, you know? It wasn't so long ago he was new to the QPL. Not struggling, but, you know, finding his feet. And he's got into a position now where he takes maps and series of anyone that comes his way, you know. And in practice, you're watching him and he's doing the same thing. He's a regular practice partner of everyone because he's so damn good. So excited to see what he brings into the finals as well. He actually beat vengeurR in London on the Iron Fist land. So he's got pedigree now. He's got, you know, respect. He's got an established position. I still think, and I think he admits it, he's finding what his real style is. He does everything pretty good, but I wouldn't be able to put my finger on exactly that. This is who he is. He just does everything at a good level. So that's still something he's working on personally, but he always brings a good game.
I like what we've seen so far here from vengeurR. He did not prioritize immediately going to the major item, the Mega, but instead grabbed himself the weapons that he felt like he needed and then left off of a little bit of delay there. Used his peeker to try to get some information. Doesn't really yield much, but now has an idea where his opponent is after not seeing him. He hasn't actually caught him in the sights, but has a good idea. Finds him at the heavy, as that Mega is going to be up here shortly. Did that delay pay off? I don't know. He's got to be careful here. He may not be able to sneak in and grab it, or if he does, it would be at a cost. Rail does come out here, but vengeur's going to have to give that up and change up position.
Yeah, but he got his much-needed rail. So he was willing to forego position. What a flick rail! I thought he knocked him off the map in exchange for the rail, and now a heavy as well. So all in all, it has worked out pretty decently for the young Italian. Got himself a position up top as well, given he did hit that great rail. ZenAku can also slow it down. He's popped that orb in the previous engagement to get across the map, so doesn't have a lot to work with.
Jumping up to the top, LG comes out, peeker to try to get some more damage, but after realizing his opponent actually backed into the other room, he just went ahead and sacrificed it. Nice rail again, as he is definitely keeping his distance. It looks like both players will swap their major items. Now, actually, Mega's up, hasn't been picked up yet. vengeurR has an opportunity to take full control right here. I think he's being apprehensive about it because he's not sure where his opponent is at, but there's going to be a huge delay now on that Mega. Got to be careful as he grabs it. Doesn't want to get hit off the map, but he does grab it clean. A little bit of tri-volt damage, tickling him a little bit, and now he's set up to grab the heavy again. And this is where I would be scared if I was ZenAku. You realize that your opponent now has pretty solid control. You know that they've got a 6-stack, and that means you've got to be hitting those rails like he did right there. One coming out as well for vengeurR. He throws peeker out, and things are kind of equalized after that. So good play by ZenAku.
Yeah, he's being an absolute menace, you know, playing this low ground, playing these cheeky angles. He's actually catching vengeurR off guard more often than he himself is. And he's worked himself into a good stack. He could even contest this heavy if he wants to. He's got the orb up. I don't imagine he will. He's just quite happy to sit on this mid ground and play defensive. So long as he hits some exit damage, more or less on the same stacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's where that importance of grabbing the damage and minimizing what you take. ZenAku gets LG down. The rail can't clean him up. Does vengeurR know he just needs to throw a little bit of something out? And nice read on the dire orb as his opponent went for with the Mega. I liked the thought of it, but unfortunately the execution didn't really play out for him, and vengeurR picks up another conversion frag to make it 2-0.
I think he orbed into the water. He overshot.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I saw.
Okay.
So either way, it's a 2-0. So a low-scoring start. Nevertheless, it is an action-packed start. ZenAku, though, playing ultra defensive, and you can see the respect from vengeurR, unable to break the walls of ZenAku cleanly a lot of these times, which has prevented the snowball effect just yet. But the problem with the way in which ZenAku is playing, obviously, is if he doesn't connect with that exit damage, that's when he's in trouble. We saw it off the previous heavy. Venga managed to escape, got a lot of lightning gun damage, and then it was a matter of time and forced ZenAku into almost desperation mode. And Venga is just rotating both major items with pretty much perfection.
Dude, Venger's hit some just wild flick rails in this matchup. Really, really amazing stuff. As he does grab the Mega and then heads back over. Nice rocket through the floor. And he is just continuing to do a lot of damage here. Doesn't matter that, you know, 12 with a shotgun, you hit several of those and could be doing some big damage. Oh, out of the teleporter. Venger almost paid for that one, but a quick spin around in that shotgun. Venger puts 4 on the board.
ZenAku getting across for his second Mega of the day, only his 4th major item pickup, so you can see where the problem lies. It's just in the control. It's no fault of his own. He's definitely tried. He's just been unable to break the stranglehold of Venga. There we go, up again, nearly hits it through the grate. That would have been a spectacular shot from the Italian. We get to see the defensive play from Venga, which is also second to none. Good rail from ZenAku, but unable to get up top. You can hear the rocket jump coming, but the connection isn't there, and he actually knocks him off.
Nicely done. That was a good chase by ZenAku, playing the long range there. Nicely done. He, unfortunately, is very, very low. Needs to be careful. Venger knows it. LG out. Easy pickup for him. His reward is that heavy, and Venger keeps that 4 frag lead. But like to see kind of how ZenAku's thinking about trying to bring this one back. Still got to be careful, though, as I don't think he actually has a rail right now. He doesn't, so ZenAku in a rough spot. He throws out the orb as a misdirection, but it doesn't work out. Oh my gosh, beautiful follow-up frag for Venger. And amazing.
It's so nice when it comes off. It's so nice and clinical.
Yeah, just so nicely done. You play that middle area, hit every single one of his rails. Right now, shooting a 62% rail, 15 to 24 shots hit. His damage significantly higher, almost 1,100 points higher, and has clearly held on to control here, as he has way more major items than ZenAku does. But ZenAku's not giving up and continues to put the pressure on. Question is whether or not he can actually bring back a 7 frag lead here on Deep Embrace.
Yeah, and that's assuming it doesn't get any worse. If he's not touching the items, he just does get himself a Mega. It's going to be worse, but that's been the most impressive thing. Obviously, some great shots coming out, but just the calculated plays by Venga. Because he's created these angles, he's created this damage, as well as maintaining control and keeping position. Just a general flawless game all in all, and it's gone from a 4-1 to an 8-1 in the matter of a blink of an eye. So, as I say that though, ZenAku has bullied his way onto that heavy. He knows the timing of this Mega as well, but he doesn't have an orb, so he has to go old school and walk all across the map. And in doing so, he walks into a stream of LG. He does pick up the item, and is pretty healthy. Just to finish up the Italian aim, he's walking now into rockets and taking so much damage.
I'm really excited how I feel like this season we have seen just some remarkable defensive play. Like it seems like it's something that players are trying to prioritize and thinking about. Right, defensive rockets, defensive rail, defensive tribal, even LG in some cases. But we've really been seeing some remarkable play in that regard over the last few weeks, and it's been great. So ZenAku does manage to pick up 2 more right there, making it now a 5-point game. There's about 2 minutes, 5 seconds, give or take here. I still think that's going to be pretty tough for ZenAku, considering how Venger can kind of set the pace of this matchup a little bit. Big old peaker damage. The Dire Orb is used. It doesn't yield much of anything. And now Venger is just kind of wasting additional seconds on the clock here, and that is to his advantage.
No, that's a good point. Like I don't think we've really seen that much use of the Ranger skill set compared to the Stronger Peaker. Seen some good peakers to use the slide. But as I say that, it doesn't even matter. You know, Zen is forging his way back in. He hasn't got a lot of time, but the momentum is there. He's got the timing and the rotation, and that perfect split that Venger built for himself is now ZenAku's to keep hold of. So if he continues to do this, it looks like it's perfectly possible.
He's got about a minute. I'm going to use that die orb to get on top of that mega. And then, of course, some rocket jumps to try to get around. Nice read on where vengeurR is, but vengeurR with that sixth sense, that spidey sense, realizes that his opponent's probably jumping down and firing a rocket at him, immediately stops. It completely whiffs him, but these two are definitely scrapping here in the final minutes. Both players super low. And again, this benefits vengeurR a little bit more than it does ZenAku, and there it is. He cleans it up with the machine gun. 9-4. Going to be pretty tough to come back from that one. But interesting display, and I think does kind of set a precedent for what we might be seeing here in the next two maps.
100%. vengeurR made that very scrappy, but all in all, you got to respect ZenAku in this one. He was under huge pressure for so much this map. You got to think back when he had 3 major items 4 minutes in or something ridiculous like that. And yeah, he kept it close. He played defensively, he played smart. Didn't let the scoreline get away from him. And because of that, he had a big opportunity to get back into this set. It was just a little bit too much. He had to take some risks he maybe wouldn't have wanted to. Considering how hard vengeurR was hitting, got to be surprised at how close it was overall.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good dire orb day, has it? It really...
God, no, no, it really hasn't. There's not many noteworthy moments that I would want to recapture, but another Ranger game that was a bit of a miss on the in the history books.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I really did like the situations in which vengeurR did use Peeker. You know, I think, obviously, like, yeah, Peeker, you know, you do damage, you shoot your little laser beam at it, you blow it up in their face. But even he, at the beginning of the map, using it to prioritize information is just another kind of, you know, acceptable utility use that I think comes in really handy, especially on a map like this. Like, as the map progressed, I think ZenAku held on to it quite nice, handled Peeker just fine. But I do like how that was used by vengeurR, so.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the ability element of the game is something that's always going to keep increasing in skill set. It's new for a lot of Quakers that didn't come from that background. It's something that is so difficult to perfect because there's so many elements of Quake that are fast-paced and ever-changing. It's impossible to use things perfectly, but we're definitely seeing, as time goes on, more and more effectiveness from all champions and all abilities. It's difficult to get it right all the time, but when it works, you can see how game-changing they can be.
So we talked a little bit about it, but we're moving on to Insomnia, where vengeurR's going to be on Death Knight and ZenAku will be on the Nyx. And this is like one I think to keep an eye on as you think about going into the championships. And again, we are going to be seeing the entirety of the map pool in a lot of the matches that will come about. So, right, is Death Knight the new preferred meta in this case? We've seen Kilson, #1 seed, now grab it. vengeurR now using it. I don't know. I'm not saying yes or no either way, but I think we're going to at least to see how vengeurR is thinking about it, and can that compete with the, you know, potential utility of Nyx?
I think, yeah, I think so. As I mentioned earlier, like if I had to relate this to one map in the current pool, I'd say Vale and Insomnia have similar dynamics. Like lots of choke points, a little bit of versatility, obviously Vale with more so, but you know, these heavily contested areas that favors champions you can bust through in, and Death Knight offers you that. You know, you're going into, say, the mega area, your opponents in the vicinity, you can just completely eliminate the whole area and they have to skedaddle. Same for the scale bearer. So this is why these champions have a good amount of utility. There's more angles, there's more control you can have, but
yeah,
Death Knight offers that, and the chaos factor is always important because we've seen in the past when some people get control of Insomnia, when particularly at the start of the season when opponents weren't too clued in on our dynamics, it was difficult to break that. At least Death Knight gives you that chaos factor if you're out of control, where you can just turn things on its head as well.
And we are live here on Insomnia. We're going to be looking through the eyes of ZenAku as we kick off. He grabbed himself a rails, got an LG, so he's ready to rock and roll. vengeurR did grab the Mega, where ZenAku got the Heavy. And we will see how this one will play out. So definitely, you know, Ghost Walk can be used aggressively, can be used as a get out of jail free card. And as both players come around the corner, Ghostwalk's gonna walk right through those flames. Couple rockets hit. ZenAku takes the better of that exchange at first, it looks like, but vengeur's still okay with his stack. So he is just gonna slow it down a little bit. And I think ZenAku is definitely thinking about this map in terms of positioning 2 great rails, and that will give him the opportunity to potentially run the map as he pleases.
Yeah, worked his way up. And counter rail is huge as it evens things up completely. Vengeur will have his flame strike up now if he needs to use it, but he's actually lost completely his bearings. Does pop the flame strike, but it actually doesn't do anything in the context of things. Stole away the mega though, so now ZenAku is very, very weak. It ends up committing suicide anyway.
Oh. I mean, that was the right play from vengeurR. Just apply the pressure, equalize it a little bit. vengeurR now looking for a conversion on that frag, but so far nothing. Some great rail. I mean, I like what I'm seeing out of both of these players so far. Even though ZenAku should be at 2-0, it's now at 1-0 after that suicide. Mega is up. vengeurR working those angles a little bit, but he still manages to sneak through and grab that mega.
Yeah, so far the rail has been really, really strong from ZenAku. Pretty much game-changing. Lovely wall jumps as well to get away from those rockets.
Yeah. Nice wall jump to avoid those flames, too. That's all really nice plays.
vengeur's done a slightly better job as well on the items. This time, ZenAku does get in on them. We saw this earlier. Need to convert this pressure into item pickups. You can see vengeurR, even though he's got nothing to work with, he just wants to take the items away. And that's really painful for a Nyx who needs that stack to really play her game.
I like how Zen is approaching this. This is great. I mean, I think he's using Ghostwalk in both ways that he can. He's definitely trying to prioritize positioning, and I do think that's pretty important on this map, right? It was before the kind of redesign, and it still is. I especially ZenAku using the teleporter right here in the mega room is kind of a way to shift between floors in a safe manner. I do think on the exit of that teleporter, you have some pretty good angles that you can hit. So his 2-0 lead's looking pretty good right now as things slow down just a tad. 7 minutes in. Oops. Ceiling a little bit lower than he expected there. Now LG from the bottom. Flames come down. They do tag him, but will walk out of it. Oh my God. What are even the chances of that? Was that literally a mid-air telefrag?
Yeah, like... What? I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think I've ever seen it either. Holy moly.
Didn't even flinch. I don't know how this player is increasing. I mean, for all the hype thing was giving me before this set, I don't think I've seen anything from him in this match so far to suggest he's bringing it, and his Death Knight has been slightly lackluster, so definitely an experimental pick. Does not look clean in the way he's playing it. A lot of these flame strikes have been irrelevant in the context of the map, so...
You know, if I was ZenAku, I would 1000% plan that I did that on purpose. That was completely planned and timed it down to the millisecond of exiting out of the ghost walk. So go with that, Zen. I'll support you on that claim.
Yeah, John needs to instill a frag of the season like they have in other sports, and that would like.
That would be it.
That would be it right there. Yeah. Yep. Special ceremony.
I have to agree. There, the flame strike does hit, but not a whole lot of damage out of that teleporter. vengeur's got to figure out how to crack through the shell that ZenAku has kind of created for himself. As he's built himself a nice little couch fort, pillow fort, and vengeur's like, I don't know how to break through this. So ZenAku's going to grab that mega, and his stack's been pretty reasonable. He has been working angles and playing, I think, long and mid-range games the way he needs to. And here we're going to go aggressive on this Ghost Walk again. Sees his opponent retreat out, and we'll just go ahead and back away. Try to gain that position yet again.
Yeah, and it's been a very controlled performance from Zen. Hasn't succumbed to any pressure from vengeurR. Definitely just executing better as well. We talked about vengeur's attempt to steal away the items, and as much as it's working, no real damage output to accompany it. So the strategy is good if you can follow it up with additional damage, because then you keep Nyx on the back foot, but that just hasn't come really.
You're right. It hasn't. I mean, damage is significantly higher here for Zen, almost 1,000 points of damage. And I think it also kind of plays into the whole drive-by strategy that he's kind of got here, right? There's another great example. Here's his opponent down below. You've got the position in the middle. You can hit a weird rail angle like he just did, making it even that much more difficult for vengeurR to try to figure out how he's going to take control here. But the clock is ticking away. It seems like we're only a couple minutes into this one, but we're almost 6.5 minutes in, and ZenAku's sitting on a pretty impressive 4-frag lead. Ooh.
That was a good use of it. Oh, not again!
Oh, so close. Get a repeat.
It would have been nutty, but it's not to be. Instead, vengeurR kills himself. It's been a pretty tame game compared to the last Insomnia we had that week.
It has been an interesting one to say the least. It makes me really curious how Insomnia is going to play into things at the finals. I think that there will be a lot of players that are going to have to prioritize some games on this one in order to not just it be a loss leader for, you know, for players. I think this is one of those maps that in the PPL finals for season 3, it could absolutely make or break some series.
Yeah, yep. Seen that before, you know. Not to the same degree, but, you know, back in the day when I can't remember the name of the map anymore, the Pillar City that no one wanted to play except Spart1e. You know, they were some dark times. But this is definitely much more coherent as a map, very good to watch, but still a lot of players, Quake players being stubborn, have refused to adapt to it yet. And players like ZenAku, who do seem much more comfortable, it could be something they rely on.
Someone said cough in chat. Is that what you
Oh, God, yeah, my PTSD, yeah.
I was like, oh, I forgot it for a reason. Oh, well, 2 minutes left. ZenAku looking to do what I don't think anyone could have predicted, which is potentially shut out vengeurR, possibly taking us to a third map that will decide the series. Great rocket from Bang as ZenAku is going to go ahead and ghost walk. And ZenAku's like, you know what? I want my cam up this whole game. Let's go. Rocket into flames, but the defensive rail on the way out by ZenAku. We talked a little bit about the defensive play from these players. Wow, even ducks under that rocket. What
Ducked in real life.
What
that
a
was
chat.
Brawler. That was like 80s. Going with the controller.
Oh, and in the final minute, the question now becomes, will ZenAku shut vengeurR out? And was this experiment successful for vengeurR? No, he dropped the Mentos in the Coke, and then he put it in his mouth, and it didn't turn out well. So I don't know. I don't know.
I'm gonna flame him on this one after this. After all the hype he's been giving me all day, this was a bit of a letdown for a death knight of all picks. But you have to give it up to ZenAku. He's played disciplined. He's played control.
Yep.
He's prohibited all of that chaos that vengeurR wanted to bring. So also it just shows you, we know how powerful Nyx could be, but when you play this map, you can constrain that and keep in a good rhythm. So it's definitely been a bit of a learning, I would say, from a vengeurR point of view.
Yeah, you know, and maybe it has more to do with the matchup versus Nyx herself, but I was not like overly impressed by any means by what we saw here with the Death Knight. The Flames didn't do much. Utility of Nyx was way better. And we've got ZenAku taking this map, which will mean we're going to go on to the third and final map to determine the series. And that's going to be Blood Covenant, the Visor coming out against the Slash.
Yeah, this is the one we picked out as a bit more of an anomaly, you know. ZenAku picks the Slash and then the response is a Visor. Now there's definitely logic there. I've definitely seen it done. I've definitely seen it win. But it puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders as the Visor. to play positionally perfect, because there's the frag again, because you're so reliant on having information and controlling that slash. We saw it earlier when Avik was playing, I think it was Avik CNZ, Avik playing the Galena, and he played perfectly to win that one against the slash. But I don't think that Venga will have it as easy as that. At least with the Galena, you can build that overstack up and you got that utility permanently.
Yeah.
If you use your piercing sight and you get nothing from it, what do? You don't have anything left.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's gonna, I mean, you've got to be hitting every rail. Your rail actually has to be your ability for the game. So we'll have to see. And you know, I think what that last map and this series so far has really told us that we are in for a pretty exciting finals, right? I mean, has there been a point in which some of the top contenders are as close as they are ever in QPL? I think, you know, in fact, I haven't even heard the statement in a while, like, oh, it's getting boring, rapha wins everything, he's gonna win it. It's like, it's not the case anymore. And I mean, I'm sure rapha wouldn't like me to hear me say this, but that's gonna make for a very exciting finals where the possibility of upsets are around every single corner.
100%. And we talked about it a little earlier. I think going into it, rapha's not top of the league, but I think he still goes in as favorite just because
for sure,
pedigree, right? But then Kilson is a close second, if not a joint first favorite. And it can go either way. I give the edge to him, but even still, then you've got people like RAISY, who is for some reason always in the finals, still chasing the tail, sitting in fourth. Venga, the previous champion, chasing their tails. And then even behind them, a whole host of players who can at least upset the best, if not take it further. You know, Maxter, ZenAku, to name another one. All of these players who have taken series off of them, and all they need to do is in the finals, and then suddenly the whole final is upset. So
especially when you're bringing it back to LAN. Right, even more exciting. Yeah.
So it's gonna be an exciting event, an exciting few days.
I don't comment usually very often on that, but I do like this Nick skin that ZenAku is rocking. It's gone. You missed it. You don't pay attention to these things, Dan? Come on. Fight. All right, let's kick it off. It's going to be the decider between these two. It is vengeurR versus ZenAku. vengeurR on the visor, ZenAku on the slash. And let's see how these two match up. I think Rail's going to be big decider here in this matchup, but we'll have to see how it goes.
We'll see. Again, this is more than possible for a Zen win. And if anything, I give him a slight favor with this champion, and that would be an upset. But as we heard, vengeur's out here to test, to experiment, to have a little bit of fun. I don't think I've seen that just yet, so let's see what he's got up his sleeve with the visor. And that's all credit to ZenAku. He's the one that's put his stamp on this map and made it very difficult for vengeurR to play the game he wants to play.
Yeah, I'm kind of really curious to see how his strategy or the approach is going to play out here. Right, so far, I feel like he wants to be the trapper. He is not moving around a ton, looking for those long-range rails. There he finds one, but takes one of his own. Prioritizing the upper levels. Of course, as I say that, he drops down, grabs the heavy, and then goes through the lowers. But definitely not necessarily looking to control the map by covering a large portion of it, but rather kind of sticking to one position and catching your opponent as you're moving through. Now, what is the downside of that? If you're not hitting your shots, that can be not only super frustrating as the way to play this map, but it can just, potentially yield 0 damage.
Oh, no
my God. Give him a lift, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. The elevator only goes up. ZenAku with the first frag. He literally pinned vengeurR to the wall.
That was painful. And ZenAku is on form so far. And as you pointed out, Challenger playing Advisor as strong as the champion is, and as much as we see it on a map like this, particularly against the Slash, is that if you miss your shots or if you get out-aimed, you don't offer anything. And that is the problem. It feels incredibly strong if you are out-aiming your opponent, but particularly with the piercing sight, it feels like you have a ton of vision, but then you just don't have that X-Factor comeback mechanic if it doesn't go your way. And at the moment, that's what we're seeing as ZenAku once again connecting with more and more shots. Vengeur goes up, but he just gets melted and exploded.
I mean, I feel like ZenAku is out to make a statement in this third map. You know, admittedly, after game number 1, Vengeur looked on form, like played the way that we kind of expected, but has really turned it up here in the last 2 maps. So not gonna by any means call it early, because Vengeur has undoubtedly showed us many instances where he has come back and made amazing things happen. But I like what Vengeur did there in terms of trying to attack. It didn't really work out that much, as ZenAku still got a solid amount of control, a good stack, and again with this speed is just having no problem covering aspects of the map that he wants to cover.
Yeah, he's doing an exceptional job, and Vengeur at the moment is struggling to get a lockdown on his opponent. They are bang on even when it comes to major items, but once again, ZenAku taking by far the bigger lead with regards to damage. ZenAku, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, like, anything more than a 3-frag lead versus this Slash, that's going to be, going to have a bad time.
This side comes out, he does connect with it this time, and he's slowly building his way back into this game. So ZenAku is going to retreat and play a lot more defensive now, but it's generally what he's more comfortable with. He has shown us good levels of aggression today, but what makes him such a strong player is just that rounded playstyle. He can play offensive and defensive pretty much equal measure, which is, as you pointed out, quite a rare feat.
Yeah. Vengeur, I mean, he's now kind of hunting, but every time he reaches a destination, he's like, ah, crap, he was here like 2 minutes ago. And it's not really working out. He's still chasing, which I've got to give him props for. Oh, the big rocket up the jump pad. The first rail does hit, but the second one can't follow up. Vengeur should be thanking his lucky stars for that one, because I kind of feel like that should have been a frag for ZenAku, but we managed to get out of that one. And I guess it's those little moments where he gains some kind of a advantage that he needs in order to get that first frag and potentially try to build a comeback here. But so far, ZenAku seems to be handling it well.
Right, and this is the problem when you're watching it, is that, you know, Vengeur's playing well, he's running the items, he's hitting some decent enough shots, but it kind of feels like he's playing with some bricks strapped to his back and a few steps behind his opponent, because he's finding it so hard and sluggish to make anything happen, because he's a visor. The Slash is always ahead of him, always reading him, and he's taking up better positions, so at the very least they're trading. This is the problem so far, is that Vengeur cannot capitalize upon anything he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Vengeur's hoping that this is a tortoise and a hare situation, where it's like the rabbit's all like, yeah, look at me, I'm gonna win this race so easy. But I don't know, the rabbit might just win this one, rewriting the tale, as Zen's still holding onto that 3-frag lead. Now, we did mention that anything more than 3 frags is going to be danger zone here for Vengeur. He's very low after eating those 2 rails. He's got to be careful, and I think Veng knows that based on how he's playing. ZenAku, he's not putting himself in any positions to let Vengeur try to get on top of that, but oh my god, the beautiful rail. There's frag number 4, and this is where I think the pain starts to be felt here by Vengeur.
Well, I was about to say Vengeur needs to change strategy just a little bit. I'm hesitant to say it against the Quake Pro champion, but he was just playing slightly too basic, slightly too predictable. You know, it was basically running the items, going from A, B, C, running from standard routes. And ZenAku was reading that and playing around it. And it's difficult the way in which Zen is overexposing himself whatsoever. But really, Vengeur has to be more creative with his angles, with the way he's positioning, trying to set up traps, but you can see that ZenAku is taking the opposite pathing across the map to his opponent. He doesn't want to engage. He wants to play this distant game, and he's winning at that game.
I mean, winning in a major way. And you can't just claim one part of the map because ZenAku will just run around and scoop up everything.
Exactly.
You get in a bad fight, you have no stack, that lead gets larger. Everything is just working out in ZenAku's favor. And on top of that, he's hitting good shots. His positioning is quite fantastic. And, you know, it's hard to see where there is a avenue for success here for vengeurR.
Yeah, I mean, there really isn't. It comes down to, we said it time again, and it's a boring phrase, but hitting more shots. Unfortunately for vengeurR, his statistics are quite low for his normal brain, if you will. But that's also in part because ZenAku's not giving him those options, giving him those free angles. Everything is hard fought.
Yeah, and at this point, minute and a half on the clock. This is where, you know, you turn into a cross-country runner and you just start running to hold on to that lead, even with vision up, even with getting those perfect, you know, spawn reads. That 4 frags would be next to impossible to pick up here because of the slash. So, you know, I don't know what vengeurR was experimenting with here totally in this series, but, you know, I hope whatever it is, it prepares him even more for the, you know, QPL finals.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like we said, you know, the Visor is not an off-meta pick. The Visor is a good pick. The Visor is a difficult pick against the slash when you're picking it into the slash. That's when we had a big question mark over it, whether that was him experimenting in some way. But if he wanted to try anything in the game, ZenAku did not let him. This was ZenAku's show, the way in which he controlled the map, how calm he was. Just his awareness is he's just top notch at the moment. He's playing great Quake. And to top it off, he's hitting harder than I've seen him hit pretty much ever. And that level of consistency was something that was always a question mark. So he's going to be scary in these finals. Really is a dark horse.
I agree. And I mean, if it's hitting at the K, if the results aren't good enough for you, keep in mind that, and there is vengeurR picking up his first frag here, but with 10 seconds, that's impossible. I mean, ZenAku has out-damaged vengeurR significantly in the last 2 maps. So it's quite impressive. Congratulations.
100%.
Yes, to ZenAku to take that one 1-5 on that last map for the 2-1 victory. That's a big win going into the finals.
Well, we also have for the finals all of these kind of micro battles as well, like Inception Quake. We not only have the leaderboards and the standings, but we also have who is the best Maestro player. You know?
Yeah.
And you know, ZenAku might dethrone one of the golden boys. And we'll see what happens. You know, Garpy and Hella are gone. So, you know, who's next? Maybe vengeurR's going to be kicked for poor performance. Who knows? But really well played by
Somehow I doubt that, but
really well played by ZenAku. He definitely surprised me. Obviously, I know he's a great player, but today was